will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
In the last lecture, we have handled remaining profile page functionality, the link to the profile page, and also redirection when we are getting logged out on the profile. In this lecture, we'll start working on the modal window. So when the user will click here, update info will display modal and we'll be able to update the profile. Let's start, and we'll start by copying some code. So first of all, go to your coding editor, create here a new component. We'll be creating the component for modal window. So in the components, create here a new file and let's call it profile modal. Okay, so profile modal like this .vue. Okay, now when you will stop the video in the resources, you will find a link to this. Okay, and it's called user profile modal, but that's the code we want. Okay, maybe in your case it's already fixed. So let's click here on 3 dots and view file. And simply let's copy this entire file. This is your modal component. So copy the entire file, copy it, go to your code, and let's paste it to the profile modal. Perfect. Okay, now let's save it, and we will be using the profile modal in our profile page. So you can close the navbar, you can close the index, just go to the profile page. And first of all, let's get here this component. So let's write here import profile modal from outside of this folder to the components folder and the profile modal. Let's provide here components of the profile modal. So components, profile modal, and we'll be replacing the button down here. Where is a button? Wait a second, I will check it. Update info, we are looking for update info button here. Button is success, update info, you can just simply remove it. And instead of this, you just provide a profile / modal, it can be self-closed. And that's it. That's the entire thing. Let's save it now, let's go back to browser. That's how this button looks like. It's a little bit different as before. So now when you will click at this, you can see the update info is displayed, so the modal is displayed. So how does it work? Just for a simplicity, I will show you. In a profile modal, you have this entire structure, this div element, and you have a data is open, which is by default false. This means the modal is closed. Okay. Now let's take a look up here. You can see here a couple of classes. Here's a class modal. Plus to this modal, I'm adding isActive class. And you can see this active class is getting the value from the variable isOpen I have set in the data here. So by the default isOpen is false. This means when this is false, isActive is not applied. Okay, so you can imagine if this is false, the isActive is not applied at all. And by the way, with the class directive, you can also apply multiple classes separated by the comma. So that's what you can do. Okay, so when we have this, isOpen is false, isActive will be not added to the modal. But when isOpen is true, then the class can be added here. IsActive will be added here. Okay, so if isOpen variable is true, it's holding true value, then isActive will be added. Okay, and by clicking here the button update info, you can see this button update info. You can also see in your view this update info. Whenever I click here, you can see there is a click event here. Click event listener, and then when we will click this button, isOpen value from my data will be set to the true. This means here we will get true, and isActive class will be added to the modal. And isActive class is responsible for displaying modal. So if isActive is on the modal, then the modal is displayed. If isActive is not provided on the modal, then the modal is not displayed. And also you see here as a button that is responsible for closing modal, and that's setting is open to the false. And that's the entire thing. And also the other button that's setting modal the false. So this will hide the button, hide the modal. Okay. So when I click here, you can inspect the page. All right. You can inspect here this element, this modal. Find here the most top modal. Okay, let me see. Here you can see that's your entire styling of the modal. So you can check the stylings as you want. All right, you can toggle here a couple of things, and you will see what will happen when you will disable them. But the most important is active here. You can see when I will go manually, and manually I will remove this isActive class from here. I'll press enter. You can see model will be disappearing. So as you can see, the model is still in the DOM. It's here. This element is still in the DOM, but by providing isActive, active, I am hiding and displaying the model window. So that's the entire thing, how it's handled currently. Of course, it can be handled also that will be removed from the HTML, but yeah, we don't need to handle it like this right now. So if something is not clear at this stage, just ask me. If you don't understand something here, feel free to ask me in a Q&A, and we will continue with this in the next section, and we can work on the form and form validations also. So I hope to see you in the next lecture. Hello guys, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous lecture, we have worked on the profile model component. In this lecture, we'll provide the data to the form, and we'll try to console log out this data. So let's start, and what I want to do is to get a user data and pre-fill these inputs with the user data. When I will click on the save changes, I just want to console log them out or just alert them on the screen. Okay, so how can we do it? Let's see our profile model. In a profile model, we have normal form, nothing really fancy here. We just have a couple of inputs. And what we need to do, we need to provide Vue models to them. So we need to write a Vue model, and we need to bind the user data to these inputs. And whenever we'll be changing these inputs data from the form, we also want to update the data. In our profile.view, we have here use out, and remember from the use out, when I will click here, command or a control, and I will click on the use out, this will lead me to the file. Okay, so to the use out.js. You can see we are getting here computed property user, so we can get this computed property user, and we can pass it as a prop to our profile model. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to our profile, and simply let's pass here. Let's find here where we are defining the model. Profile dash model here, and we'll pass here simply user. So you know how to do it. Just write here column, and let's say profile or just user equal, and we'll pass here our user. Okay, that's it. We have a user here because we have here our function, our composition function use out. So we are passing the user in our profile model. We'll retrieve the user, so I'll specify here props. So here with data, I'll specify the props as the first place. Props will be receiving here a user, and the user, let's write here comma, user will be type of the object. Okay, so specify here type will be object, and required will be true. Very important. Now we can write here Vue model. So let's write here, okay, on each input, let's pass here Vue model, and bind here user dot usernames, right? So all the data we have in our Firestore. You can take a look. We have here, and also make sure you are logged in with the user that has profile. If you have some unlinked user that they are in authentication but they don't have a profiles, please remove them from authentication. All right, so make sure that you're using user that has also profile in the users. So you can see here my user has an avatar, credit, exchanges, and the username. Okay, so I will bind here username. Okay, then we will bind here avatar, user avatar. You can see here errors. I will explain you why do you see these errors in a second. And here input will be user info. We don't have any information about the user. We don't have also these fields in a database. We are not creating it, but no worries. We can also provide here empty data. So this will be user info. Okay, that's just a description about the user. Okay, you can see here issue. When you hover over, you can see unexpected mutation of user prop. So whenever you are sending data as a props, it's in this case, it's very dangerous to mutate them in the form, because when you change them here, you also changed your original data. So what you should do in this case, you should receive them to the props, but you should create a new object from them. So how can you do it? Just simply in our data, create a completely new object. We can call it user profile or something like this, user profile. Okay, and simply destructurize your user. So you'll write here 3 dots, like this, and you'll write here this user, and this will destructurize the user data, and we'll create a new data from them called user profile. Okay, so we have a user profile now, and instead of the user, as we have used it before, we will use here user profile, and user profile here, and you can see the errors disappeared. Now we can save it. We can go back to browser, to our applications. You go to update info. Let's refresh first. So we are sure everything is updated, update info, and you can see, you are seeing here your user data. So here is an avatar link. Here is a username, and also, of course, we don't have any info about the user because we don't have this entry in database, so that's okay. All right, so we can change it. Yeah, we can change it. We can remove it. Perfect. So let's try to console log it out, or I'll let it out. Okay, so for this, I will create a new method under the data. Create here methods, and let's call it update profile. All right, and just a console log here, this update user profile, and let's call this function update profile when we are clicking up here on the button save changes. So here's a button save changes. I will just move the class on a new line. This will go to the new line here, and the button will have click here, and we will click here update profile like this. Okay, so let's save it now. Let's go back and update. Let's open a console at the same time. Okay, and update info, save changes, and you can see we are getting here this object. Okay, avatar, credit, email exchanges, ID, username. So the entire user object we are getting in this case. We can also destructurize properties we only need, but yeah, we can get here the entire user. That's completely fine. Okay, and yeah, maybe we should call it the user object rather than the profile, because we are getting all of the data, but basically that's our profile data. So yeah, let's keep it this way. So now when I will update here something, I will write here Philip Jerga, the new username, info, okay, new user, okay, on Exchangeario, okay, and we will remove avatar for some random strings, save changes. Target, you will see here is a username Philip Jerga, there is an info, new user on Exchangeario, and avatar is also this changed string. All right, guys, that's gonna be it. We are getting a profile model. We are getting also the data. We can update them, at least in the form. In the next lecture, we'll continue, and we'll try to update them also in our database. And we need more fields here. We don't have only username, avatar, and info about the user. Of course, we have more fields, so we need to also pre-fill. We need to create the other inputs. For this, guys, I hope to see you in the next lecture. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have passed the user data to model component. In this lecture, we'll create more inputs and we'll pass the data to our user module. Okay, so let's create more inputs. What inputs I would like to create here? I would like to store here information about the user address, about the user country, about the user phone. That will be the 3 new inputs we are going to create. And then we'll dispatch the action and we'll pass this data to our user module. Let's start. Okay, this should be pretty straightforward. Just simply copy one of your inputs, doesn't really matter which one, and paste it 3 more times under. So 1, 2, 3. And let's try modifying from up here. Okay, so this will be not the info about the user, but we will start with the address. Address, all right. Here will be user profile.address. Okay, perfect. Now we'll go with country, and this will be country. Okay. Then we will go with the phone, and here will be the phone. Maybe you're asking why I'm creating all this profile data. When we want to exchange products or we would like to exchange some services, we need to know from which country the user is. Okay, because the 2 users that want to exchange some products from different countries, this will simply not work. So you need to store more information about the user. And if you would have a real application, you would like to also verify identity of the user. So you would have to provide here some ID card, and you would have to have entire verification process. I'm just simplifying things here. Okay, so this data here looks good. And what we are going to do, this data should be already binded to the user profile. We would like to not in this case console logged out, but I'm going to dispatch action to update profile. We don't have any action update profile, but yeah, let's create it. But first, let's call it. Okay, so let's access here this. You have access to store globally, and you can call dispatch. And you can dispatch new action. We can call it user. We cannot call it user. We need to call it user because it's from user module, but we can call it update profile like this. As a value, I will send here actually object, not the raw data, but I will send here object like this. I will call it a data, and I will provide here user profile. This user profile. Okay, and I will remove this console log from here. So we are not doing really much. We are just dispatching here new action update profile where we are sending object where we have a data key, and the data is the user profile assigned to this key. Now we can open our user module. So go to your modules, to your user module, and I need to create this new action. I need to create here update profile. So please, somewhere here, let's say above get user profile, we'll create here a new action. So call it update profile. Make sure you don't have any typos. Let's write here a comma. What we will receive here, our context. We don't need to handle here anything for now. I'll write here just a semi underscore for a placeholder. But the second value is our data object, right? So you can call it data. You can call it whatever you want. I will just simply straight away destructurize this object, and I will extract the data from here. Okay, so I'm straight away destructurizing the data we are sending through the profile model. This data here, which should be user profile. And to verify that it is a real user profile, I will just console log here data. Okay, so we just provided here some more functionalities. We didn't change really much. There is no any functional parts changed. We're still getting the user profile data as before. We are just dispatching action here as a data. Let's save it, refresh it, update info. Of course, all the other inputs are empty because we don't have any other inputs. So let's try to fill them up. I will try to provide my username, info, just a normal user address. Let's provide here some address, imaginary 21, country, let's say Spain, phone, just some number. Okay, let's save these changes, and you should see here our entire profile, but now it's dispatch, and now this console log is going through the dispatch. So you can see we are storing now country, address, phone, and all these details are here, so everything is correct. Perfect. So let's continue next one, and we are just one step closer to actually update this data in our Firestore database. So for this, see you in the next one. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have provided some more inputs to the model component. In this lecture, we'll submit the data and we'll store this data in our Firestore database so user profile can be updated. All right, let's start with this. You will see it very, very straightforward, not that hard to implement this, just a few lines of code. Go to your code, go to your user module, and in user module, we have an update profile. We have everything what we need here. We have here data, and with this data, we can send them to the Firestore. Important to have here on this data. Let's go for a second back. I will still have here maybe console log, or here it is, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. We can see we have here ID of the user. This is very important because with this ID, we can find the user in our Firestore database. You can see it's matching. These IDs here are matching. So I can search here this ID just to prove it to you. I can copy it. I can show you that's my ID of the user. I want to update actually this user here. Okay, I had a wrong user as my second user, but it's also username of this user is Philip. So maybe I later need to do here more cleanup. Okay, so that's the user I want to update, right? This one here. So I have its ID of this user, and I can use it. Back to our code. Now we know what data we have on data. We can remove the console log itself, and we can write here following. We can write here. First, we need to get the reference to this entry in the database. How we can get it. I already showed you before. Let's write here user ref. You will access here a document. All right, document from Firestore. Remember, we have it already. We already got the document reference. That's exactly what I'm asking for a document reference. All right, so I can copy it. All right, I'll call it user reference rather, user reference. And we are accessing again our database, users collection, and ID of the user. But in this case, we have a data here. We don't have a user in the context, so we need to access the data, but not UID, but only ID. Remember, we have ID. UID is from the user you are getting from Firestore, but already our stored profile user has an ID, not a UID. You can verify it here. I'll show you. We don't have a UID, but we have already on our profile, we have an ID. Okay? So that's what I'm specifying here. This will get me the user reference. What I can do with the user reference, I can access the user and I can provide the new data to the user. So for this, we need a new function. It's called update document or update doc. You can get it from here, from the Firebase Firestore. You just get here update doc like this. Go down, down, down to your functionality here. And let's call this function update doc, provide user reference. So that's the path to your user in the database and the data you want to update on the user. And that's the data we are receiving here. So get the data and pass them here. Right here, semicolon, this function returns a promise, so it's asynchronous. So we will write here async update profile and await update document. This will update document. At this stage, we should be complete. We should already have an updated profile. Of course, you can wrap it also in a try-catch block. In a case you will get the errors in this stage, you can just simply wrap this in a try-catch, and you can handle errors if something will happen. I'll just do it here. I assuming that everything will be fine, so just not bother now. And what we want to do in this stage when we have already updated profile, first I would like to commit the changes so we can display the changes at the real time. So I will update my existing profile data on my user data here. And also I would like to display the success toast. So let's start with updating our actual existing user. We'll write here commit. We will extract it from a context, so let's write here commit. And we'll commit a new mutation. We'll call this mutation update profile. Update profile, where we'll pass our user data. We are going to update, so just simply data we are receiving here. We will create a new mutation update profile. Okay, so let's go down here. Create here a new mutation. Okay. And here we can update our profile. So let's write here state. We'll write here state and the profile. Okay, where is my ending bracket like this? Okay, and we'll simply get a state. Want to access the user data, which we have under the data, and we will assign here our previous data. So destructurized previous data. Plus, we'll add here the new data. Okay, we have on the profile actually like this. Okay, so we have update profile. Now we can dispatch, we can commit it. So up here in our update functionality, update profile, now we are committing update profile with the new data. And now just dispatch here the action to display the toast, which will be very simple. Just get here dispatch from the context and dispatch your toast. You know how to do it. Just access toast module, call the success toast, and then display the message you would like to send here. So profile has been updated. All right, and we need to specify here root true because it's a different module. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it. Very straightforward. We are getting data, getting the user reference in our database. We are accessing this reference in a database, providing the new data, which should be updated. Committing here to update profiles, so our existing data in a state, we are updating them with the data that we are receiving from the form. And then we are simply dispatching those success. Let's save it, please. Let's go back to browser. Let's close this and let's try to update the data. So I'll go to update info. I'll write here, my name will be also with the last name or Philip99. Info, just a new user on the platform. Address, imaginary 21, country Spain, phone, just some phone, save changes. Profile has been updated, perfect, so that's been done. I can close it, I can refresh on the page, update info, and you can see these data are here. So data has been updated also in our Firestore, and now we can verify it. Imaginary 21, country Spain, here is the info, just a new user on the platform. Here is a phone, username, and you can see all of the data has been successfully now updated. Alright guys, so that's gonna be it from update functionality. I hope everything is working for you fine. As always, any questions, something is not clear, just feel free to ask me, and we'll continue next one. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have successfully updated user profile. In this one, we'll continue with a tiny improvement, which will be the closing of the modal window when the profile is updated. Okay, let's start. And the thing is that when we will update the modal now, so I'll go to update info, I will do some changes. The modal is still on the screen, but I would like to close it. It will be better user experience. So to handle this, go to your profile modal and let's think of how we are controlling the modal, displaying of the modal. As you know, I explained already to you that is open here, the variable is holding the true or false, and when it's false, then the modal is not displayed. When it's true, the modal is displayed. So somehow programmatically, we need to toggle is open to be false when the profile has been updated. How can we do it? We can do it very simply. For now, in our update profile here, you can see I'm passing here this object with the data. What I can pass here will be a function, callback function, that will be executed when the profile will be successfully updated. So for example, I can pass here new key, I can call it on success, and on a success, I will provide here function. So on a success, I would like to set here, this is open to be false. So we'll close the modal. Okay, I will save it. I will now can retrieve on success in an update profile action. So let's go to our actions. And next to the data, we can retrieve now on success. Okay, and simply we just need to call on success when we will dispatch, you will commit, we have updated data, so just call here on success, and that's it. Okay, so that's the way you can pass your callback function. You can also handle it in different ways, but I will go in currently with a callback function. So just pass your on success. Let's save it. Go back to your browser, and now when I will try to update some information. So for example, Philip back to Philip99, imaginary 10. I will save the changes. Okay, lots of changes. You can see the model has been closed and the toast is displayed. So I think that's much better. But I will go to update info. You can see the new data are here. So imaginary 10 is here. Philip99. I will refresh just to be sure that has been updated in the Firestore. And yeah, it's here. Okay, it's working perfectly fine. We are still missing some data here. We need to provide the user data, but this will be handled in the next lecture. So we'll continue next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have handled the closing of the modal component. In this lecture, we'll provide here detail about the user in our profile page. That should be pretty straightforward. So go to your code. In our profile page, we have here this hard-coded data, John Doe. Here is a very short info, and here is the image. Here is the avatar of the user. So go ahead, you can pre-fill them with actual data from our user. We have here user thanks to use out. Okay? So up here, and also we have a credits here I didn't mention, so also credits can be replaced. Okay, so starting from up here, we will provide here SRC. So when we want to bind here actual value, let's write here a column, and here can be user.avatar. Okay, here will be username, so double curly brackets, and the username. Here is the user info, so double curly brackets, user info. Okay, and here we have a credits, and the credits can be double curly brackets and user.credit. Are we calling it credit or credits? I think it credits, right? I just save it and I will verify if this will work. Credits, there nothing is here. Let's wait a second. Yeah, we're calling it singular credit. You can take a look at the Firestore. All right, so let's fix it. Very simple fix, just a credit singular. Okay. And here's our profile image. Not very good. It should be PNG. It should be transparent, but apparently it's not a PNG. Maybe you can improve it. But the important here is the username. Here's the description, and the credits are 0, which is good. We can update the info. We can write here We can write here Philip Jerga. Okay, so the full name. Okay, just a new user on the platform, 3 dots. Save changes. And they have been saved. And here is the updated information. So you can see the full name, 3 dots. Yeah, so it's working. Okay, I'll go back to my username. Just will be Philip99 and save changes. We can identify the user. Yeah. You can see at the real time the changes. We can refresh. They are here. Okay, as I told you, very quick lecture. We are updating the user information. So let's continue now with more features in the next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have finalized the profile feature. We can update the profile. We can display the profile informations. In this lecture, we'll continue with something else. We'll get a break from the profile for some time, and we will go into the exchanges feature so we can create the actual exchanges in our application. All right, let's start. Open your code, and we'll create here a new file. We'll create again a new form to create an exchange. Okay, so go to your pages, and let's create here a new page which we will call exchange create.vue. So new file, exchange create.vue. I know we have a lot of forms in our application, but we need a lot of forms to create a profile, to log in, and also to create an exchange. And this will be our last form. Okay. So exchange create, and here I will also introduce you validations of the form, which we later will provide to also the other forms. Okay, with these guys, let's go to back to your browsers and open the link in the resources you can find in the resources of this lecture. So stop the video. On the right side, you should find the resources, and you can copy these resources. What you are going to copy will be the page, so exchange create.vue. And just click here on the right side to view file, and you can copy the entire file from the bottom to the top. Okay, copy this. Let's go to your code and let's paste it. There is nothing complicated what you already don't know, what you didn't learn before. So yeah, there's just a couple of elements, form and inputs, and that's basically it. There is nothing new here. It's normal inputs for our exchange data. Okay, so here you have a description, they have a title of the exchange, and so on and so on. But it will be better when you will see it. So now we need to create a navigation to our new page. Let's open here a router, index.js, and let's get here our new page. So let's import here page. We have a profile page. I will import exchange create from, let's call it exchange create page from pages, pages, exchange create, and we're not calling it page, it's exchange create. Okay, perfect. Now let's provide a page. So let's see, login, only guest user. No, I will copy the profile because only authenticated user should be able to create an exchange. So just paste the profile and create here a slash, how we are going to call this root. Exchange create, or I will go with something else. I will go with the exchanges / new. That will be the path to this page, exchanges / new. And the name of this will be exchange create. Perfect. The component will be exchange create page like this, and only authenticated user will have access to this page. Perfect. Now our navbar, we need of course link to this page. Let's go to navbar. And let's see, profile, I will copy the profile, and above the profile, I will paste this link, and I will call it create exchange, or yeah, it's up to you how you decide to name your links, or just a new exchange, and the link to this will be exchanges / new. So / exchanges / new. That's the link to your page. All right, let's try it out. Let's save it. Let's go, not here, back here. You should have here a new exchanges. So let's say click at this, and here is your form. Okay, so yeah, very simple form. As you can see here, we will also introduce here error messages. I'll be talking about the validation and errors. And exchange contain the type of the exchange, which can be product and service, title of the exchange, description, link to the image, price of the exchange, country, city, and the tags. Okay, so yeah, for now, Very good. We'll continue this in the next lecture. I'll try to get the input data from the form, console log it out, and yeah, with this, let's continue in the next one. I hope to see you there, guys. Cheers. Hello, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have initialized exchange create page. In this one, we'll try to get the data from the inputs and just simply console log them out. All right, let's start. Let's take a look at what we have here. So we need to create a data for a type, title, description, image, price, country, city, and the tags. Let's do it like this. Go to your code. I can close all of these. I can just leave here exchange create. We'll go to our script. Here we have export default. We'll introduce here data. Okay, and in the data, we will return our empty form data. So let's do it. Let's introduce here data. Let's return here empty form like this. Okay, so all of our inputs will be wrapped inside of the form object. Okay, and we need inputs for title. Initially empty string, description, empty string, perfect. Then we'll go with the type. Initially will be service or a product, up to you. But whatever you will decide to choose here will be selected. Type or product, we can go with a product. Let's select here a product. Then we have here image. Okay, what image we would like to? Empty one, of course. All right, image. Then the price. This price will be, let's keep it as a null. Okay, for the numbers, we'll leave the null values. Price, country will be empty string. Then we have a city, empty string, and we have a tags. Tags are interesting. The tags will be the array of tags, so you can create a multiple tags which will keep in the array, as you can see here for initially empty array. Okay, perfect. So you have all the inputs, and now you know what to do, right? So you need to just bind the V models to everything what you have here. So go up here. Here you have a select, and just simply bind it to the select V model. Have a V model. I will bind here form type. That's your type. Okay, service or product. I will copy this V model, and we will go one by one, and we'll go to, this is the title. So form title. Perfect. Let's move to the description in the text area here, form.description. Okay, now we have here image. So form.image. The price, we have here form.price. All right, then country, form.country. Amazing. City, almost done, guys, form.city. And what about the tags? I didn't talk much about how we were going to implement tags because this will be not the regular input. So tags I will leave empty here. I will not assign here any form. I will not bind here for our form to the tags just yet because I would like to handle this input completely differently. I will be talking about this in the next lectures. What we want now, we would like to have a submission of the form. So create here simply methods under the data, right here, comma, methods, and there will be just one method to create exchange. So right here, create exchange, and simply just alert out your form data alert. If you want to alert here object, you need to stringify it before. So JSON.stringify and then this form data. This form. Okay, let's save it back to browser and let's create some form data. So product is selected, perfect. So new product. I will just write everywhere new description. Oh, I forgot one thing, guys. I'm always forgetting about this. Let's go back for a second, and you of course need to call create exchange when you click on the button. So back to our template, let's find whether there is a submission button here. So submit, and here will be click, and simply create exchange. That's gonna be it. Save it. All right, and hopefully it will work. Submit, yeah, it's working. So let's the other thing you can see, I'm refreshing the form. Why is that? That's the other thing, what's happening here. Why I'm refreshing the form when I'm clicking submit. That's a default behavior of the button. If the button is wrapped inside of the form, you can see our button is inside of the form. So default behavior of a button is to submit the form, which causes the refresh of your browser. If you want to prevent this, there are a couple of things you can do. you can write here that this type will be of the button will be just a simply normal button, because you have a button of also have a submit. You can see that by the default it's submit, that you are submitting the form, but when you will leave here just simply button like this will simply, okay, this will simply not refresh your browser. You can see now it's not refreshing. Or what you can do, let me show you. You can also provide a modifier to the click. You can write here click dot prevent. Okay, so the click dot prevent, when you change the click with the prevent, now this event, click event will be not sent to the browser, that it should refresh, that it should refresh itself. So now when I will submit, of course we have also buttons, so you can also remove the button type. Okay, now when we have a prevent, this case, you will see when I will go to submit, a second, submit, you can see, okay, it's not refreshing as well. So it's up to you how you want to leave it. The both solutions are okay. You can just leave here click, and here type button. So it's up to you guys. Okay, but we want to see our form. Let's get back here and let's finally provide your data. Just refreshing the case. I'll write here a new product description, a new product link, 500 countries, Spain, city, Barcelona, tags we don't have, submit, and here it is, new product description, product type, image, new product link, price 500, country Spain, city Barcelona, tags empty. And yeah, that's what we wanted to see. We'll leave the lecture here. We'll continue the next one. There is still a lot of work we need to do. We need to handle the tags, we need to handle the validation of the form, and all of this you will see in the next few lectures. Hope to see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have initialized form data. In this lecture, we'll continue with form validation. Let's start, open a new tab, and let's search here for package. The package name is Vuelidate. So let's search here for Vuelidate like this. This should find you the website where we can see the documentation of the Vuelidate. So here it is, vuelidate.js.org. Let's click at this. And we need to make sure that we are clicking on Vuelidate for Vue 3 down here. Okay, so click here for Vuelidate for Vue 3. Okay, to initialize this package, here is a getting started guide. Let's see what we need to initialize. We need to install Vuelidate core and Vuelidate validators. Okay, then we need to set it up in the setup function as a composition. All right, so Vuelidate, you will initialize it as a V and a $sign. And then you can hook up here validations property next to your data. You have also validation, which will mirror the data you are providing to your form, and you will provide the validators to it. It's pretty straightforward, guys, okay? So first we'll install it. Let's copy this command, npm install. Go to your terminal, open here a new tab. All right, clear it out, and let's paste it here. Okay, so Vuelidate core and Vuelidate validators, that's what we need. Okay, while it is installing, we will copy these lines here. Use Vuelidate and validators, let's copy it. Back to your code, we'll go to Exchange, create, we'll import it up here. All right, and we'll create here a setup function, or we just copy it. We can just simply copy it, setup. All right, and let's set it up here. Okay, so use Vuelidate, perfect. And then we need to just mirror the validations data, so validation functions, and return the data as we will normally return in our normal data. Okay, let's do it. So it's called validations plural. Okay, under the setup, or actually above the setup, I will write the validations like this. It's a function validations, and let's return our data. And remember, we need to mirror, right here, comma, we need to mirror our form data. So we'll just simply copy the entire form, and I'll paste it here. And now each form field will have its validator. So title, I will mark everything required. Or just for beginning, we can just, yeah, we can write here empty validators for description. Let's say the required one will be only the title for now. So just provide here empty objects for everything else. All right, like this. Like this. Okay, so only form has a validator, required one. Let's scroll up here and you can see we are importing already a required validator and an email validator, but email we don't need in this lecture, so we will remove the email validator and we'll save it as we have it. So use validate, required, we are specifying our data and validations, and we are setting up validate. And that's it. Let's save it now. To also enforce validations, we need to do one more thing. We need to check if our form is valid. How can we do it? I will take a look here. Maybe there is solution for it, or you need to see the guide for it. So I will show it without the guide. If you want to enforce the validation, go to your code, and here when we are submitting our form data, we will first validate our form. You can do it like this. You can call here this. Now you have a globally available here $V and the $sign, and you can call here $sign, and you can call here validate like this. Okay, this should be asynchronous function. You can see it's returning boolean, a promise of the boolean. So you need to mark it await to get the result, and you need to mark it this function as an async one. This will get you the result if your form is valid or not. So you can get here is valid. Okay, and this will be true or false depending if your form is valid. Now, if the form is valid, so you can write the if statement. If form is valid, you can stringify your form data like this. Okay, and I have here some, let me see if my brackets are matching. So here's a methods bracket, here is an if statement bracket, should be like this. And this bracket is for the async method. So everything should be indented inside to the right side like this. Okay, now it's correct. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it. I will recapitulate in a second, but first we'll try it out, okay? So let's save it. Go to your, verify that everything has been installed. Go to your code. That's not our code. Let's refresh here. And let's try to submit our form. Submit, and you can see I cannot submit it because I need to provide a title because title is required. We have marked it as a required. So as soon as I will write our title, new product, I will submit. You can see now I can submit the form. Okay, and if you would make all of these other fields required, you would have to submit them as well. So let's copy required and pass them to every field here. Required, 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 and city as well. Tags we don't need to make. Okay, so I'll just remove the tags from the validation. Tags will handle separately. Okay, so everything, as you can see, is required. So now when I will go back here, I'll try to submit my form. You can see I'll be not able to submit the form. I need to provide here data. So I will just write here something random. So I don't know, spending time here. Okay, submit, and you can see after I will submit all the data, when I will provide all the data, I can submit the form. But when I will remove some of the fields here, I cannot submit any longer. So just to recapitulate, we have initialized validate with this setup, and your form data, validation form data, should mirror the data you have in the form. You can see they are mirroring the exact structure of my data. To each key here, you will assign the validator. We have more validators in the validate validators, but for now, just the required one we will be using. And when you want to validate your form, when you're clicking the button, you just need to get the validate object here, and you need to call on it validate function. This will get your result and will tell you if the form is valid or it's not. If a form is valid, then we can alert out the message. Otherwise, we are just skipping and we are not alerting out anything. That's it from a simple validation. We, of course, need to display the errors and all this stuff, but this will be handled later. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have started working on the validation of our form. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and I will show you how you can display errors. Let's start. Let's see our code in Exchange Create, and we need to go up here to the template because we already displaying here one hard-coded error. And the error has this structure, div with a class of a form error, and inside of this div, we have a help is danger, which is the actual error message. How can we dynamically check for the error? For example, if our title has an error. It's simple because we are importing here, we are integrating here in a setup validate. So we have here this object $, and on this $, we can check for our form data, and we can also check if we have errors on specific inputs. So yeah, let's do it. Let's go up here and let's use this object. Okay, here, as we have our form title, let's, on this first div here, let's write here if, so this div will be displayed only and only if the V $sign, as we have it, has a form, all right, title, and the title has an error. You will write here $sign error, and you can also check for all of this in the documentation of the Vue date. So this will get me general error for that if the title has an error. It doesn't matter if we have a required validator or email validator or any validator it has. If one of them will throw the error, this will catch it. This will be true in this case, or we will have here some error object. Okay, if you want to check specifically for the error from the required validator, we need to do it like this. I've already done a new line, so it's easier to read. All right, like this. And on this second div, I'll write here v if, all right, as before, and v dollar, oops, inside. Okay, so v $sign again form dot title required and $sign $sign invalid. Okay, guys, so see the difference here. Here we are checking, we want display error if we have any error on this input. It can be a required, email validator, text length validator, any validator. It's throwing the error, then we would like to display the div with the error. Instead of this div, we are specifically checking for required validator. Okay, if the required is false, then we would like to display a specific message for required. Okay, because in the future, when we will have a multiple validators, so we can write here multiple divs like this, and here we can check for the email validator, here we can check for the length validator, and so on, and here we can display specific messages. So here I will write here the input is required, and here I will say the input has a wrong format. Okay, so here in this v if, one more time, I'm checking for any error from the validator. Down here, I'm checking specifically if I have a required validator error or email on or so on. So far, we have only required validator, so I will revert this and we will leave here only required invalid, and we'll display here a specific message, and which will be title is required. Now you know how to display this. Copy this entire div structure, copy it, and provide it to all of our other fields. So we'll start with the description. Be sure with the description that you are copying the description under text area tag here. So under this text area, paste it here. And of course, you are checking it not for the form title, but for the form description. And here, form description required. And it will say here, description is required. Now with the image, all right, so under the input here, all right, so input here will be form image error, and here will be image required, and you will say here image is required. Perfect. Now with the price, again under input, so here is input, under this form.price error, form.price required invalid, and here price is required. The same with the country, here is the input, under the input let's paste it. Let's check here for a country, form country required, and country is required. And with the last one, city, here is the input. After it, let's paste it, and let's write here form.city error, form city required invalid, and yeah, error message city is required, and that's gonna be it. Now let's save it. Back to browser, refresh. Now you shouldn't display here any error at all, but when you will submit, will display here title is required, description is required, image is required, price is required, country is required, city is required, and now I can write into input. So I'll write here a new product. You can see error disappear. When I will remove it, error is here. Okay, so product, new product description, new product link, 500, 400 countries, Slovakia, Bratislava, and submit. And here are details. So that's gonna be it, guys. From this lecture, validation is working. In the next one, I will introduce more validators. See you there. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back here In the last lecture, we have displayed error messages for all of our required inputs. In this lecture, I will show you more validators and will display also specific messages for the other validators. Let's start. Go to your code and let's see our script and take a look at the validations. As you can see here, to the form, to my property title, I'm providing the required validator, which is a required function. Here from a validator, it's a function. What I can do here, okay, I can provide here, this behind the scene is written like this, right? A required key and a required value from the import. That's what's happening behind the scene. But since the key and the value is the same in this case, I can omit the value. I can just provide here the required. But behind the scenes, this is happening required. So I can call my property of the validation as I want. So I can call here my custom required, right? And I'm assigning the required function, which is validating the input. But now, when I will be checking here for this error up here, for my title error, I'm checking here for a title required, but remember now we should have here my custom required. This will not work. So when I will save this, I will go back to browser, I will refresh, I will submit. You can see I don't see here any validation. I guess I have here also error somewhere here. Cannot read properties of undefined, right? So you can see when I call my key differently, I need to also change it here. So I need to call here my custom required is invalid. Okay, so now when I will save it, go back here, now it will work, I will submit, and you can see now it's working. Okay, I'll just revert this back to the only required, but you can see here that there is no connection between the required here and the required key I am providing here. This is simply written like this because it's a key value pair, and when the value is the same as the key, you can simply omit the key and you can just write here just one required. Okay, I am showing you this because I would like to show you the more validators. So next to the required, let's write here, we'll use here a min length validator. You have also min value validator, you have also max length validator, max value validator, and so on. You can research all of this on the Vue JS documentation. And also URL validator, which will check if the URL is correct. Okay, so min length validator will be used for a title. So title has some min length, all right? So minimum characters we need to write. Let's copy min length and let's get it to the title. In this case, I will provide here also value, which will be my min length function. And I will call this because you can also call some validators when you need to provide some more data, because in the case of a min length, you need to provide how many characters you would like to input as a minimum. So as a minimum for the title, I will say 10 characters long. So I will say here min length 10. Okay, and with the image, we don't need to specify here anything. I will just provide here a URL validator. Okay, so min length URL and provide it like this, and you can combine it, you can research all the other validators. Now we are going to check for these messages, so go to your title up here. Okay, so here, somewhere up here. Let's copy this div, let's paste it under, and we'll check here for this minimum length validator. So here you will be checking for the form, title, not the required, but how we calling this validator? We are calling it min length is invalid. And we'll say here message, let's say title must be at least 10 characters long. Title must be at least 10 characters long. Okay, now we'll continue with our image. So image link, here will be the another validator. Let's get here message div, which will be not image required, but we are checking for the URL invalid, and we'll say here the image has a wrong URL format. Image has wrong URL format. Okay, let's save it now. Back to browser, refresh. Let's try to submit your form as an empty one. Submit. Title is required. I will write here a new, and you can see title must be at least 10 characters long. Okay, so new product, and now you can see when we have here how many characters we have here: 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When I will write here 10 character product, then there it is up here. let's see, image link. You can see image has a wrong URL format, so I need to write here something like https / and some url.com. And now it works. Okay, so this is the URL format with the W. Google.com will not work. You need to also prefix https in the front. Okay, and that's a URL validator. When I will provide all this required data, all right, city, tags, and so on, I will submit. That's it. Okay, I guess we can also provide here a minimum value validator for the price because, yeah, we can provide here 0 and this will be also valid for the price. So, yeah, we can try it out. Let's go back. Let's get here a minimum value validator. So, require min length and minimum value. This will work similarly as the other validators. So, let's find here a price. I'll make it on a new line so it's easier to read. I'll write here min value. Call here min value. Provides minimum value will be... Okay, it's up to you guys. It can be minimum value 1. Yeah, minimum value can be 1. Okay, so now let's go to our price. I'll just copy some error we already have here. For example, this... Or actually, let's copy the price error itself. Let's write a price min value. And let's say price must be at least 1. Price must be at least 1. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, let's submit. Okay, submit. And you can see price is required. I'll write here price, let's say 0, and price must be at least 1. Okay, so it's working -1, doesn't work. -4 doesn't work. I need to write there 1 at least, and now it's working. Okay, and you can research all the other validators that I mentioned. If you are interested and you would like to validate something else, you can do it like this. Everything is documented in the Vue documentation. Okay, that's it from this lecture. I hope to see you in the next one.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hello guys, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, I have introduced you more validators and we have displayed different messages for each validator. In this actual will continue with the error messages because I would like to show you how you can make them more reusable, how you can make them more generic. Alright, let's start. Go to your template up to the title and we'll little bit refactor it. We'll be not checking here for a specific title error, but rather I'll write here iteration with a v4, so we'll be looping through the errors. Okay, I will first separate divs so you can see it easier what we have here. Okay, and in this first div, we don't need here v-if, I will remove it completely, and I will write here v4. Okay, so we'll write here iteration, I'll write here error variable, you can call it as you want, but iteration error of. All right, now $sign, so we are accessing our validate object. On validate object, you have a form, as we know. On the form, we have a title, as we know. But there we have also $sign errors, plural. And this will access you all of the errors that are currently on the title. You will iterate through them, and each error, in every iteration, it will assign to the form, to the error. So as you are iterating your form errors, in each iteration, the single error will come here, and then you can display the error down here. Okay, you will iterate the next error will come here, you can display error, and so on and so on. Okay, as I mentioned, error is an object which contains a couple of useful properties, and one of them is a key, because we need to provide here the key when we are iterating the items. So we need to provide here a key that's mandatory. You can access error, and that's the property which is called UID, unique identifier. All right, perfect. So this will iterate to the errors. Now I don't need to display them specifically. I can remove one of these divs. I can leave here only one div. And on this div, we don't need any if statement. We just simply omit this, and we can write here the generic error message. We can remove this one, and on the error we can access the message. So you can write here error dot $message, $message like this, and that's the entire thing. Okay, so if you don't have any errors, these errors will be empty array and it will not iterate. This means you will not display here anything. If you have error of any kind from any validator, you will get here this errors object, which every object will specify what error you have. So you will iterate. This will iterate to all of the errors. In single iteration, it will assign the error into the error variable. Of course, you can call it as you want. If I would call it, let's say, house, it would be house, and I would access here house.uid and house.message, but that wouldn't make much sense. So that's why I'm calling it error object. All right. And then I can access specific properties, what I need, and display message. Now we can try it out if this will work. Go to your browser, refresh, submit, and you can see here value is required message. That's a generic message you are displaying now. Okay, and when I will write here more characters, you can see this field should be at least 10 long. So that's the generic messages, and you can see now it's much simpler. You don't need to have here if statements, just simple for loop, and you can display your error messages. Later we'll simplify it even more. So for now, guys, just copy this entire div structure and provide it to each of your fields. And I will show you also later that you can make these messages custom. You don't need to display the generic one, but you can also create a custom messages, but about this later. So just please copy these divs one by one, change the form title to the form description, of course. So this will be description. Let's go to the image link, remove the entire div structure here, paste here form.image. All right, and then a price. So let's remove this here. Form, this will be price, right? So price here. All right, then the country, we'll remove this div here. Okay, this will be country. And the last one, right? So city, I will remove the city here. Div here, error, and this will be city errors. Okay, let's save it. Here, let's submit your form. And now the validation is in place. Okay, so value is required. All right, value is required. URL, wrong URL, https, some url.com. Okay, price 0, doesn't work. Say 11, country, Slovakia, city Bratislava, and submit, and we can submit the form again. So that's the generic errors. We'll continue with more reusability and more abstraction in the next lecture. I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the last lecture, you have learned how to display errors with the help of the for loop. These errors are more generic. They are not specific as we had them before, but in this lecture, we will improve it. Okay, let's begin. Let's go to our code. This is actually pretty simple. I'm saying it often, but this is very simple. Okay, in our validators here, in our import, we'll import helpers. Import here, please, helpers, like this. And now let's take a look at your validations, and let's specify the custom message. So what we can do here, for example, here is required. I can write here column, and I will write here specifically value, like this. I'll write here helpers, and I will write dot with message, like this. The first value, now you call this, and first value will be the custom message you want to provide. Let's say title cannot be empty. Title cannot be empty. All right, and now let's write here the validator itself, which is required validator. Now when you will save it, get back here, submit, and you can see title cannot be empty, and that's how you can create your custom messages, simple like this. Okay, and min length, for example. So the same approach, I will copy this, just simply paste it here. I'll write here min length 10. Okay, I will say here title min length is 10 characters. Title length should be at least 10. Okay, so let's save it. Let's try it out. Okay, submit. Let's start writing here. The title length should be at least 10. So now you can see you can apply this to any of your validators, to all of them if you want, but I will keep it like this. I will keep it generic. It's up to you to update the other validators. Guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. We'll continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, you have learned how to create a custom message for your validator. In this lecture, we will create reusability for our errors. Let's start in our code. And what I mean by the reusability is simply we are repeating here a lot of code. You can see this div is the same for every single error. This div, we are iterating through the errors and we are displaying the same messages. So this can be separated into its own component. And simply into this component, we can create a for loop and we can send the errors of each field. Okay, so let's do it. You will see it'll be very easy. Let's go to your components folder and let's create here a new file and let's call it form errors. Form errors.vue. Okay, we'll create here a template. We will create here a script template. Okay, so template. Let's create here a script. Okay, script, and in a script, okay, this I can leave out. Okay, export default as an object here, and we will do following. We will get here first props. We'll be sending here errors. So I'll get here errors. You know the errors, we are getting the type of the array. So let's get here array type, and required will be true. Okay, so what in this case will be the errors? Errors will be the errors we have here. So for example, $$ form description errors in the case of this input. In the case of an image link, it will be $$ form image errors, and so on. For every field, I will create one form errors component where I will pass the errors props. So this will be simply wrapper for our for loop here. Yeah, so now we can just simply get this div, any div, with our for loop, copy it, go to your form errors, and let's paste it into the template. Okay, let's move it to the left side like this. Here, of course, the error will be not iterating to the $sign. We don't have here $sign, but we have here definitely errors we are passing through the props. So here I'll just simply specify errors like this, and this can stay. We don't need to change here anything else, and that's our component now. Okay, so now we just need to get this component to our Exchange create. Go to your Exchange create, scroll down to your components imports, and let's import here form errors from outside of this folder to components and form errors.vue. Copy the form errors, specify here components, curly brackets, right here form errors, and that's it. Now you can use this component. So scroll up into your template and let's find the first occurrence of your error. So here I will leave here the old one and I'll access your component form errors self-closed and simply pass your errors like this, and this will be your errors. All right, I will pass this, and this div you can remove, and you have it like this. Okay, so for a title, we can now copy it, this line, and we can paste it for all of our other inputs. So here, let's start with this div. This is the description error, so I will leave here, this will be description errors. I will remove this div. Alrighty, and let's continue with this. Here is the other input before. So this is, let me see here, yeah. Well, let's copy it here. This will be image errors. Copy here image errors and remove this div, entire div. Okay, continue with, this is price. Okay, so he'll be this, oops, well, I copied. I'll go back here, up here, I'll copy this one. Okay, he'll be form price errors. Let's get his div. All right, and let's continue here. There's a country. This will be country. Copy div, or remove div, not copy it. And let's continue with the last one. That's a city. Form city errors. Let's remove this div. Amazing. All right, let's save it. Back to browsers, refresh, submit, and everything is working. Let's provide here some inputs. All right, some input. Input, this should be a link, HTTPS. test.com, price 0, 100, Slovakia, for country, Bratislava, submit, and here are our inputs. Okay, everything works great, and we can continue in the next lecture. In the next lecture, I'll be submitting the form, and yeah, actually still not submitting the form because we are missing our tags. That's very important, so we need to solve the issue with the tags, and then we'll be submitting the form. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. I hope you liked it, and I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have created a custom component for handling of our form errors. In this lecture, I'll continue, and I will create a custom validator. I would like to show you how you can create a custom validator in the case that you need to do some specific checks for your inputs. All right, let's start. First thing, when you want to create a custom validator, you should check the documentation of a Vuex if such a validator is not already created, because there is no reason to create a validator if there is already such a validator. So, and then you can proceed to create a validator. We will create the validators in the separate file. Open on the left side your file structure. I will close all of these files and folders, and we'll create new validator in SRC folder. So right click here, new folder, and let's call it helpers. Helpers, and in the helpers folder, we'll create a new folder, or a new file, and we'll call it validators. Okay, so new file, validators.js, it will be normal JavaScript file. Validators, perfect. So what's a validator? Validator is just a simple function that will get a value from your input. Okay, so let's create this function here. I will just create here a simple function. I will export it straight away. So I will write here export const. I will call my validator supported file type validator, like this. It will be the normal arrow function. And here I will show you that you are receiving the value. I will console log the value so you can see it. Okay, and I will return here false. So the validator, the important thing in the validator is that you need to return the false or true. If your validator is successful, so your validator's checks are passing and you can validate the input without any errors, you will return the true. But if you validate the value and something is wrong with the value, you will return the false, which means you should display the error. So I'm currently hard coding the false here, so we should see the error. Okay, so go to your Exchange create.vue, and let's import here this validator. So let's import here in the curly brackets supported file type from, you're going now outside to the helpers folder and to the validators. Now simply find the input which you would like to validate. I will be validating now image. Okay, so we have a required. The second one will be, let's say, the URL, and then we'll have an image. Supported file type, I mean the validator. Also display this validator with a custom message. So let's write here helpers. I'll copy this line. I'll get here this. Okay, so helpers. Now we need to assign it to the validator value. So let's write here first the key, supported file type, and the column, and here helpers with message, and that's your message, and here will be your validator, the second value. So it will be supported file type. I know I will actually wrap it like this so you can easy for you to see. Supported file types is the helpers with a message, and provide here your custom message. All right, so this will be the message. Let's say we will write here invalid format, invalid format, like this. And what we have here, wrong supported file type, and here we're missing comma, not a bracket. All right. So that's your validator, supported file type. Provide here the error message invalid format, and provide your validator. Now we should see here error all the time, because our validator always return false. Doesn't really matter what we are validating. So let's save this. Please go back to your browsers, refresh, open the console, submit. All right, you can see you're not seeing the error straight away because first you see the error straight away, invalid format, and values required. So when I will start typing here, this validator will be always showing the wrong value. So https / let's say hello.com. You can see, and this value you're getting in the validators. So that's the value you are getting here. So basically what you want to do, you want to write some if statement, you want to check the value to some condition, and if the value is okay, you can pass the check, you can submit the form, you're happy with the input, then you can return true, and this will hide the error. So this means the input is valid for this validator. Otherwise, if you are not unhappy with the value, so you will do here some checks on the value. For example, if the value is larger than 10, or if the value length is larger than 10, or so on. So it doesn't really matter what check you will perform. Then if you're not happy with the results, you return the false, which means you cannot pass the checks and the form is not valid, or the input is not valid. Okay, so which means when I will return here true, the error should disappear, because when you return a true, then everything is fine. You will refresh, submit, you will see now the error is not displayed. So what we want to check for, I would like to check if my input is ending with the extension JPG, PNG, JPEG, and SVG. Okay, so if I'm including here image link should end with the file format. How we will do it? I will show you a very simple way. Here, as you know, we are getting the value. I will create here a variable that what formats will allow. Allowed formats. I'll write here allow formats will be JPG, PNG, let's say JPEG, and SVG. All right, allowed formats, the array of the allowed format. I'll write here what current extension we have in a value. So const extension. You can get an extension like this, value.split. You will split by the dot, because basically extension will have a dot in the end, and you will write here pop. All right, which will get you the last value from the array, and this will get you your extension. If you're not sure what I have wrote here, we can take a look at this in a browser. Open your browser, inspect this, and let's imagine the user is typing such an extension. Let's say the user is typing https / some image.com / let's say, or some image dot let's say png. Okay, so how can we get the last value? Simply, you will get a string. You will get a string, and you will write here split, and you will write a split which characters you would like to split on with. Okay, so if I will get a split by dot, then it will create an array when I will have two items. One will be this in between of the dot, and the second one will be the PNG. So when I will split, I'll write here dot character. You will see I will get the item of two arrays, the characters before the dot and the characters after the dot. You can see the PNG is the last one here. So if I have this split, I will get the array, and I will write here pop. This will get me the last item from the array, which will get me PNG. And you can see I have PNG now. So split, you will just specify delimiter, the character in which you would like to separate your string into the array. Okay, in this case, dot. So the characters between will be, okay, so if you have something like this, imagine some dot image. Okay, now what you will get? You will get the array of 3 items. The one item before the first dot. You can see here, I will just write it down, I think. So this item here, dot. So the second item will be image, and the third item will be PNG. Okay, that's what we'll get here. Okay, image and PNG, and if I have access for a pop instruction in the end, this will get me the last item from the array, this will get me PNG. So now I think it's clear. Okay, so this will get me the last extension of the value I'm writing into the input. And I will simply return here allowed formats contain or includes extension. All right, so we are checking if the extension is included. So if I get the array, again in the browser, I'll copy it, and it will write the includes PNG. You can see it's true, so the validator would return true, and this means the form is valid. But if the extension would be, let's say, .com, this would be false, for example, because I don't have a allow extension com here. So that's why I'm returning straight away the result of the includes function. And that's the entire science. So now the validator should work at least partially. Let's take a look at this. Let's save it. I'll go back to your browsers. And let's try it out. So I will now submit. And you see here, value is required, and we have here also invalid format. So now the thing is, when the value is required, we don't really need to display the invalid format, right? Because we need to anyway first type something, and then if the format is not valid, then we should display invalid format. But okay, it's fine. I can write here https / image.com. Okay, invalid format, so .png. Okay, so now you can see that everything is okay. But I really don't like it when the value is empty. We are displaying here invalid format. I would like to display here only values required in this case. How can we do it? This is a little bit tricky and also maybe hard to understand at the beginning. You need to first import one thing. You need to import helpers from Vueledate validators, from Vueledate/validators. And you will check here. You will check here if the helpers required, if the value is required, value, return true. And you will see the opposite. You will say if the helpers required value, if the value is not required, you will return actually true. Okay, like this. And what this check basically do, I'll write here in the comments. So if the value is empty, then return true because field should be valid, because field should be valid. Okay, so this basically ignores validator while the value here you are writing into input is empty. So if the value is empty, don't display this validator at all, just simply return true. Okay, so you can check for this with the helpers.required, and you need to check basically if the helper.required value is false. Okay, so that's what you need to do. So that's why I'm writing exclamation mark in the front. And when you will save it now, you will see, I'll go back to browser, I will just refresh in the case, and I'll submit the form. You'll see the image link value is required, and as soon as I will start typing here, then we are displaying the other validators, so https / and image.png, and now we have get rid of this issue. So that's the custom validator, how you can create it. Okay, and basically this helper function is checking for two things behind the scenes. This check is checking if the value is required. So if you have already in the line required validator and the value is empty, then ignore this validator and simply return true. Okay, because you want to display only the required message. If something is not clear here, I can also provide you additional explanation. Just ask me in the Q&A section. We will leave it here. Everything is working for now, so we can continue with the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. Hi there, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have worked on the custom validator. In this lecture, we'll handle our tags input. So let's take a look at this in our Exchange Create form. Our tags input is right down here, and what we want to happen is that we will start typing here some words. So for example, some tags. So we want to exchange the car. So we'll write here car, comma, and this will add this as a tag. All right, car, comma, then we'll write here something else, exchange, comma. All right, and this will be add. This will add these words as the tags. Okay, I will actually start implementing this. It will be simpler to see when we'll have actually some solution. Go back to your code and let's go to exchange-create.vue. I will close this. So let's go to exchange-create.vue. Let's scroll into the separate file tab. We don't need actually this validator. That was just as an example. We have already URL validator, which is sufficient for us. So I will just simply remove supported file validator, and I will remove it from up here from the import. Okay, and now we can continue now with wait, what is something issues here? I removed some curly bracket here. Here should be curly bracket and comma. Okay. Okay, so let's scroll up to the template and let's find here your input where you're handling tags. On the tags input, I will write new event handler called input, and this will be called anytime you will write, it will be called every time you will write inside of the input. And if we would like to call here function, let's say handle tags, handle tags. We need to now create this function, handle tags. So go down to your methods, and let's get here this new function. So under the async, let's write here handle tags. And here into your handle tags, when you're providing the functions into the event handlers, the event handler passing to you event object. So you can get here event, like this, event. And from the event, you can extract event value. So you can do something like this, console log event.target.value. You can simplify it. You can just simply get here const value in the curly brackets, and you can destructurize it from the event target. So you can write here event.target, and this will get you, and this will get you a value like this, and then you can console log the value under. I can just write here value. Okay, so just like this, let's save it, go back to browser, let's inspect your console, and let's start typing in a tags. You can see now you're getting here tags. So now what we want, when the user will start typing some tags, for example, a user will type cars, comma. When this will happen, when the word will end with a comma, I would like to extract the word itself, and I would like to add it as a tag. And then I would like to remove the input to clear it out. Okay, we'll start very simple. Go to your code here. Let's remove the console log, and first we need to verify if the word is ending with a comma or empty space. So first, what I will be checking for, first I will checking if I have a value. Okay, if I have value, okay, I don't want to make this check for empty values. Then I will check if the value length is greater than 1. But first I will trim the value. I will do value.trim, and I will check if the length is greater than 1. And okay, I want to trim it first because then of course the users can provide just empty spaces in the string, right? So empty spaces like this, and a comma, and this would be considered as the word. But when you will trim it, then you will remove the empty spaces here, right? And we want to check if the length is greater than 1. Okay, because we are not taking the comma into consideration. Okay, so that's why we are checking for the length greater than 1. And then we will check if the if the word is ending with a comma or empty space. And you can do it like this. Let's write here normal set of the brackets, and let's write here value dot sub str -1. This will extract you the last character from the string. You can check it out when you will write some word, write something. Okay, so go to your console, write anything. Let's write here sub str. You can see it's extracting last character. When I will write here comma, this will get me comma. When I will write here empty space, this will extract the empty space with the sub str -1. So I will check if the value sub str is equal to the comma, or I will copy this. Here should be bracket like this, normal bracket, okay, because we are checking for, or actually no, what I'm doing, like this, okay, that's correct. Okay, and let's copy this expression, let's pass it here, and let's check here for empty space like this. That's what I wanted. Okay, so if we have value, and the trimmed value has a length bigger than 1, and the last character of this value endings with a comma, or it ends with an empty space, then we are considering it as a valid tag, and we can add it into the tags array. All right, but we won't do it yet. We will just console log out the value for now. And I'm missing here something. Let me see what's wrong here. Okay, so here is a 1 bracket, here is a handle tags, that's correct. And here I'm missing here should be 2 brackets in the end. Okay, bracketing issue, and here I don't need the bracket therefore. Okay, and I still have an issue because something is still wrong. All right, let me take a look at this empty block statement. Okay, it's just complaining that we don't have anything in a block. Okay, a little bit confused me. Okay, so what we want to do, we would like to extract the word from here. So you can do it like this, very simply. Let's write here underscore value. So we don't have 2 values, just this will be already processed value. We'll write here value.split, split by the empty space, extract index 0, and let's trim it. And let's console log it out. This will get you value. I will show you. It will get you value, but first let's clear the input. You can clear the input when you will access event target value. Actually, just get a value and just set it to the empty string like this. Okay, so let's get a value. And what's wrong here? Value is a constant, so you need to do it like this in the end. Event target. Let's write like this: event target dot value. Let's access their empty string. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's save this. Let's try it out. Let's go back to your browser. Let's write here any word. So go to the tags and let's write here cars, comma. And you can see you are displaying out cars. Okay, I thought we have extracted this comma from this word. Let me take a look. Okay, as the delimiter here, guys, we'll use the comma in a split function. You can see value split by the comma, and that's what you will going to extract. Okay, now it should be fine. Okay, so let's save it, guys. Let's go back here. Let's write here cars, comma, and now we should get here cars. Let's write here cars, space, again cars. Let's write here exchange, space, and you will get exchange here. Okay, so that's what you are getting. You can, of course, write here debugger. You can write here console logs to know what you get. So this value split here, it's a very simple thing. I will show you. When you will get the set of the, let's say, cars, comma, you will use here a split function by the comma. This will create here array, and you can see here the word is split into parts. The part before comma and part after comma, or just an empty space here. So you can see that you want to access here this array at the index of 0, and it will get you the word itself. And in the case you would have spaces in the word, so let's say you have spaces in the words, like let's say spacings here. Okay, like this, you would like to also trim it. So that's why you're writing here trim function to trim the word. So there are no empty spaces in the word in such a cases. Okay, so that's why just simply split by the comma. This will get you array separated by the comma. You will extract the first word, which you get your raw word. In the case you have spaces, you will trim it and you will get the raw value you would like to get as your tag. And that's the entire processing. I hope you understand it line by line. If something is not clear, you can freely ask. And this separation by the comma will work also. It will work also with the empty spaces. So when I will write here cars space and I will split by the comma, I will write the enter. You will see I will extract the cars itself. So that's what we want. As we'll be writing now, so tags, so that I write here cars, comma, I will get the cars. I will write here exchange space, I will get the exchange. I will write here the Slovakia tag, comma, and I will get a Slovakia. Now what we need to do, I'm sorry, that's for something else. Now what we need to do, we need to get these words, and we need to add them into the array. And then we need to display them under this input. So all of these tags we will add, I would like to display nicely styled under the input so we know what words we'll be adding in as our tags. Okay, guys, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. We'll continue in the next one. See you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have started to work on a tags input functionality. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll try to add the tags into the array and then display them under the input itself. Okay, I'll clear this out. Let's begin. Let's start in our code in exchange create.vue in our handle tags function where we are clearing where we are consoling log out the value. Instead of consoling log out the value, we can add this value into our form array, into our form tags array. Remember, in our form, we are still keeping here tags, which is an empty array. So what we can do, we can simply push the tag we have created, we have extracted from the input into this array instead of consoling log out. Okay, so I'll remove this console log and I'll simply write here this form tags, and I will push here this value. So I'll write here push. I'll push there this value, so underscore value. Perfect. Now we should be adding these values into the input, so into the form. So what we can do, we can iterate through the form and we can display the tags. Will be pretty straightforward. Go up into your template, please, And in a template where you have an input of your tags, let's find a good spot where we can display this tag. So I will say under the input straight here, let's write here div. Okay, and then you can also close it, of course. And on this div, you will write v4. I already did a new line, so it's easier to read. Okay, so let's write here v4. And we would like to iterate here form tags. So we will write here variable in which you would like to store the value from tags iteration. So I will call just simply tag in form dot tags. All right, perfect. Okay, I'll get here 2 spaces for v4. Okay, now we need to assign the keys. So let's write here key. We shouldn't have any duplicates in our tags. So I will just simply assign the value of the tag itself as a key. Okay, as a class, I'll provide here a class that is a Bulma class. Let's write here tag is dash primary, and is medium. Okay, that's the sizing. If you're looking for these classes, just go to the Bulma documentation, look for the Bulma tags, and you will find exactly classes that you can use as I am using right now. Inside of this div, you will just simply display the double curly brackets and the value of the tag, what you're adding, and that's it. Now let's save it. Go back here, refresh just in case, and let's start writing tags. Okay, so I'll show you. Oh, that's not better. Okay, to tag, let's write here. Let's say cars, comma. Then let's write here. Actually, there's some issue. All right, from tags price is a function. Okay, what I am pushing into the form tags, that's asking for the form tags price. Let's get back. Okay, some auto-completion happened, or what I'm pushing into the air, this form tags price. It should be push. I want to have here push on the price. Okay. Oops. Like this. Okay, so push should be here. Now it should be fine. Okay. Some tiny typo. Okay, so cars, comma. And you can see the cars is added into array and display. Let's write here house, comma. Exchange, space, exchange is added. Let's write the cars again. And you can see we can add duplicates. That's not very good. We shouldn't be add duplicates. Now I should maybe get the error or warning. I'm not getting warning, but basically that's not very good that we have duplicates, because then our key, as you will see in your iteration here, the key will be the same as your previous tag here. Not big issue, but I would like to prevent having duplicates. There is no reason that should be duplicates in our tags. You don't want to have the same 2 tags. But as you can see so far it's working just great. We will get a break here and we'll continue with the duplication functionality in the next lecture. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have added tags into the array and we have displayed them. Right now we can add duplicates into the array, which is not good, so let's fix it. Open your code in your function to handle tags here, and before we'll push the tag into the array, so here we'll write the if statement. So let's write here if, and we'll check if the form tags includes the value already. If it doesn't include the value, then we can add the value into the array. Okay, so simply like this. Let's write here this form tags includes the value we are just about to add to the array, so let's include this value. All right, then we don't want to add it, so this should equal to the false. Okay, and then we would like to push this value into this. Okay, so if this form tags includes value, is equal to the false, so it doesn't include the value, then push this value into the tags array. Okay, and you can simplify it, of course. You can remove the false, and you can just write the exclamation mark in the front of this, and this will do the same thing. Okay, and that should be fixed. Now you can save back here and just add here your tags. So let's write here cars, space, house, space, cars. Again, you can see I cannot add it. Cars, comma, I cannot add it. Cars, just input is removed because there is duplicate. Maybe you can just simply display some warning when this happens that you are trying to add duplicate or something, but I think it's not necessary. Okay, I'll add the cards. Okay, I can add cards. Perfect. All right, so this is working. We have a working functionality. Let's continue with the next feature. See you there. In the last lecture, we have prevented duplicates in our tags. in this lecture, we will try to submit the form and dispatch the action. Okay, back to code, and this will be preparation for actual submit of the form to the Firestore. So let's find here create exchange method, and here instead of the alert, we would like to dispatch the action, and we would like to pass the form data into this dispatch action. So let's write here this, you know what to do, this $store.dispatch. All right, we'll be dispatching here exchange / create exchange. Of course, we don't have this action yet, we need to create it. All right, let's write here now comma, curly brackets, and we'll pass also the data into the action. As we had done before, we can pass here data. Data will be this form. All right. And then also, what you can do here, actually, let's not handle it yet. I will show you later. Let's pass only data for now. Okay, so let's pass the data. Let's go to your actions. So let's find your module. Okay, where are your modules? So SRC, store, modules, exchange, perfect. And here let's create an action to create exchange. So here, comma, let's write here async, because it will be async in the end. Create exchange. All right. And what we are getting here will be, we don't care about context for now, just an empty, just an underscore here. And I am caring about the data, what I will get here. So I'll get here data. And for now, there's a console log data, so we are sure that we are getting here something. Okay, so create exchange here. We are dispatching this. Okay. Let's refresh, let's inspect, and let's pass here just a random data. Doesn't really matter. Actually, I need to submit this. I need to provide here valid link. Hello.com, price 200, country Slovakia, Bratislava city, and tax will be cars, comma, exchange, comma. Okay, I'll submit. Oh, this should be like longer than 10 characters. Submit now, and you can see we are displaying our data. Okay, so here is a perfect. That's our form data. You can verify it if it's matching, and it should be matching. There are a couple of things we need to fix. For example, when I will submit the form, I would like to clear the form. I would like to remove all of the inputs we have currently in the form. Okay, so how can we do it? Let's go back. And we'll do it that we will pass here a function, callback function into the dispatch. So let's call it onSuccess. We already done it before, right? So callback function. And this function will be executed whenever the form will be successfully submitted to the Firestore. So in our action, in our module here, we are just constantly looking out data, but you can imagine this will be the actual, that will be passing the data to the Firestore to create exchange. After that, I can retrieve on submit, or on a success actually, on success, and I can call here on success. So I will call back the function here, and here I can clear out the form. Okay, so for this, to clear out the form, we need to reset our form data to its initial data, so to empty strings, to product, to the null, to the empty array, and so on. For this, I'll create a helper function. I will call it setup initial data. So let's write here const setup initial data, which will basically just return me object. Let's write here normal brackets, curly brackets, because it will be returning only one object of our empty form data. Okay, so just copy this title and everything here, and let's return this object here, like this. And this will be this functionality, setup initial data about. It will return the empty object of our initial form data. This way I can get a setup initial data. And our form here, I can initialize like this. I can call here setup initial data to set up the form data to initial data. And also down here, on success, when this will happen, I can clear the form. So on success, let's simply access this form and as do the same thing, this form, setup initial data, and that's it. Okay, so now when you will save this, when you will console log out to your data, on success will be called from the action, from within the action. This will be called after the console log, and this will call this function, which will clear out your data. Okay, so back here, when I will refresh, setup initial data is on the function. All right, let's get back. Okay, why isn't the function? Let's take a look here. Set up initial data const. Oh, okay, it's not function indeed. It should be, okay, it should be brackets and this should return the object. Now it's arrow function, perfect. Okay, now it will work. Let's refresh. We're starting with the initial data. Let's provide here some random data, image link, HTTPS. Okay, / hello.com, price, country, city, and tax, cars, and exchange. And now let's submit, and data are cleared out. But since you submit, and at the same time you will clear out the data, you can see your form submission is also run, and when there are empty data in your form, you will display this error. So what you need to do also, before you submit your data, you need to reset your form, your validation form, you need to reset. So let's do it. After the form will be resetted, so let's go back to our exchange create. All right, so after it will happen, after the form is valid, we can just, before this page itself, we can write here this and the $V for the validate, and let's call here a function called reset. Okay, so reset like this. Okay, save it. Let's try it out now. So some product and description, link. Okay, price, country, and city, tax, let's say cars. Now let's submit, and now it works. So we are displaying our data, what we want to submit. We have cleared out our form, and we have also cleared out validation. So now when I will start typing here, nothing is validated, but when I will submit, then we'll display the errors, which is correct. Okay, that's it from this lecture. We'll continue in the next one, and we'll be submitting our form data into the Firestore so we can actually create the exchange. For these guys, see you in the next lecture. In the last lecture, we have created action to create exchange. We have passed the data and also the function to clear out the form. In this one, we'll do improvements in our action, and I will show you how you can create a reference to your another document in the Firestore. Okay, in exchange.js, let's do a couple of improvements. So when we are creating the exchange, we are receiving our data here. I would like to add something to the data. Okay, we are receiving here data, but our price will be in the string format. So when you will see your console logs from before, maybe you still have them. All right, here you can see. Well, actually, no, the price is correctly in the numbers. Okay, so let's work for us. I thought that we'll be submitting our price. It will be string format, and I wanted to parse it into the number. But yeah, apparently the new version of the Vue JS is taking care of it for us, so we are getting here correctly number, which is great. Okay, that's great. So we can continue with our code. And what we can handle now is the user reference. So our exchange, what we will create, should have also user. It should have a user information because we need to associate the exchange we will create with the user that has created this exchange. So we need to connect the user and the exchange. We can do it with the normal IDs. We can just store the ID of the user and we will know which user created the exchange, or we can create a reference. A reference is a little bit smarter. I'll show you. Go in the Firestore. I don't have a tab open here, so I will fast forward into my Firestore database. Okay, here I am, and as you can see here, currently we are storing the user, but this is just some hard-coded information, which is this is a user that doesn't exist. And this is a normal string. That's not a reference. What I mean by the reference, it will say directly which user it's referencing to, so it will be something like this: users slash the actual ID of the user we have in the users here. So this will be referencing such an ID, so we can then easily connect the exchange that has been created and the user. Okay, so there will be different structure. This will be not a string, but a reference. And with the references, we have more functionalities accessible through the Firestore. Okay, so how can we create a reference? Okay, let's get back to the create exchange, and let's write here this. Let's write here const user reference. You need to access here document. doc. I hope I have it imported. Let's go up here. I don't have it, so let's get here a doc. All right, we have a DB here, perfect. So now we can access the document function. We can provide our database. We can provide the name of our collection, which is the users. Remember, calling it users. So users here, and here will be the ID of our user. And here will be the ID of our user. So how can we retrieve the here ID of our user? I will show you, but in this context object what you are getting here, you can get something called root state. Root state, and with the root state you can access the entire state of your Vuex. So what we can do here, I can simply access the root state. Now I can access my module, which is a user module. On user module I have a data, and under data I have an ID of the user. Okay, remember, in our user, this is our user module, accessing here data, and under data we'll have an object of our logged in user. So when I will do this, root state, it will access me the root state, user module, data, ID of the user, and this will get me the reference to my document in the Firestore. Okay, I have a user reference. Now what I can do, I can simply get here data.user and access their user reference, and this I can submit to the Firestore. Just console log it out so you will see what we are getting here. Console log out and console log out your entire data. And also let's write your debugger so you will see before what you are getting here. Now let's save it. Back to browser, and you know what to do, just refresh and submit your entire form. So just write here something random. Doesn't have to be anything. HTTPS. Okay, country and tax cars. Okay, let's submit. You should jump into your debugger. We don't see it straight away. Just click here on this arrow here on the first one. Okay, and here. Okay, getting here root state, you can see the root state target will have all of our modules. We are accessing user, data, and under data we have an ID of the user. Okay, so this way we can get the ID. The database, we have a database object, and this will get me the user reference. That's how the reference object should look like. Okay, and this should be the ID of the user, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's the ID of the user. Okay, and then we'll just simply console log data, and that's it. So when you console, you should see now target and user object here. That's your reference. That's how it looks like. Okay, perfect. So this works. Now you can submit the data. We can submit the data to the Firestore, but we'll keep our time. We'll be handling it in the next one. So just keep it this way. Let's continue in the next one. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have created a reference to the user, and we have added user reference to our Exchange data. In this lecture, we'll submit this data to Firestore database, and also we'll dispatch here the toast so we know that we have added the Exchange. Okay, let's start with our Exchange to add the Exchange into the Firestore. This is very simple. You just need to call the function add document. Scroll up. Let's get your function add document, and also get your collection like this. Add document and a collection, and I will show you how you can add it. It's pretty straightforward. You will just call here add document like this. You will provide your collection in which you would like to add a document. So let's access here on the collection, provide your database, and the name of the collection, which is the Exchange. Exchanges, plural, verified. You should name your collection Exchanges, plural, you can see. Okay, so Exchanges. Okay, so DB Exchanges. Now after this bracket, comma, and your data itself, which is our data, like this. And this is an asynchronous function, so we'll synchronize with the await, and this will add the document into your Firestore. And now we can dispatch here the toast, so we see that we have created our Exchange. So let's provide here also next to the root state dispatch. You'll be dispatching the other action. Okay, and here let's write the dispatch, and display our toast module, toast/success, provide your toast message. Let's say exchange was created successfully, like this. Okay, my spell. How it's successfully? Okay, I'll check it after lecture. I'm not right now sure. Okay, let's write here root of true. Okay, let's write here true. Should be double C, no? Successfully. Okay, root true, because we need to dispatch it to the root module, because that's the part of the different module to toast. We are currently in exchange. Let's write here a semicolon. Let's save it and let's try it out. So please create some meaningful exchange now. So what exchanges we have? We have here exchanges. I'll go to homepage for a second. Okay, let's go to the homepage. We have a car, right? We have a programming lesson. So let's create some exchange. Let's say a laptop renting, which is, I wouldn't say the great idea, but let's do it. New exchange. Let's find some image for the exchange. Let's go to unsplash.com. Unsplash.com. It'll provide a link to the image. Let's find here some laptop image. Laptop. Okay, let's go down here, and for example, this one here straight away. Open image in new tab. Just right click on this image and open image in new tab. I will show you one thing. This image is in a high resolution. When you will go in the end of this link, you just go completely on the right side of the link. You can see here. You have here these query parameters W and Q. W is the width of the image, and the Q is the quality of the image. Let's decrease it. Let's write here Q. Let's write here W to 1000. Like this, you can see in the end I have a W 1000, and Q, let's say 50% quality. So the size of the image will be smaller. You'll press enter to reload this, and then you have a lower quality and smaller image. And again, you can copy this link now. And now, okay, so let's write here, let's say exchanging laptop, let's say a used laptop ready to be exchanged. Okay, I really don't know what to do this description to write here. You should write here parameters of the laptop and so on and so on. Just write here something so we don't have empty screens. Let's write here image link, just paste this entire link here. The price, let's say 100, country, we can say Slovakia, city, Bratislava, and the tags will be PC, laptop, okay. And yeah, let's submit this. Let's click here submit. It has been cleared out. Exchange was created successfully. Now go to your home page, and hopefully you'll refresh. You should have here three exchanges, but I'm not seeing here anything. Okay, either it's something with my internet right now, or I don't have here exchange, because I can see it definitely here. I can see here exchange. Let me take a look. User. Oh, okay, guys. I know what the issue. You can see the user ID has changed. You can see we don't have just row string here, but that's the actual object, and you cannot display it in your template, and that's what is this complaining about? This complaining about this user object. Okay, so we need to fix this. But as you can see, the exchange was created successfully. Let's verify first our created exchange. So Bratislava, Slovakia, use laptop ready to be exchanged. Image is here, price is 100. Tags, PC, laptop, title, exchanging laptop, type product, user reference. Okay, so as you can see, that's a reference to the user document. We can verify it. Here are users, and that's this user document. So that's the user that has created this product. Okay, so here is the user, and here is the exchange we have created. Perfect. So now go back to your code, and let's see where we are displaying our exchanges in our home page. So pages, go to home. Okay, and let's see. So we are displaying exchange list. So we need to go to exchange list. So go to components, go to exchange list, and here we are displaying the ID of the user. So exchange user. which is definitely now wrong. I will not remove it completely. I'll just comment it out like this. I will copy this div. And for now, until it's not resolved, okay, we'll write here exchange user. I will just hardcode here some information. So let's say Philip Jerga. Let's write your name. Okay, you can save it now. Back to browser. Refresh, and it should hopefully work. Okay, and here is the laptop exchange. And now you can create one more exchange if you of course want. Actually, let's do it in the next lecture. I'll be doing a little bit cleanup, and we'll also fix this user, and we'll create more exchanges. So that's gonna be it from this lecture. Hopefully everything works for you. Any questions, ask in the Q&A, and we'll continue in the next one. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hello, welcome back in a new lecture. In the last one, we have created a new exchange. We have fixed the user ID, which was throwing the issue because it's a reference. In this lecture, we'll continue. We'll create new exchanges and we'll clear out our old ones. Okay, let's start. Let's go to your Firestore. And let's clear out the old exchanges. Old exchanges we have hard-coded here. So this one here, we have this user ID doesn't exist at all. So we can remove the entire document here. So you just click here on the exchange, and here these three dots in the right top corner, you will click here, delete document. Okay, start delete. This will delete the document, and also this one. There's a programming lessons. Also this user ID doesn't exist. So yeah, feel free to delete this one, delete document. Start delete, and we have only one, which will be our exchanging laptop. You can verify when you will go here, you'll refresh, you should display only one exchange now. Perfect. So now we are going to create new exchanges. So new exchange, this will be product. So let's say new Tesla car. I will create exactly the same ones as I had them before. I will exchange my Tesla car for something nice. All right. And yeah, the image link will go to again to Unsplash, and I'll look for here for a Tesla. All right, what image will provide? This image is too tall. I want to have like this. Yeah, maybe like this. I will open image in a new tab, and I will search for a new image in the same time. I'm looking for a programming image now. So programming. All right, it's a programming image, let's say, yeah, this one. Open image in new tab. Okay, so I'll just change the quality so it doesn't take much space to load on our application in our website. So 1000 width. Oops, I should also change the quality to 50. So quality to 50. Just change these two parameters, W and the Q. All right, and the same here. I will go here. W will be 1000. And the Q will be 50. Okay. I'll copy the link of the Tesla. I will go to Exchange area, press it here. I'll write here 500. Country will be Spain, Barcelona. Tax, cars, Tesla, like this, and submit. All right, waiting. I think my internet is slower. What happened? Okay, I don't see that even this was sent. Okay, so I need to click one more time probably. Oh, now. Slow internet. As you can see, it took some time. Maybe we should also display some loader that this has been creating so we can do some approaches with a register or a login that we know that something is happening. So maybe some loader or to disable submit button. But as you can see, it was created, so okay. Let's click here on service and we'll create a programming lessons. Okay, so teaching programming. All right, this will be service. I can teach you how to program in a few weeks. All right. Image link, I will copy this one. I'll get it here. Price 100. The country Portugal. City Lisbon. And he'll be lessons programming. Okay, I'll submit. Hopefully this will be faster. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's go to home. We should have here 3 more products. Teaching programming, and changing laptop, and new Tesla car. Perfect. Okay, what about these IDs down here? We can also display them now because now we have all of the IDs. So we can go to exchange list. I can comment my previous hard-coded information. And I can display here exchange.user.id. Let's save this. And that's how we are displaying it as a refresh. I will want to see we are not throwing the error when I will refresh the page because ID maybe it takes time to fetch and maybe user will be undefined initially and you will be not able to display the ID. As you can see now, I think that's what's happening now when I will refresh. Okay, so probably user is undefined while I'm trying to access ID because it takes time to fetch the data. So let's write here user question mark save operator. Okay, so it will not throw the error. And yeah, you can see now when I refresh, I will display my exchanges. Or maybe my internet will just, maybe my internet just today is super slow and doesn't work at all and I cannot refresh even. Okay, yeah, it's pretty slow today. Okay. And you can see we are displaying IDs, but it's not nice at all. Rather I wouldn't display here anything, or I would like to display here my username, but these things will be handling later. And I think we will completely get rid of this later because we don't need to display the user name here. There is no reason to display what user is exchanging this. There is no value in it. We can display the user when we click on the exchange, but not here. So what I will do for now, I will handle this later, but again, I will just hard code here this information, Philip user. Okay. And we'll be handling this user experience later. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it. We have practiced creating of exchanges. We have been successful in both of the exchanges, and with this we can continue in the next lecture. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have finished exchange create functionality. In this lecture, we'll take a look at the register and the login form validation. Since we have already implemented validation for our exchange form, it should be pretty straightforward. Okay, let's start. Let's log out so we can go to register first. And let's get here the actual validation. Okay, back to our code. We can copy a lot of code from the exchange create. So I'll leave here the exchange create. I will go to the register. Okay, and what will be importing here? Let's go to exchange create, and we need to import validate, of course, and also validators and use validate. So basically I can copy everything of these imports. Okay, I'll get it to the register. For now, we'll be using only required validators, so I will remove this. Okay. And validate, you are calling, let's go back down here. In a setup, let's look here for a setup function, the $sign. Okay, so I'll copy this. Okay, I'll go to the register here, and we have a setup. We are already setting up the out, so when you want to return multiple values, just wrap them in a curly brackets. Destructurize, use out values. And let's provide here a comma, and here will be $sign validate like this. And this should get here also validate. Okay, let's save it. We have a data. Under data, I'll write validations. Validations. I will return the same object here as we have our form object. So return this entire return can be same. The structure of it can be same, but the values will be the validators. And I have some issue here. I should have here validation. That should be function validations, and we remove this. Okay, now to every input, let's write here validator. For now, as I mentioned, it will be only required everywhere. So required, copy it, and let's paste it to all of our other validators. Okay, so here required, and required. Perfect. Okay, so now we have our form errors and we can use them. Let's get here components. Let's get here form errors, comma, and then we can display the same form errors as we are displaying in our exchange create. So go to under your input where you want to display error. So for example here, go to exchange create.view, scroll up. Let's find here form errors, copy the line, get it here, and let's remove the div and pass here form errors, and your errors will be the $sign form dot, here's the email. So it will be email errors. Copy it, go to your other input here. So under this input, this is the username. So this will be the username errors. Perfect. Now the password under this input, this will be password errors. And here will be, here is the input. We are not very consistent. The bracket can go here. All right, and this will be password confirmation. I will copy it because it's quite long. So password confirmation. So verified password confirmation, password, username, and email. Perfect. Everything is matching. This will still not work because we need to validate our form. So we need to call the function validate on the validate object. So go to your register function where you call it. Here is the method register. And let's write here const. Const is valid variable, and result let's assign to this variable await, and it will be this the $sign dot validate like this. Okay, and here in the register it will mark as the async. All right, because you're using here await, and you'll write here if is valid, then the dispatch the register user. And that's the entire functionality, guys. That's the things you need to do. Okay, save it up. Go back to browser, refresh. Let's try to submit empty data. Values required, values required, values required. Right here, values, test, password, and so on. And it works. Okay, guys, so our form validation of the register is completed. We will continue in the next lecture. Any questions, ask them. Cheers. Hello, in the last lecture we have finished with our register validation. In this lecture we'll continue with the password validation. I would like to create an extra validator to check if my password confirmation is the same as my normal password. Okay, let's do it. You have validator also for this in the Vue validate. So go to the Vue validate imports in the register where you're importing your validators. And get here, please, same as validator and also helpers for the custom message. Okay, in our validations, let's find here password confirmation. In the password confirmation, we will remove this part here and we'll write here helpers because we would like to get here error with the custom message. So helpers dot with message, not with the params, but with message. With message, and you will pass your custom message. Let's say, when this will be wrong, you will display must be same as the password. Must be same as the password. All right. And the value here will be our validator, same as validator. Okay. So here will be same. I'll write on the new line so you can see it easier. It will be same as validator. You need to call this and you need to provide with what value you would like to compare it. You'll provide here this dot form dot password value. Okay, so your password confirmation has to be the same as the value of your form password. And we have a couple of issues here. Of course, needs to be curly brackets here. The required validator will be still here, so required, and here will be same as validator, and we will copy this value there. So copy this, what you have written, and let's get here this same as. And do we have all of the brackets? Let me take a look. The form is ending here. Validations. Oh, we are missing one bracket now, so bracket here. Okay, I hope it's visible for you. I just write it here so you can see it like this. Okay. Verify your brackets, and it should be this way here. Okay, let's save it. Now it should work. So let's go back to browser. Let's submit form. Let's write your data test at gmail.com. Test and the password over the test, and you can see value is required and it must be same as the password. So test, you can see is not the same. Test, now it's the same, no errors. When I will change the password value, you can see must be same as the password. I will change the value here, must be same as the password. Okay, maybe we should also get here email validator for our emails. What do you think? Okay, because I can provide here any email. I can write here hello world. Okay. So back here, and from our validator, let's get here email validator, and we just provide here email validator to our email. That's it. Okay, save it up. refresh, sign up. Let's provide here hello world. Okay, that's not a valid email address. So let's write here hello@gmail.com. And that's valid now. Username, hello, password, test, 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 and everything is now correct. All right, this works. We can continue in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have handled register validation. In this lecture, we'll take a look at the login. Let's start, let's see our register validation, and let's simply copy the parts we need in the login validation. Login validation is much simpler. Okay, so let's see here. We just need required validators and email validators. So let's copy the validate validators. We need validate. We need form errors. Yeah, so we need all of these three things. Let's copy them. Let's go to our login. So we'll open the login at the other tab. Okay, and let's get here validations. So under use out, we'll provide this. Okay, we'll get here validations. We'll return here object. In a setup, we'll destructurize use out properties, and we'll get here validate, right? So v dollar sign and use validate. Okay, that's done. Then we have here validations under the data. You can copy the data. I will paste it under. I will call it validations. And we need the email and the password, and both will be required. And here will be also email validator, and here is a required validator. Okay, so this way we don't need helpers, and the same as, and the form errors will display. Form errors will display in our template. So I will copy in the register some form errors. Okay, let's copy it from here. Let's go to login. I didn't import the component yet, so it will not work. Let's copy this under input of email and get here form email errors. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll go under the password. I'll get here also password errors. Perfect. I need to get here components, so of course don't forget about that. In our export default component, simply like this, and let's get here our form errors. And that's gonna be it. Okay, so what we are missing, we need here valid function call. So in a login, go get here is valid, and let's call here the dollar sign dot. Okay, this the dollar sign and validate. All right, and if is valid, then the dispatch. Okay, simple as that. Perfect. Okay, so let's try it out and let's see if it will work. Okay, I'll refresh. We'll go to login and let's try it out. So let's provide here the sign in. Value is required. And we have also sent a request. Okay, that's not good because we shouldn't send a request. Okay, let me take a look at this. All right, so it's valid. Do I miss something here? No, it's valid here. Let's take a look here in the register. Maybe I just... Oh, of course. It's await. Okay, it's asynchronous function, so it should be async and await. It returns promise. That's why we have been passing it all the time. Okay, now it should be fine. Let's go here. Now sign in, and we are not sending any requests. You see, we are just displaying values required, and I will write here some value. Value is not valid email address. Okay, so let's write here test. Let's write here our email, philip@gmail.com. Test, sign in, and we should be able to sign in. Perfect. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. The next lecture will continue with the exchange detail pages. So whenever I will click on the exchange, as you can see here, I would like to go to the detail page, so I have more information about the exchange. I can also do some operations on the page. Okay, so this is it from the lecture, and I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers. Hello. In the last lecture, we have finished with the login validation. In this lecture, we'll start working on Exchange detail page. All right, without any further waiting, let's begin. Please open the resources of this lecture, and you will find there the link to my GitHub repository, this one here, and there you should find a commit for the src pages exchange detail.vue. We'll copy the entire template because it would take lots of time to implement from the scratch. So if you're on this page, you will find this file just on the right side. You will find these three dots. Click here, view file. You know what to do. Just copy everything, or click here, raw, and then just Control A everything, copy it, and go back to your code. Okay, here we'll create a new page, which will be Exchange detail page. Okay, so in the pages folder, a new file. We'll call it Exchange detail.view. All right, and here just paste everything just like this. Okay. And later, after we will display the page, you can inspect all of your elements in the browser. So if you're not sure of how we are displaying or why we are providing the elements as they are. Okay, we have our Exchange detail page. What we are missing is the router. So go to your router, index.js. And here we need to create a new link to the page, new route here. So just copy simply the entire new route, copy it, paste it under, please. And remove meta. We don't need any meta in this case. And change the path. In this case, the path will be dynamic. It will be not hard-coded as in the case of the, it will be not hard-coded as in the case of the new here, okay? This will be the dynamic part which will be provided from some variable. That will be the actual value of the exchange ID. So here will be the actual ID of the exchange. Because every exchange detail page should display the specific data for the exchange we are navigating to. Okay, so this part will be dynamic. And how you can make a dynamic part in the URL? Just simply write here colon. This is denoting the dynamic part and the name of the parameter, which will be in this case ID. The name of the page will be exchange detail. All right, and this will be exchange detail page. So just rename it the detail page, and we need to import it, of course. So please copy the name, scroll up here, and right here, import exchange detail page from pages exchange detail page like this. Oh, actually exchange detail. We don't have exchange detail page file, so exchange detail. Come on. All right, exchange detail. Let's save it. We can already see the results. Go to your browser and let's try it out. So let's go to, click here, exchanges / some random ID, really doesn't matter. Okay, and you will go to Exchange detail page. And now, if you're interested to see how the layout works or how it's applied, just simply inspect your elements one by one and check it out, what you can see here, and so on. Just click at these and see different stylings. So you will learn maybe also this if you're interested. Okay, but that's how Exchange detail page. And now, depending on this ID, what will be passing here, this ID part in our URL will be fetching our exchanges data from the Firestore. Okay, so this will make a request on the page to Firestore to make a request. Depending on this ID, we'll be fetching for the exchange. We'll get here exchange. And we'll provide the data. All right, the type of the data you are seeing here. So user, type of this exchange, image, the price. Here will be the description, right, or some additional information and so on. So that's why we need this ID in the URL to know which exchange we should fetch the data for. So let's take a look at the database, and you will see that we have 3 exchanges. That's the ID of the exchange, and that would be the part of the URL that we would provide there. Okay, we can actually do it right now. When we will click on the link here of the exchange, we can navigate to the exchange detail page, and we can pass this ID as the parameter to the page itself. Okay, so yeah, let's do it. Let's go to back to our code, and let's find here our exchange list. So I'll go to your components, to our exchange list.view. Okay, and we'll find here where we have a link to the exchange detail page, because there should be one A element here. This A element you can see. That's the card of the exchange itself. That's this entire card. When you can see the cursor is changing when I'm hovering over. That's this element. And we learned that we are not using A elements in the view, but we are using the router link components. So we'll write here router -link. Also the ending tag, please copy this and copy it in the end where you have an A element, like this. We can move the class on the new line, so it's easier to read. And here, above the class, I can write here to. All right, and this will navigate me. Here I specify the navigation to my detail page. You can do it like this in this case. You can pass here object inside, where you will specify the name of the page. Okay, the name of the page from the router, how we are calling our page in the router. Let's see. We are calling our name exchange details, so copy this and paste it here to the name. And then it will specify the parameters you would like to send, so params. All right? And this will be another curly bracket, it's an object, and here you will pass, actually this should be the single quotation signs because you are already wrapping everything in a double quotation sign. So be sure that here you have a single quotes, here you have a double quotes. And here in the params, you will pass the ID, all right, and you will pass here what data? Exchange dot ID. And that's it. Remember, on the exchange data structure, you have also ID. So this is basically saying when you will click at the element, navigating to the exchange detail and then passing as the ID exchange ID. And by the way, this two directive is on the wrong spot. I'm writing it on a div. It should be, of course, on the router link. You have probably noticed what I'm doing. Let's copy this entire two. Let's move it back, please, as it was before. And let's handle router link. So here should be class. Here we can remove the href. All right, and like this, and here should be two. Okay, so this way formatting. Okay, now we can save it. Now we can try it out. Back here, and you can see already when I will hover over the element in the left corner here, you can see the link to the page exchanges / and that's our ID of the exchange here. Different ID when I will click here. You can see in the URL bar we have a different IDs as we are clicking at this. Okay, and now we can fetch the correct data depending on this ID, but this we will learn in the next lecture, so see you there. In the last lecture, we have created exchange detail page. We have passed the ID as we are clicking on the links in our homepage. In this lecture, we'll continue with a couple of improvements. Let's start, and what I would like to improve is the link itself. We will be not using IDs, but we'll be using something called slug, which will be also a unique representation of our exchange detail. All right. So currently you can see the ID isn't very readable. So maybe you want to send this link to someone. From the link, you cannot really tell what this exchange is about. So I would like to get you some readable information. First, go to your Firebase or Firestore database and go to your exchanges. We'll be doing a little bit change here. I will add a new property to every exchange. I'll create a slug property on the exchange, and slug will be consisting from the title of the exchange. So it will look something like this. I will copy the title for a second. Okay, so just copy the title value, click here edit field, and copy the value. Cancel this and create here a new field. So click here add field. You will add here a string field and you will call it slug. And the value here will be, you will lowercase the entire word. So you will write here everything lowercase, new Tesla car. And the spaces you will replace by the dashes. And in the end, you will provide some random numeric value. Okay, so just simply like this. Okay. So it will slug and it will look like this: new Tesla car dash some numeric value. Let's repeat these steps for all of our exchanges. So do it for also this teaching programming. Just copy the title, create here a new field. All right, call it slug, please. The value will be everything lowercase. So teaching will be with a lowercase t, programming with a lowercase, separate with the dashes between the words, and in the last word, after the last word by the dash, and random numeric value. Add this, okay, so it looks like this. And the last one, all right, so exchanging laptop, copy this value, get here add field, call it slug, get here value, lowercase everything, exchange, laptop, place the dashes between the words, and in the last one, let's add numeric value, the random one, and add it. So we have exchanging laptop, dash this number, then we have here teaching programming, dash this number, and we have here this new Tesla car dash something. Okay, now what we can do, we can go to our code, and we can change here name, exchange detail will stay, but the params here will be, I will change it to the slug and the exchange.slug. So that's a new property we can now get from the Firestore. We just added it to every exchange. Okay, now we can go to your routing. Go to your router, and here you will improve this path. Will be a placeholder will be Slack, like this. So column Slack. And also you need to go to your home page. Actually, we are already improving it here. Okay, never mind. That should be it actually. So let's save it. Get back to your code. This will, of course, work because we're not fetching any information. So go to home page, and when it will hover over, you can see now when I will go through the link, I'm displaying here a link exchanges/new-tesla-car-31287 and so on and so on. So now I click a link. That's much better. You can see these links are much better than this. Display some ID. Okay, like this. Perfect. Okay, that's gonna be it. We have just hard-coded this information, but as you know, now when we'll create a new exchange, we are still not adding the Slack. We are not providing the Slack. We need to manually add it into the Firestore, and we don't want that, of course. We would like to create a Slack whenever we'll create an exchange. This will handle, guys, in the next lecture. Hey, guys. In the last lecture, we have made changes in the routing. So now when we are going to exchange detail page, we'll display the Slack instead of the ID. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and we'll add a Slack whenever we are creating a new exchange. So let's begin. Open a new tab in your browsers, and let's search here for Sluggify npm. Sluggify npm. That's the package we'll be using. It's called Sluggify because it's creating slugs. And to the Sluggify package, you can provide any string value, and it will create a slug from it. Okay, so here is Sluggify npm. All right, and what we'll need to provide to Sluggify will be the string value and some of the properties, and I don't see here anything useful right now. Is this package? Because there is no description whatsoever. Okay, let me take a look at this. All right. npm Sluggify, it should be called Sluggify. I will go click here one more time. I'll go to documentation on GitHub. So here, maybe there will be more information about this package and how can we use it. To use this package, very simple. Just need to install it. You need to call the Sluggify, and here it is. Okay, so just import a package. You will use the Sluggify, and it will provide a string, and you will see this will transform the string into this form here. You are providing as a delimiter the underscore in this case, so you can see that every word is separated by the underscore, but you can see the default value is dash. So in the case you will not provide any option, you will provide a dash between each word, and that's what we want. In our case, we would like to also lowercase everything. You can see it's by default false. When you will provide here lower true, this will convert the entire string into the lowercase, and that's what we want as well. Also, what we want, we would like to strict. You can see the strict is by default false, but we would like to strict to make it strict true. This means this will strip the special characters, expect the replacement characters. So if you have any special characters like percentage sign, ampersands, and so on, this will be removed from the URL. So yeah, basically we want to call this, and we would like to provide only lower to true and strict to the true, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's copy this. Let's install this package. So there is an installation command. There is none. All right, great. There is none. So let's go to terminal and simply open here a new tab, and let's write here npm install Sluggify, and that should install this package. Okay, it's a very small package, so it should be also pretty short installation or download process. Okay, while this is installing, I will go back to our code. I will open the file where we would like to create this functionality. This, of course, in our module. So go to your module of your exchange, and let's find a spot where you create the exchange here. As you can see, we are already adding here data user, so we can add to the data also, we can add here Sluggify. Okay, so right here data.slug, and we'll call here Sluggify. So I will take a look if my package was installed. It's still installing. Okay, so I'll just fast forward until this is done. Okay, so this package has been installed. We can continue here. Okay, and we can import it. So please up here, let's import Sluggify. You can just do it with this, import Sluggify from Sluggify. You will copy the Sluggify, and you will just call here slug. And now you need to provide your value, which you would like to Sluggify, what value we would like to Sluggify. Remember, here we should get the data.title, which is the title of our exchange. So data.title we would like to Sluggify, comma, and we would like to provide here options. Okay. So options in this case will be the, as I mentioned, lower, which will be true. We want to lowercase everything, and also strict will be true. Or it's actually up to you if you would like to have a strict value. So if you want to remove the ampersands and the special characters, it's completely up to you. I will leave it as a true value here. Okay, but as I mentioned, we would like to also add this random numeric value in the end of this slugified title. So it should be something like this, right? So we will creating the Tesla car. It should be new dash Tesla dash car dash, and there should be some numeric value. So in this case, what I will do, I will simply add this value to here. So I will create something like this data title like this. Okay, I'll provide the interpolation, so dollars and curly brackets. Okay, and here space, and I'll write here $sign curly brackets, and here will be a date.now like this. Okay, this will get you the current time in a millisecond, so you can see. I will show you in a browser. I'll show you in a browser when you will call the date now what will happen. Date.now. This will create such a time. Okay, so that's why I will be adding it. Or we could also add just the first 4 characters or first 5 characters of this. These wouldn't be pretty randomized because you can see they are repeating only there. In this case, we should add the ending characters if we don't want to provide the entire numeric value. But it's up to you. I will leave the entire numeric value in my case. Okay, so you can see that we are joining together these strings. We can remove this part, and here we are providing the data title. Data title, which will be in this case is a new let's say Tesla space and a date now. So this will be this numeric value. I don't know, 3, 2, 1, and then this will come to the slugify function. It will become new dash Tesla dash 1 2 8 9 3 2 1. Okay, so that's how it will look like. All right, so let's save it, and we can try to create one more exchange. Okay, so let's go to browser. I can close this. We'll go here. I will just refresh in the case, and I will create a product. I will call it ski pass for the weekend in Alps. I don't know really, and Unsplash. We'll get here some skiing, right? Oh, someone is reading my mind. All right. Ski picture in the beginning. So let's write here. Let's get here some image like this. Well, let's say open image in new tab. Let's change the details here. We'll write here W for 1000. So width will be 1000, and the Q quality will be 50. I'll copy the link. All right, I'll get it here. Price will be 150. Country. It will be hot country. We can put it Austria. City, no idea. Salzburg. Okay, and the tags will be skiing, comma. Okay, let's click here. Submit. Title length should be at least 10 characters. Ski pass in Alps. Okay, submit. Okay, exchange was created successfully. Let's go to the detail here to our Firestore, and let's see the exchange. We should be first one, right? So here, Slack, ski pass in Alps, dash the numeric value. You can say it's maybe too long, so maybe you can use just the ending value if you want. So last 5 characters, and so it's up to you. I will leave it this way. Okay, so yeah, we have it. We can go to our home page. All right, and here it is, ski pass in Alps. We can click at this. And yeah, the link is now with the Slack information. All right, guys, that's gonna be it from this lecture. I'm happy that everything is working. In the next one, we will get the Slack informations in our detail page, so we can fetch actually the exchange and display the informations also here. For this, guys, see you in the next one. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture, guys. In the previous one, we have created a Slack from the exchange title data. In this lecture, we'll continue. We will extract the Slack from the parameters of the URL, and we'll use this information to fetch the exchange by Slack. So let's start. Open your code. And let's navigate to our Exchange detail page. So let's find here Exchange detail page, not in our components, but in our pages. Go to Exchange detail. And we'll use here lifecycle function called created. Okay, so down here in the export default, let's write here created. This function is called only once before your component is created. So it's a very good spot to fetch your data, right? So yeah, we can do so. We can get here first parameter of our Slack, and you can do it very simply. Actually, you have access, remember, to this $send route. All right, and on the route you have a params, and on the params you will have now Slack in this page. So you can simply write this. You can get here const variable Slack, and you can extract this information this way. All right, and this will get you Slack whenever you are navigating to the page. You can console log it out for you to see. So we are sure we are getting the Slack. So just console log out this Slack here. Now let's save it. Go back to your browser. We can refresh, and you should already see in the console that you are displaying this Slack here. Whenever you will create a page, you can go to the home page. All right, and you can navigate to any exchange, and you will display the now Slack. Teaching programming, for example. Ski pass in Alps, you can see, and so on and so on. So you can display this, you can extract the Slack from the parameters of your URL. Okay, so since we have this, what we can do now? Now we can dispatch the action to fetch the exchange by the Slack. So let's write here, following under this, let's write here this $store. We'll write here dispatch, and we'll dispatch your action to fetch the exchange by Slack. So access here exchange module and use here function get exchange by Slack, and pass here please Slack information like this. Okay, now what we are missing now? We are missing the action, right? So get this action name and go to your module. So let's find here our store modules and the exchange, and we'll get this function here. So we have already get exchanges. So about that I can create an async one. Get exchange by Slack like this, comma here. What we'll receive here will be underscore for context. We don't need to get a context right now, and a Slack for the Slack. And what we will do, we will console log it here, so we are sure that we are getting a Slack here. Okay, so make sure the console log is not here any longer, but you are dispatching, and your console log should be now in a get exchange by Slack. You can save it, refresh, and make sure that everything works for you. So here is a Slack. Go to the other one, teaching programming, and here is a Slack. Okay, that's gonna be it from this lecture. We'll continue with the next one, of course, and we'll get a exchange data. So we'll create actual request to the Firestore. Let's handle it in the next lecture, guys. Cheers. Hello, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have created a new action, get exchange by Slack, where we pass the Slack from the exchange detail page. In this lecture, we'll continue with this action, and we'll fetch the actual exchange data. Let's start in our action exchange.js. We are receiving here a Slack. So what we can do with this, we can get here the actual Slack information from a Firestore. We can do it like this. We need to first create a query in which we will specify the collection from where we would like to get this exchange, and also condition where we need to compare the Slack with the actual Slack of the exchanges in this collection. I'll show you how you can do it. First, I'll verify we have everything what we need. We have here a query, yes. Also, we need here a where condition. So where, like this. Do we have here a collection? Yeah, we have a collection, perfect. All right, and I got get documents we have as well, perfect. So now, in our exchange here, we'll write here query first. We'll create here, const document query variable, and we'll assign the query we are going to create like this. Let's call here query. I'll separate into multiple lines so it's easier for you to read. All right, and we'll provide here collection in which you would like to fetch the exchange from. Here, as you know, we will provide a database and the name of the collection. So these are exchanges plural. Okay, comma, and it will specify here condition, where condition. Where you will specify the field in your exchanges, the actual field you have here. All right, this will be the Slack, because we are looking for the exchange where the Slack is matching the Slack we are displaying on the page. Okay. So here will be the Slack. All right. Now the operator. All right. Operator is equal. You can see these different operators we have accessible here. We are looking for an equal operator, and the value will be Slack. To recapitulate, you are looking for the exchanges in the exchanges collection where the Slack field, the one here, is equal to the Slack you have from the page you are getting here. Okay? If that's the case, you'll be able to fetch the document where the Slack will be matching, and you should have only one of this document. Okay, I'll put it to the left side here. Okay, so this will get me this will create a query. This will not get me the data, any data. This is just a construct the query, and you can get a snapshot now. So right here const query snapshot. Let's write here await get documents. All right, and let's provide here doc query, document query. This will get you array of the data. Remember, you don't want to have here array, but you would like to get here only single exchange. We know that the Slack is a unique information, so we should get here only the array of the size 1. There should be only one Slack. So what we can do, we can get here exchange variable. It will assign here query snapshot the documents, document at the index of 0, because I told you we have only one document here in the array, so we are accessing the one document, and we are accessing the data. And just simply console log out now what you get here. Okay, this should get you the exchange you are looking for. So let's save it, please. Go to browser, go here, inspect, and you have it here, Lisbon, Portugal. I can teach you how to program in a few weeks, and this is the information of our exchange, teaching programming. You can refresh and you'll get this information, and I will go to some other exchange. Okay, let's say this one, new Tesla car. Go to console, and here will be new Tesla car. New Tesla car, see? Okay, so we are getting our exchange. You know what to do now. We need to commit mutation. So let's write here, curly brackets, get here commit. And after we have a data, we can commit mutation, but we don't have a mutation yet, and we don't have any data in the state. So let's create here, copy this mutation, pass it under, and call it singular, set exchange, where you will get a state and single exchange. On the exchanges, we are getting only one item here, and we'll call the state, not the items, but the item, and we'll assign here exchange. Perfect. Now back up here, we can commit this. So instead of a console logging it, we'll write here commit. We'll write here set exchange, and we'll pass here our exchange data. Amazing. Of course, we don't have any state yet, so we'll create here state, will be item, and will be empty object initially. Okay, so now we have an item, we are fetching the exchange, committing this exchange, and setting the item there. So setting the item, and now we can just simply create a computed property in our exchange detail page, and we can get this new data there. So in our exchange detail, let's create here computed. Let's add here computed. Curly brackets here, we'll call it exchange. Okay, so we'll get here exchange, curly brackets, and here will be return this $store state of the exchange, and exchange will be item. All right, so we are accessing our store state, exchange module, and we have an item in our module state, so this item here. Perfect. Now we can display this data. So go up here into your template, up, and let's find here title of your exchange. So here's some exchange title, and remove it, and let's write here curly brackets, and let's write here exchange.title. Let's save it now. Go back to your browser, refresh, and you should already see here new Tesla car. Perfect. So this works. We are fetching correctly our data. We are setting them to the state, and we are subscribing in the computed properties to them. Can get the exchange laptop. Exchange laptop is here. Perfect. Everything works. As you can see here, when we are navigating from exchange to exchange, we are still displaying the old data as we are going to the exchange detail page. That's of course happening because when we'll set a state of our exchange, we are still keeping this data when we are navigating outside of the page. So when we are going to the new page, there is still in the exchange item, we still have old data until the new data are fetched from the exchange, from a Firestore, and then they will be replaced. So that's the one thing we still need to keep in mind. We need to fix this. And actually, we can fix it right now. It will be very simple. Just simply, before you fetch a new data, just commit the set exchange here, and set here empty object. So you'll be resetting the state before every fetch. Okay, just like this, let's save it, and now it should prevent this issue. So let's notice I'm on a new Tesla car. When I will go to the home, teaching programming, we aren't displaying any previous state, but it's empty, and we will display the then teaching programming. So that's maybe something you want, or maybe you want to display some loader or something. That's completely up to you. Okay, we'll leave it here. In the next lecture, we'll fill up the other data, and then we'll continue with new features. See you in the next one, guys. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have successfully fetched the exchange data. So far, we are displaying the exchange title. So let's continue in this lecture and let's display the rest of the data. Okay, let's begin. Let's see our code, go to exchange detail, and simply replace everything. So you can see this hardcode data here is service, by some user. Here is the image. Here is the price. Here is the, okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Where somewhere should be also country here. And the city. Let me take a look. Where is the country and city? Here, country and the city. And here is the exchange info. Here will be the description about the exchange. Okay, so let's continue. Let's start one by one from up here, from the exchange title. Here is a type of the exchange. So this will be double curly brackets and exchange type. Okay, here a user. We don't have any user information yet. We will fetch it, but so far we'll display here only user ID. So let's write here by double curly brackets, and here will be exchange.user.id. This can actually, we have a Slack, right? So we'll display here. Oh, not the Slack. I'm confusing things. We have, of course, user ID. So exchange user ID, and user ID, user can be undefined initially. So we will use here a safe operator in a case it will be undefined, so it will not throw the error. Okay, here we have an image. When you want to provide your actual value from the variable, you will just write here a call in front of it, and you will provide here a value now from the variable, which is the exchange image. Exchange.image. Then you have a price. You can replace the price here. So this will be double curly brackets, exchange price. Scroll down, down, down. And here we have exchange country. Exchange country and exchange city. Exchange.city. Perfect. And here will be exchange information, the description, how we are calling it. I forgot already, so go here. We are calling it description. All right, so here will be double curly brackets and exchange.description. Okay, and that's gonna be it. Let's take a look. Not here, but here, and let's refresh, and everything works. Okay, so we're displaying all the details by ID. So we need to fetch the actual user, and we need to display here also avatar and the user name. But so far, all the informations I can see they are correct. So let's take a look on the other ones. All right, so let's see. The new Tesla car is here. Teaching programming is here. Perfect. Laptop is here. Okay. Okay, I don't like that much that we can see initially as I'm going and don't have any data because my fetching takes time. I can be displaying here this empty image. This is not very nice. So we can take a look at this in the next lecture, and also we can display here actual user information. Okay, so I'll finish it here. Very quick lecture. We can continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have displayed the rest of the exchange data. In this lecture, we'll continue with the improvements of this page. So let's start, and what we want to improve is first the username. Here I would like to display username and actual user avatar. And also the other thing is when we will refresh the page, or when we are navigating from page to page, initially we are not displaying here any image, and suddenly the data will pops out, and that's not that very good. So go back to your code, go to your exchange detail.vue, scroll on the top of the page, and in the page wrapper, let's write here Vif, and displays entire div wrapping all of our data only when we have an exchange and we have an exchange.slack. So when we have this data, we are pretty sure that the exchange can be displayed. So now we can save, can go back here, and now the data will pop out at once. Okay, so you can see we are displaying this image, empty image. Okay, and Tesla like this. Of course, you can handle these things as you want. For example, it's the same as we handle the registration or login. Before your data are getting fetched, you can display some loader and then display the page at once. Or maybe you can replace every field of the exchange detail by the loader. So you can display these loaders here, and after the data are fetched, then it will pop out the data. It's completely up to you how you want to handle this user experience improvements. Okay, but now let's focus on the user informations. How can we get the user informations? Remember, on our exchange detail, we are keeping the user as the reference. That's not a string, that's not the ID, that's the actual reference, and we can use it and we can fetch the data of the user very simply. I will show you how. Go to your code and go to your exchange module. So go to modules, exchange.js, and let's find here code where we are fetching our exchange. As we will get our exchange, we will have our exchange user, right? So we get the information of the exchange user, and this user will be the reference to the user in our collection. So in this case, I can just simply get here a new function, get a document is called, get document from Firestore. If this is polluted for you and this line is too long, also of the import, you can also provide the imports on the new lines. And maybe this way it's more clear what you get here. Okay, maybe you want we can provide also multiple lines on one, multiple related functionalities on one line. So for example, get document, documents at a document can be like this. All right, I will remove this part here. Okay, and the query where can be also together, and the collection and collection group can be together as well, like this. So maybe that's the way you want to import. Okay, but we are looking, we imported here get document, so we can get a user document. Let's go down to your Exchange by Slack and simply reassign the, I don't want to reassign the Exchange user yet, but I will get the user snapshot first. So let's write here user snapshot, and it will write here await get document, and it will provide your Exchange user. Okay, you'll get a user snapshot. Now you can reassign the Exchange user with a user snapshot dot data. This will get you a data of the user. If you want to also extract the ID, you can write here exchange dot user dot ID, and you will get here user snapshot dot ID. Like this. So far as we are here we still have a user reference. That's a user reference. We are getting a document. This will get me the user snapshot. And from the user snapshot, I can extract the data, and now I will reassign the exchange user, which was before reference, but now I will reassign it to the actual data. I will show you. Okay, so let's write a debugger. So we'll see that actually what we are getting. I'll write there two debuggers, one debugger here, and one debugger after. Okay, let's save it, and let's go back to browser. Let's inspect your page, and let's refresh. Maybe I need to refresh twice. So in my case, something broke down. Okay, so here we are. Okay, so as we are getting the exchange, you'll see on the exchange, you'll get it will have a user. That's an object, that's a reference. You can see it's a reference, it has an ID, and it's in this format. As soon as I will get a document back, I'll get a user snapshot, which is a different object. And from this object, I can extract the data. So now I will go to this line here. You will see the exchange user will be the actual user information that we have from database. And actually, I don't need to reassign their ID. I forgot that we are keeping the ID in a database already, so we don't need this ID. You could see I'm already keeping this ID, but if you wanted to extract it separately, you will have it also on the user snapshot. All right, that's my mistake. We are just doing it twice now. Okay. Okay, good that we debugged. We can remove the debuggers from our code. And we don't need to reassign this, my mistake. Okay. Okay, now let's save it. Let's go to exchange detail.view, and we can get an exchange user. Actually, what we can do, I can get it separately. I can get here in a computed exchange user, and I will use my computed property to extract separately this user. So I can write here return this exchange.user. like this, and this will get me the exchange user. And now let's search for our avatar in our code. So where we are displaying the avatar, which should be hard-coded information here, the user title or a user tile, and we can wrap entire user tile in a if statement, and we can check if we have a user. So if we have a user, so if we have an exchange user, in this case it's an object. So if you want to get here pure boolean, you can just write a double exclamation marks. This will get you, in the case you don't have any data, this will get you false. In the case you have a data, you will get here true. So this way you can check if you have an exchange user, then you can get the user data. So here you can get the exchange user username. So let's write here exchange user username, and here you can get a avatar. So I can move it on the new line here, src, like this, and the src I'll replace with a column. So it's we can data bind here value from a variable, and we can bind here the value of the exchange user dot avatar, like this. Now we can save it. Let's save it. Let's go back to browser. Let's refresh here, and you will see that we are displaying here actual name by Philip. Perfect. So this is working just great. Okay, and I can see here all of the informations. Okay, and I'll navigate to any exchange. I'll display here the creator of the exchange and all these informations. Perfect. So this is working just great. Of course, we have everywhere is the same avatar because we are using the same user to create the exchange, and we are hard coding the avatar for every user so far, but also this will change later. Okay, so this is working great. We are displaying all the information, and now we can focus on make a deal functionality, and we'll be talking about this in the next few lectures. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Hi there, welcome back here. In the previous lecture, we have displayed the rest of the exchange data. We have displayed the username and also avatar. Let's continue this lecture and let's take a look at the opportunity feature. Okay, so let's start here in our exchange detail page, and what we want to implement is when we'll click here make a deal, this will open the modal window which will present us with the deal for the user, so we can adjust the price and also some information, so we can send the opportunity to the creator of this exchange. Before we'll get into that, I will give you more explanations of this. I would like to create a reusable modal functionality because we will have multiple modals in our applications. We already have a profile modal, and also this make a deal will be a modal component. So go to profile window, and first let's try to rework this modal so we can make it reusable. Okay, I'll show you what I mean by that. Go to your code, go to your profile modal component. So let's find your components and the profile modal. We are calling it profile modal here. You can see that the modal we are controlling from within of the profile modal component. So we are controlling if the modal is open, we are controlling if modal is closed, and so on. So now when I want to create a new modal component, I need to start from scratch. I need to again create this wrapper around the modal, its open functionality, and so on and so on. But I don't want to repeat that. I would like to make it reusable. So what we'll do, we'll go to our components. I will create here a new component. So let's create here a new file. Let's call it simply modal.vue. And this will be a reusable modal. We'll do it like this. First, let's create here a template. And we will, into the template, we'll copy paste the parts from the profile modal, which we considered as a reusable. Go to your profile modal and actually copy the entire div here from here. Okay, so go from down here to the up and copy the entire div. Go to your modal.vue and let's paste everything here and make sure everything is indented correctly. Now, from a modal.vue, let's remove the parts which we consider to be not reusable. So for example, here, in this section, where you have a form, this form is only related to the profile functionality, which will, because we are updating here the profile, but that's the only part. So we don't really need to form in a modal. We will get it here dynamically. You will see how. So you can target the entire form inside of the modal. You can just simply remove it and leave it empty. And here is a, oops, I will add here comments. Here is a modal body. Here in the button, there's also just profile model related functionality to update profile. So for now, I'll just simply keep it empty. And here, user profile, that's not really user profile here, text, because that's our model.view. So this should be reusable for every component. So let's write here for now, update data or update data, update or just update or update data. That's up to you, update form, whatever you want to have there. Okay, so update info, update data. Okay, we can still improve it. We will decide later. So this will be a reusable model, which we'll be using also in our other components. As you can see here, we are using here is open. So please write your script. Write your script and let's define this data because otherwise it will not work. So this we can remove. Okay, export default, just export default. Okay, and let's define here data, and a data, let's just return is open and mark it to the false just for now. So we will see that it works. So that's a reusable part of the model. And now I will show you how you can connect this with your profile model. Go to your profile model. And as you can see here, from this here, we can go the other way around. We can just leave here form. We can just completely remove the model. So you can get rid of the section here, this div. All right, just leave here form, nothing more. All right, so just remove all of this. As you can see, I have only row, only form, nothing else here. Okay, just like this. Of course, this will introduce a couple of issues. When you will save it like this, and you will go to your browser, you will see the form is displayed and it's not inside of the model. So that's not great. So what we'll do, we will wrap our model component, what we have created, around our form here. First, down here, import model, import model from the components model, and then define it into the component so we can use it in our template. Okay, so model, and actually, let's call it a model, but let's call it exchange model or app model or like this. Okay, so actually we are calling that component exchange. So let's call it exchange model. Okay, exchange model. And now we'll go up here to your template and let's write here exchange model like this and wrap it inside, and your form wrap inside of the exchange model. Okay, so now don't write a closing bracket yet, but go under the form and close it here and like this. Okay, so now your exchange model is wrapping around the form. Okay, so let's save it. Go back, you can see now your model is not displayed. When we open the update data, we are opening the model. You can see the model is getting open, but there is no form. Okay, because of course, when you click on the update info now, update info will open this model here, and you can see this model is completely empty. Okay, that's what you see here. You're opening this model now, update data, this model here. What we want to display here instead will be the model body, which will be dynamic depending on the content which the model will receive. Okay, so to think you about this, that simply what we want to do, okay, I'll show you, is that we have now currently two components, right? We have a model, and model is wrapping our profile model. Actually, profile model, like this, profile model. Profile model has a model inside of its template. So profile model is basically the wrapper around the model. So that to the profile model, we can provide our form template. So we can provide our form template, and the model will be responsible to render this form template. Okay? So we could use props, or actually not in this case, but what we can do here, we can write here something called slot, like this. Just write here slot. And this is very interesting because now it will work. You will see when you will provide your slot, you will save it, you will go back to here, you will refresh, or actually you could see it already. You will have there, when you click update info, your model. So what basically happened in your profile model, here you are passing your form inside of the exchange model, and whatever is passed through the brackets here to the opening and the closing bracket of the exchange model is placed into the slot. So this slot is replaced, basically, if you imagine it, by the entire form. Okay, you are passing into exchange model, so this entire form is getting into the slot, so that's why you can display it now. Of course, a couple of things will not work still because save changes button we didn't hook up with the new model. So when I will update the data, this will not work yet. No big deal because this will be fixing in the next lecture. So guys, I hope everything is clear at this point. If something, as always, you can just write me in a Q&A section. We will end up the lecture here and we'll continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have started working on the reusable model component. In this lecture, we'll continue with our profile model because we have break a couple of functionalities. Let's start, and the first functionality we need to fix is update profile, because as you can see now, we are not calling it at all. When you will search for update profile, it's not called here, because before we had here a button, and on the button click, we have called the update profile, but now we have this reusable model that's wrapping around our form, and the model itself is responsible for handling the click here to save changes, but you can see there is no function to update our form. Okay, let's fix it. And how can we approach this issue? What we could do is simply pass the function, submit function, or our update profile into the exchange model as a prop. We can do that. We can simply pass functions through the props. So in our model.view, our reusable model.view, let's go to your export default and let's define here props. Right here props. I will specify here the submit function. Okay, we'll call it on model submit like this, and we'll specify here a couple of information such as this will be type of the function. We'll be passing the function, and required in this case, do we want to make it required? Maybe we don't need it. We can maybe change it later, we will decide, but required for now will be false. And now in our model.view still here, we'll create here methods like this, and we'll call this method submit model. Okay, so right here submit model, and here we'll be calling our method. We are listening to the prop on model submit. Okay, submit model, and here on model submit. Of course, I could pass it straight away in a save changes or on model submit, but I'm doing it this way because we'll be doing here some improvements later. So we will see why it's this important. So here actually it should be this on model submit. So let's write this button here, and let's write here click, and we'll call here submit model, right? So submit model. So actually, let's also do one more thing, and I will recapitulate after that. So go to your profile model, and your exchange model now, you want to pass this prop, right? So what the prop we have just created, so we have created prop on model submit. You can see on model submit we already have here, and we can pass their function to update profile. So call here update profile, or how we are calling it, update profile, yes. So as you can see here, this function update profile, this entire functionality here, you can see, is getting passed to the props as the on model submit function. Okay, so this is getting passed to the model. So we can imagine our update profile is getting passed on model submit. So now our on model submit here is basically this function update profile, all right, and we are calling it inside. So this we are calling inside of submit model when the submit model is executed. And when it's a submit model executed, submit model is executed when you are clicking the button up in your template. So when you click the button here, you will call the submit model. This will call on model submit, which is your function you have passed through here. It's update profile. So now you should be updating the profile successfully. There is one thing though that will not work, but let's take a look at this later. Let's save it and let's go back to browser. I'll just refresh in the case. And when you will click on the update profile now, okay, let's change your name. It should be changing. Okay, so I'll change the name, save changes. Profile has been updated. You can see we are not closing the model. That's the only thing we need to still handle, but our profile has been updated. I will refresh and I should have these changes here. So you can see the changes are here. Okay, so just the last thing we need to fix is the closing of model. So why we are not closing the model? You can see we are passing our function, update profile, and this function when update this profile will call on success, and this open will be set to the false. But we are not controlling is open through our model right here. Profile model is not responsible for closing and opening the model. So this will not work any longer. Also, we don't need here any data is open because everything is controlled. The model opening and closing is handled here. So we need to do some improvements here. And these improvements we'll do, guys, in the next lecture. So far, our profile update functionality works. So we can continue and do this small change in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have fixed update profile functionality. In this lecture, we'll take a look at while the model is not closing, when the profile is updated. All right, let's start with this. And this is happening because, as I mentioned in the last lecture, on success is still executed. This code is correct. And also we are changing opening to the false, but this value is doing nothing. As you can see, is open is not nowhere in the template. We are not controlling our model from here. We are controlling our model from model.view, and here we have is open, which is controlling the state of the model. So what we are going to do instead, we'll be passing the callback through the onModel_submit here. We'll pass their object like this. We'll pass onSuccess function, which will simply set this is open to be false. False. As I mentioned, this onModel_submit here is basically your update profile function because that's what you are passing, right? So here, this update profile, you are passing to onModel_submit. So your onModel_submit is the same function, update profile, which you are calling here, onModel_submit. So this is your update profile. And you are calling the update profile and you are passing into its argument, as its argument, onSuccess callback function. So now what you can do in a profile model.view, go to your update profile, you can write your curly brackets, and you can destructurize here onSuccess because that's what you are passing through your model.view, and simply get this onSuccess function here. Okay, so that's it. Go to your model.view for a second. So that's the function you are passing here on model_submit. And there's one typo, as you notice here. There should be two C's like this on success because that's what we are passing to the profile model. So remember, the update profile you're getting passed to the props to the model.view, and your onModel_submit is basically your update profile at the same function, update profile. And to this function through your model.view now you are passing the onSuccess as the parameter here, as the object where there is a function of the onSuccess, and that's what you're destructurizing up here. That's this functionality to toggle is open to false. Now you can try it out, and before that we can also remove from data is open because we don't require it here any longer. Let's save it. Let's go back to your browsers, to your applications. I will refresh this in case, and I will update the profile information. So update. All right, I will remove this part, save changes. It's closed. Profile is updated. I will refresh to see the change. If it really persists, it should be, and yeah. Okay, so now our model functionality is fixed. Now we have a reusable model functionality we can reuse also in other components, and we'll start with our exchange details. So we'll be working here on our model here, on an opportunity model, and I'll be talking more about opportunity feature in the next lecture. So I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the last lecture, we have fixed our model reusable component. In this lecture, we'll get again into the model component topics because I forgot to explain you one thing. So let's start. Go to your model component, and the thing I have forgot to explain you, how you can pass custom components or custom elements into your model component. For example, here you can see the button to open this model, where what we will implement is called make a deal, right? This should open a model. But in our profile, we are calling it update info. And that's a default button we are displaying in our reusable model in model.view. Here is the update info button to open the model. But maybe I would like to have this part reusable So I can pass it from outside. So in our profile model, for example, I can pass here whatever button I want to display to open the model. So how can I do it? We have already learned that we can pass elements to the components. You can see here we are passing the form in the end. We are passing the form that's received in our model.view as a slot here. It will be rendered out here in the slot spot. So we can do the same thing also with the multiple components, and we can specifically target where we would like to render them out. I'll show you an example. Go back to your profile model, and let's say I would like to get here a different button to open a model. First, you need to create a template inside of your wrapping component. It really doesn't matter in which spot you will create it. It should be somewhere inside of the Exchange model. So I'll do it after the form. Let's say here. You can see it's inside of the Exchange model. I'll create here a template, just like this, as you're creating normal template, and I will provide here a name for this template. You will do it through the hash symbol. You will add here hash symbol, and you will call it as you want. I will call it activator btn, for example, activator button, or just simply activator, which will be our new button to open the model. Inside of this template, I will write here button. All right, and this will be my button to open the model. All right, so button, I will write here custom class. Okay, I will provide the same class that we have in a model.view. So go to model.view and this button class copy. Let's get back here and let's paste it to the class. And we can do just one small change. I will move this class on the new line and also this bracket. And this will be not isAccess, but isPrimary. This will be slightly different color when something is primary. You can check these classes in a Bulma documentation. Everything is explained there. So this will be isPrimary, and the name of this will be, let's say we'll write here, this is a custom button. Custom button. And this can be close also like this, or actually that's up to you how you can decide. Okay, let's leave it for now this way. Or just write here class on the same line. I think it's not that long. All right, so indent it to the left, to the right side. Okay, so I think it's easier to read now. Okay, so now we are passing this custom button, but will be not get passed into the model. It will be not rendered out in a model.view because we need to specify here where we would like to display it. So now, whenever you want to display this activator template, you will go to your model and you will find a spot where you would like to display it. So we want to display it instead of this button here, right? Okay, instead of this button here. So what we are going to do, we'll create here another template, like this, another template. And we'll check here if this slot is getting passed, because not for every component we need to pass the custom opener button, because sometimes we are happy with the custom button that already we defined. So in such a cases, we can write here if, all right, and we can verify here like this. You have access to the object called $slots, and you can check for the name of the template you have provided in your profile model. So if you are passing the slot activator here, so we can check here, we are passing the slots activator, then we can render it out this template and we can display it. Okay, so then we can write here slot as we had it before, but in this case, this will be not default slot, but this will be the slot with a name, put your name like this, and we are calling it activator. Okay, so now recapitulate, we are passing here template, we are calling it activator, which will be our custom button, which is getting passed to the model. In the model, we will check if such a slot exists. If it does, then the display slot activator. So you can see this activator name and this name with the hash has to match. When you will save it now, you will go back to your browser, you should display two buttons, custom button and update info. But of course, you want to display only one of them. So what we need to do, if the slots activator is passed, then we don't need to display the button here. So we can wrap this button. We can write here v-else directive. Okay, so if the activator is passed, we don't need the default button. If this is not passed, then we display this. Okay, so when you will save it now, please save it. Go back to your browser. You will see it will display only custom button. But of course, you cannot open the model because we don't have any click event on this custom button. We will fix it in shortly. So now when you want to decide to provide a default button, you just need to do this. You will go to profile model and you will simply remove the template and this will display the default button. Okay, you can see the default button is here, but if you will decide I want to have my custom button in my model, I will just pass the template of the activator with a custom button. All right, and here it is. Now we need to just handle how we will open it. It will be pretty straightforward. What I will do here, all right, we'll go to our model. We'll right here click, but this will maybe not work. I will show you. Okay, so we can right here click. And on a click, we want to do the same thing, right? So we just want to open the model so this can stay. Is open equal to true. So let's save it like this. Go back to your browser and click it. And you will see it will not work because we cannot attach click event to the slot. So what we need to do instead, we'll wrap this slot into the div element like this, and we will provide the click on this div to open it. Okay, so it's open will be here true. Okay, let's try it out now. Maybe this will also not work, or it will not display. Let's see, let's refresh. And actually I could say it already see it, so it should work. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, click here and you can see it works as before. No changes here. Okay, so now we have an option also to provide a custom button if you want. Okay, so that's it. Let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, you have learned how to pass elements into your custom components. We have done this with the template and the slots. In this lecture, we'll continue with a model for one more lecture, and then I promise we'll get into the opportunity concept. What I would like to show you in this one is how you can get access to your model component, to your reusable model component in your profile model without passing here any callback functions, any props. Okay, first, let's start. Go to your model.view and we'll do one improvement in our model.view. You can see here, when we are clicking here or we are doing any changes with our is open, we are always manually getting our variable is open and we are assigning their value true or false. Let's do it differently. Let's create here new methods and we'll call these methods open and close. Okay, so in the methods after submit model, let's write here comma, let's create here function called open. All right, and we'll create here function close function. This function will be simply setting the is open, this is open to true in the case of open, and in the close will be this is open, will be false, simply as that. Now to on success, we just simply need to pass here our close function. So I can just pass here this close. So when the model will be submitted on the successful will close model, it's much easy to read. And then also in our templates, we can change this. So here on a click is a false, so this will be close. So just call here close. Here is open is false, the same thing. Let's call here close. Is open, this will stay. This click is open is true, this will be open. And here will be is open true, this will be open as well. Because now we are calling the passing here methods instead of manually assigning the value to the variable. Okay, now we have these functions. We can try it out. We can still close and open model. We should be able, yes, everything works as before. We can update our data, no big deal. We are closing the models after it's updated. Okay, yes, this works. And now I would like to show you how you can achieve this. In your profile model, for example, we can use it. How we can call here to close model without passing here any callbacks. You can do it like this. We'll scroll up into your template. There is your exchange model. And you will write here on the exchange model special attribute called ref. Okay, like this. To the ref, you will specify your custom name, whatever you want to call it. I can call it exchange model, for example. Okay, this will be a reference to this exchange model component. Now, in our computed properties, we don't have here any. Let's create here one computed property, actually under the data. Let's write here computed properties. We will get access to this model. We will write here, we will call this computed property, let's say just a simply model, we can call it. And we will return from this $refs and the exchange model. Okay, guys, so these refs here is available in every component, and on this you will have your model component, or actually any component, if you will define the reference of this component. In this case, on our custom exchange model component, we are creating the reference of we are writing a reference of the exchange model. That's how we are calling this. And therefore, on this refs object, we can access the exchange model. And this will get me access to the exchange model data and the methods. Okay, I'm calling it model internally to the computed. So here on success, I don't need to pass anything now. Of course, I still can, but I can remove this. All right, and on the success now, I can call this model.close. Okay, and that's it. I can call here simply this model.close because this model here returned to the reference is the model here, and I can access the methods of the model. Okay, I can access open, close, and all of this here. So now when I will go back to browser, I just refresh in a case that everything it's okay. Click here, custom button, change your name, save changes, and you will see you're able to close this, and the model has been updated. All right, so custom button, I will try one more time, you'll see. All right, let's write your name, save changes, and now it's model closing immediately. I think we are not waiting after the profile is updated. We are calling this simply to close the function. Let's take a look at this. All right, so on the success, we are passing the close. Okay, so we don't need to pass it. Yeah, we can need to pass it still. Okay, but the issue will be in a profile model, I guess. On a success, oh yeah, here is the issue. We should pass here only reference to the function. We should be calling it. If we want something, we can call it like this, pass here function, where we'll call this model close. Okay, so that was the issue line here. That's why we have been calling it immediately and not when the profile has been updated. So pass here this wrapper function, then instead of this, we'll call close. And here in the model view, everything should be fine here. Okay, so back here now, we can click here, change the name. All right, save changes, and this should work. Now it's fine. All right, so everything works. Now you have learned how to also get the access to your component through the reference, and now we can freely continue with our opportunity feature finally. And you can see my internet is super slow. I cannot even load this. So let's continue next lecture, guys. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last few lectures, we have worked on model functionalities. In this lecture, we'll continue with our Exchange detail page. All right, let's start. Navigate to Exchange detail.view. And what I would like to implement first will be the model for our Exchange deal form. So up here, you can see the button to make a deal. What I would like to happen when I will click the button to make a deal, I would like to open a model. So for now, we'll create just a very, very simple model. It will be basically empty, and we'll try to open it. Okay, I will close all these other files. We don't need them. Okay, I will create here a new file. I will create here a new component in the components folder, and let's call it Exchange Deal Model. Exchange Deal Model .view. Okay, we are calling it Exchange Deal Model because when the user will be logged in, will come to our application. We'll choose the exchange that we would like to exchange with. All right, so for example, a new Tesla car. So the user has a money or has some other exchange, to exchange this Tesla car with. So when we'll click here and make a deal, I would like to open here form to input the data. So for example, for how much price you would like to exchange this. It says here 500, so the user exchanging this has to offer 500, or maybe the user offering this has some different exchange, so we can choose here from the list of exchanges what to offer. But this I will show you later. For now, just click on the make a deal, and this should open a simple model window. Okay, so exchange deal model, let's write here template. All right, and export default, but we need script first, right? So let's write here script. All right, script like this, and here first let's start with the template. Okay, so that in a template we'll get here app model. Okay, for this we need to go back to the script because we need here app model. We need our exchange model component, our reusable one we have created before. Remember, we have here model.vue. So let's import here exchange model from the same folder. So // from a model, and let's get it to the component. So let's write here components, and let's get here exchange model. Perfect. And now we can use it in a template. Exchange-model opening. Closing, perfect, and now we can provide our custom content inside here. So just write here for now, just a div. Okay, some deal, doesn't really matter. Just write here some text, and also we'll write here a custom button to make a deal. So as we learned in a previous lecture, when we want to pass the custom button, we need to provide your template. Template, let's close it. All right, template with a name. Okay, so we'll write here a hash, and this will be activator. Okay, so template activator, and there will be our button we would like to display. So just simply button, and let's write here make a deal. Make a deal, and here we'll write the class, and the class will be button is dash full width is dash large is outlined and margin dash bottom dash small. So that's a full classes. As always, these classes are very well explained in a Bulma framework. If you search for buttons, you will find the full examples what classes you need to use in order to style the buttons this way. Okay, so that's our exchange model for now. Okay, let's go to our exchange detail, and let's get here exchange deal model. So in our import section up here, let's write here import exchange deal model from // because we are going to the components exchange deal model, and let's get to the components here. So components, and here will come exchange deal model. Perfect. Now we have exchange deal model. We can go up here to our button I showed you to make a deal. Here it is. And we can replace it simply with with our exchange deal model. So exchange deal model, and we can self-close it. Okay, perfect. So that should work. Go to your browser. Okay, you can see make a deal. It's not styled as I wanted, so maybe I misspelled some classes on my button, but when you will click on the make a deal, you can see this is opening. Perfect. Save changes. Okay, on the save changes, maybe we would like to display here at least some alert that we are submitting the form, so we can see here something. At the same time, we can fix our make a deal button. Okay, back here, let's take a look in our exchange deal model. I will take a look what is wrong here. Button is full width is okay, is large is okay. I'm missing one class. If you want to style it also with a color, you will write that is danger, for example, and this should style it to the red color is danger. You can see now it's red, or you can choose is primary also. Is primary, there should be different color. This one, for example, or is success. I guess there should be this should be green color, and so on. So maybe you want to leave here. Want to have a green color. I'll get the red color. Make a deal. Okay, now to save the changes. Okay, let's get back. Let's go to our exchange deal model.vue, and as we are passing props to our exchange model, what we can pass here is on model submit prop. Remember, we have defined a function that will be executed when you will save the changes. So you can pass here on model submit, and here just simply execute what you want to do here. So for example, create opportunity or create exchange, or in this case we'll be creating opportunities. You will see create opportunity, and here in the methods I will create this function, create opportunity, and I will just alert submitting form. All right, and that's basically it. So nothing new here, guys. Okay, let's get back, make a deal, save changes. You can see submitting form. Perfect. Any questions, ask them in a Q&A, and we'll continue in the next lecture. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous lecture, we have created exchange deal model component. In this lecture, we'll provide some content to it. You can open the resources of this lecture, and you will find there the link to my GitHub repository. And here is the model content we would like to provide to our new model. You can see here the file src components exchange deal model, and what you would like to copy is this div here, with the class deal. Okay, so this div with the class deal ending with a div here. Okay, so please copy everything. So let's select the div going up to the div with the class deal. So up here. Then you will find here this div class deal. Okay, so let's copy it. Go to your code and just simply get all here when you have a some deal div. So this div you will replace by the new one you have just copied. So I will remove this one and I will paste the new div here. And you will verify the indentation is correct. And it should be correct in my case. Perfect. Okay, I can do it also like this. This can be easily on the one line for now. Okay, so now let's verify it. Please, let's save this. I will just take a look here. All looks good. Perfect. Let's go back to our browser. Let's click here, make a deal. And here what we have. Okay, we are missing some styling. This is not styled. So let's go back again to the link. And we'll copy also styles that are included here. You can see the styles with the scope blank CSS. You just copy the entire style tag like this, copy it and paste it in your code. Okay, so under the script, just simply paste it here. Perfect. Okay, back here. Now when you will click here, make a deal, that's much better. So I'm currently logged in as a Philip user, right? Doesn't really matter what I'm logged in user because all these informations are hard-coded, but up here, there will be the box that will be the offer of the exchange. So there will be this offer of this exchange. So this will be the Tesla car, and it's offered by the user here. Okay, so the user will create this exchange. Okay, so this will be, for example, Philip's offer. This is just hardcoded information. Will be displaying your actual username and so on. But you can imagine this is the offer of the exchange creator. In this case, it's Philip, but it can be anybody. Okay, and here will be the title of the exchange. You can see it's offering service, but we will need to provide their information. This will be a new Tesla car. Okay, so this will be the new Tesla car. All right, or actually here will be the new Tesla car. The new Tesla car will be here. A new Tesla car will be here. And here will be offering product. Okay, so we need to provide these informations. So this will be Philip's offer, and also this can be any name because this will be the exchange creator. So this will be this creator of the exchange here. Okay, so this will be the information about the exchange you would like to exchange with, and this will be my offer as a logged-in user, currently logged-in user, what I can offer. You can choose here if you would like to exchange a credit or you would like to exchange the actual product. So you can see you can offer here how much credit you would like to offer for this exchange. You can also negotiate. You can go to the plus minus 20% of the price. So if the 500 price is here, you can offer 400, for example. Okay, it will be still allowed, and it's up to the exchange creator to accept your exchange. Okay, so we can decide here if we want to exchange cash or our own exchange. So this will be a list of our exchanges. Okay, and then this will be display what we are offering and all these informations. Okay, so guys, so the base idea here is to exchange some things, right? So for example, Philip. I'll write it down here. So Philip exchanging a new Tesla car, right? So new car for 500. Okay, that's my exchange here on this page. But let's say Bob. I'll write a Bob here. Let's say Bob will come to the page. It will log in. Bob will log in. It will be bob@gmail.com or some Bob name, and Bob want to exchange something. And let's say Bob has ski pass. Bob has a ski pass for a value of 400. Okay, so Bob comes to the page, and now Bob will click on the make a deal, and this box will be offered to the Bob. And the Bob will see here, okay, Philip's offer as a product, new Tesla car, and now it's my offer. Okay, so I will decide, yes, I would like to exchange, not the cash, it will not select it, but I would like to select your exchange. And this will offer me the list of all of my exchanges because I can have a multiple of one. Bob can have also some house, for example, for a weekend or something. So Bob will decide that he wants to exchange the ski pass, right? But the ski pass is a less value, is a 400, and the Philip's car is a 500. So Philip cars as a more value than a ski pass, but we are still allowed to choose to exchange this because it's in a range of a 20%, and this will be then therefore allowed. Okay, so Bob will decide that we'll provide the exchange as the counter value for the Philip new car, and it will save the changes here. So this will create something called opportunity. Okay, it will create a completely new structure somewhere in a database called opportunity. And this opportunity will be for Philip, because Philip has the opportunity to exchange his car for a ski pass, okay? And in opportunity, we will say here what we are exchanging. So Vue is exchanging, so this will be exchange. This will be all the information about the exchanges from what we are exchanging. So exchange to exchange. Okay, so it will be saying that Bob wants to exchange the ski pass for our Tesla car. So we will in the opportunity we'll get all the informations we need. We'll write the informations about the Bob, what the Bob is exchanging and what he wants to exchange with us, and what's the price the Bob is offering, and so on. Sometimes we can create an opportunity. We can create also opportunity that will not have any exchange, but let's say Bob wants to exchange our Tesla car, but not for his own exchange, but he will decide to provide here cash value. So the Bob is providing 500 for a Tesla car. Okay, guys. So guys, we can make opportunities from the exchange to exchange, or we can have a cash or money to exchange. Okay, so we can create this, and it will be opportunities. It will be opportunity. That will be created here from this field here. It will be called opportunity. Either cash to exchange or exchange to exchange, and in opportunity structure we'll be setting all the informations we need. So will be what we are exchanging from, what we want to exchange to, what are the prices, what are the users, what we're exchanging, and also this other type of opportunity when we'll be exchanging the cash for the exchange. I hope I made it clear. I know it can be kind of confusing, but remember, we are just exchanging exchange from exchange or cash to exchange. There is nothing more in this. And this structure what will be created from this exchange can be opportunity, because the user can create multiple opportunities from one exchange, and it's up to the user which will receive this opportunity to accept this or to decline it. But this we will see later. That's gonna be it from this lecture, and I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we provided content to exchange deal model. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and we'll get here data of our exchange. As you can see here in our exchange deal model, we are hard-coding here Philip's offer, offering service, programming lessons, and all these hard-coded. So this I would like to fill up with the exchange informations. And also, what we will do in this lecture, we'll get a value of the input. Okay, but let's start with the exchange. To get exchange informations about the user should be pretty simple, because we already have it in exchange details, so we just can send it as a props. Okay, so scroll down here. Okay, and let's specify here props. And the props we'll be sending will be exchange. Okay, so here comma, here we'll be writing exchange. We'll be writing here type of this will be object, will be receiving here object, and will be required will be true. Required will be true. Okay, now we need to pass this exchange. So go to exchange detail.view. And in exchange model now we can pass here what? We can pass here exchange. And this will be our exchange we already have here, right? We got here exchange to the computed properly. Here is exchange. So we can pass it to our model. We also have a exchange user. So yeah, if you want, you can pass it separately, or you can just extract it from the exchange itself, up to you. So let's keep it this way for now. Go to your exchange model. Okay, scroll on the top of the file, and here offering service we will replace by curly brackets, and we'll write here exchange.type. Remember, we have here a variable on which we have a type, so we can write it here. And programming lessons will replace with the curly brackets and exchange.title. Okay, and the name, let's keep the name like this, but let's take a look on the model. If we are displaying here actual information, you can maybe need to refresh. Make a deal, and here is the offering product and offering new Tesla car. And now we just need to change the name of the user. Okay. So here, this Philip name, I will just simply remove double curly brackets, and this will be exchange.user.username, like this. Alrighty, let's refresh. And of course, it will Philip because we don't have a, that's our creator of the exchange. So it's that name is basically the same, but if you create this exchange with a different user, you should also see a different name, but it still works. Perfect. I will just check the console for some issues, and there are no issues. Now, click here, make a deal, and let's try to get a value of this input. You can see currently it's disabled, so get it back. Let's find this input. It should be pretty easy to find here, this input, and you can see it's hard-coded to be disabled. It says here true, so this means we cannot write in. We can remove it. So this will enable the input. Maybe we need to refresh. Okay, make a deal. All right, it's still disabled, but I have removed. It should be already enabled. Let's get back. All right, how much credit? Number, you don't have enough credit. Yeah, that's the here is also class disabled. You can see on this div is a class field, and disabled this we need to also remove here. Okay, like this. Perfect. Back here, and now we can type here. Perfect. Now we need to get the value, and we need to store it to the variable. How can we do it? We can use vmodel. Okay, so we can write here vmodel, and we need to choose the variable in which we will be storing the value of this input as we'll be writing into the input. We don't have such a variable, so scroll down into your export default, and under the props, let's create a data function in which you return the data. Return, and just return here. Let's call this value selected price. Selected price. I will set it to the null as the initial value. I'll get a selected price. I'll go back to my vmodel, and here I'll be storing the value. Okay, and if you want to see the value as you're displaying it, just under here in the I element, let's write here double curly brackets, and let's write here selected price, so we can see that we are getting this value back. Alrighty, let's get back, make a deal, let's start writing here price, and you can see the price is displayed down here. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Okay, so far so good. We can remove the selected price from the I element. We'll continue, guys, in the next lecture with more improvements, so see you there. In the last lecture, we have started improving exchange deal model. In this lecture, we'll continue in this, and we'll handle this checkbox. Okay, so what I want to do is when we'll click here, would you prefer to exchange credit? When there will be yes selected, then this input should be enabled. You can see currently it's enabled by default, but it should be enabled, and the other one should be disabled. And the other way around, when I will select here, would you prefer to exchange credit? I will select here no. All right, so then this will be disabled, and exchange here, this input here will be enabled. Okay, so let's do it. Back to our code in our exchange deal model, and first we need to, of course, keep the value if the checkbox is selected. You can do it pretty simply. In your input checkbox, just choose here vmodel, and this vmodel will be binded to the variable where there will be a value if the input is selected. And of course, now you need to provide the name of the variable. We don't have it. So go to your data, and here in a return, let's say is price selected, or is price exchange. Okay, it's price exchange, and let's say it's false by default. So by default, we are forcing the users, or we are encouraging users to exchange exchange for exchange. So is price exchange will be false. Okay, now we need to bind the value to this variable. So through the vmodel, we will do it. Now, depending if the checkbox is selected, this is price exchange will be true. Okay, so we'll write it down. Okay, so is price exchange, if it's selected, then it's true. True. If it's not selected, this value will be false. Okay, now depending on these values, down here, we can decide to disable input or enable it. Okay, so let's write here disabled, all right, like this with a column in the front, so we can provide here value from the variable. I will say this will be disabled if this is not price exchange. Okay, so is price exchange, then exclamation mark in the front. If it's not price exchange, then this is disabled. Okay, now let's copy it. Let's go to our exchange here and in this select. First, let's remove this class disabled. We don't need it. and rather I'll provide disabled select itself like this, and here will be other way around. Okay, so this will be disabled when this is price exchange. Okay, so now here this is disabled when it's not price exchange, and this is disabled when it's price exchange. Let's try it out. Let's save it. Back to our code. I will just refresh in case all the changes are taken. Make a deal, and you can see by the default this is disabled, because would you prefer to exchange credit? It's no. Okay, so I am forced or not forced, I am encouraged to exchange for exchange. Of course, these exchange informations are currently just hard-coded, but later we'll display the actual exchanges of the user. Okay, and when I will go other way around, I will select here yes. I would like to want to exchange this exchange for the credit, which is I would like to exchange it for the money. Then I can choose how much money I would like to exchange here for this new Tesla car with a value of 500. Okay, so we are on a good way. We are getting the now value of the price. Now we need to also work on exchanges. All this the information is down here, but you will see how we'll handle it later. So that's gonna be then. See you in the next lecture. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have worked on the model component. Specifically, we have improved checkbox. Let's continue this lecture and let's handle the selection of the exchanges. All right, so let's start and let's talk about it a little bit. So what exchanges I would like to display here? Let's say I'm coming here to the page. I'm currently logged in. Okay, I'm logged in as a Philip user. So let's log in as a different user. Okay, so let's log out. Let's log in as a test user if I have such a user, test@gmail.com. So you can see the difference, test@gmail.com, and I don't have such a user. Okay, not very good. So let me create such a user. Let's create here test@gmail.com. This will be, let's say, a Bob user. All right, Bob user, password test, and test, sign up. And I am not writing the same passwords. Test, sign up. Okay, so as a Bob user, I'm checking the exchanges here. Let's say the Bob user has some exchanges he can also offer. So I'll go to Tesla car. Okay, Tesla car looks nice. Maybe I could exchange something of my products for this exchange, or I can provide a cash for this. So I will make a deal. I will create, basically, I want to create an opportunity for this Philip user. So here's a Philip's offer. He's offering new Tesla car. So let's say I have some exchanges here, and I can exchange them. So I can select them here, and then the exchange we can save the changes, and this will create opportunity. But as you can see, these exchanges here are hard-coded data. What I would like to actually get here will be the exchanges of my currently logged-in user. Okay, so the logged-in user exchanges should be displayed here. All the exchanges I have created with this user should be here. So how can we fetch this data? Okay. First of all, we should have also some exchanges created with the different users. Okay, this we can handle later, so don't worry about that. We can log in back to the Philip user, because Philip user has 5 exchanges, so we can log in for a Philip user, and we can try to fetch them. But where will be the good spot to fetch this data? Let's take a look in our code. Let's inspect our module of the user, because there is all the user code. In a user module, we have get user profile. I think that's the best spot, because when we logged in and we'll get the user profile, I think that's the best spot to fetch also the exchanges and add them together with all the data to the profile of the user. Okay, so let's do it, because we have everything what we need here. You can see we have also document reference. We are creating of the users with the user ID, which is being logged in. So we have a user reference, and we can search for the exchanges we need. Okay, so first we'll create here a query. Do we have here a query? Let's import the things we can get here. So we need here definitely query. We need here collection, and also where function, and also function to get documents, get docs. Okay, so these 4 things we need: query, collection, where, and a get docs. We already done something similar, but let's get back to get user profile, and here first let's create a query. Okay, so document query, we'll be calling it. Document query, where we will create a query like these, normal brackets. We'll provide a collection from which we want to fetch a data. We want to fetch a collect of the exchanges. So let's write here DB and the exchanges. Perfect. Comma here. And the second will be the condition according to which we would like to fetch our data. So this will be where condition. Remember, on the exchanges, we are keeping the user reference. So we can say here where the user is equal to the document reference. So actually like this comma here, equal signs in the string, just double. All right. And here document reference, which is a document reference of the user up here. And not semicolon, but rather semicolon here. So that's a query we can send to the Firestore, and Firestore will fetch us data. Okay, so we can write here const exchanges. All right, we'll write here, okay, let's call it snapshot rather. Let's call it query snapshot. And this will be await get documents, and we'll provide a query according to which we would like to fetch these documents. And that's it. Now we can get the exchanges from this. So exchanges equal query snapshot dot documents docs dot map. We'll map here a single document, and we'll fetch back document dot data. And that's basically it. And now I can get the exchanges and can merge them with the user profile. All right, guys, so simple as that. Remember, here we have a user reference, so we can construct a query where we are asking for the exchanges where user is equal to the document reference of the currently logged in user. Then we can ask for these documents according to this condition. This will get us back query snapshot. On the query snapshot, we have a documents. Okay, you need to map over them, and each document you need to access its data, and this will get you the data of the exchanges. We can write here debugger, and we can verify that we will have everything here. Okay, let's go back to browser. Get docs is definitely never used. Okay, how we are calling it? Get docs, plural here. Okay, now it should be fine. Okay, so back here you can just open this and refresh the page maybe twice, so you can jump into your code. And here, click on exchanges. You can see that's all the exchanges I have created with this user. Yes, I have five of them because I added one of the lecture. I created one of the lecture. I think this keep us here, or maybe some other one. I don't remember. So yeah, that's all the exchanges, and now we can have them on the user profile. It's a part of the profile of the user, which is great. Okay, and what we can do now, that main part is now done. We are going to create 2 more exchanges now, guys. Okay, we will create 2 more exchanges with the new user, not with our Philip user, but our Bob user. Okay, so go back to your browser, log out here, and very fast. Let's log in as a test user. It was Bob user. I don't remember test. Yes, it was test user. So that's our Bob user. Yes. Okay, so we'll create a new exchanges. So new exchanges, it can be product. It can be somewhere around the value of the Tesla car, because on the Tesla car we'll be testing it. So let's say a house in nature. Okay, very nice and modern house. Okay, image link, go to Unsplash, and let's get this house. House doesn't really matter. What we'll get here? Okay. Let's say this one. Open image in new tab. Let's lower the quality, so it will not take much time to fetch this data back. 1000 of width, quality 50%. Copy the link, get it here. Around the price of the Tesla car, so I will get the 450. Country, let's say Spain. Barcelona, doesn't really matter. Housing tag. Okay, let's submit this. Okay, this has been created, perfect. And the other product, so what other product we can create? Let's say bicycle. Let's say what's mountain bicycle. Okay, new and very good bicycle. Okay. A link to this. We need to go back here. Let's find here bicycle. Okay, down here, for example, this one, open image in new tab, and let's create this one here. Okay, so quality 50, and the width of this will be 1000. Perfect, and let's get it. Get it here. Price, we can choose a different price, 350, let's say, or just 150, let's say. Country, I don't know any other countries. I know, but nothing comes to my mind. Bratislava. And link. Okay, submit this. Okay, and we have two new products. So when we go to home, we should have here two new products. Amazing. Okay, so we need to verify if we have two products on this user. So we are on a test user, right? So we should go to here, refresh, and let's take a look at here. Okay, are we getting, did I remove the debugger? Yes, I removed the debugger, so let's write here debugger. Okay, and let's take a look at these exchanges. Only two exchanges for this user. Each exchange has a CD. Okay, slug information and all of this here. Okay, so that's basically what we need. We don't need anything more here. Okay, perfect. So that's what I would like to display on the selection input now, but we will be handling it in the next lecture. Any questions to this? Ask, and let's continue in the next lecture. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the previous lecture, we have prepared functionality to fetch exchanges of currently logged in user. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll display these exchanges, what we have fetched inside of our modal as our exchanges we can use as a counter offer for the exchange. All right, let's begin. That should be pretty straightforward what we need to do. Let's get to our exchange detail, and first we will extract these exchanges. So go to exchange detail, let's search computer properties. And yeah, we need to get here a user. That's the first thing from a state, and from the user we need to get the exchanges. So we can do it following, like this. All right, let's write here user. All right, and we can also use our use out, what we have already composition function, or just simply when we need only user, which is written here, this $sign store. On store, let's access a state, on a state user module and the data, and this will get me my user data. And from this, I can just write here comma. I'll write here user exchanges. Okay, and I will extract from this user exchanges. So this is my currently logged in user exchanges. I will do it like this, guys. I will show you. I'll write here return these user exchanges. If they are not defined, return me empty array. So that if that's not defined here, it's undefined, get with the empty array here in this case. And also right here is a save operator for exchanges, such as subproperties can, in the case the user will be undefined, so it will not throw the error. So just making sure if we have exchanges, then return exchanges. But if you don't have exchanges, return empty array, and that's it. Okay, let's save it. And please, guys, notice one thing here. We have a user here, but this is my currently logged in user, right? So just for a clarity, this user here is my currently logged in user, but this user, exchange user, is a user of that is created exchange we are currently previewing. Okay, so that's very important things to note here. And you will go here. My currently logged in user is a test user. That's the user that wants to create an opportunity. And the exchange user is the user that created this exchange, what we are seeing right now. Okay, so I think pretty straightforward. Okay, so now these user exchanges we have, we can copy them, we can go up in our template, we can find here our modal component. Where is our modal component? Here. And we'll pass here simply this user exchanges as a prop, and we can call this how you want to call them, exchanges, or for example available exchanges. That's completely up to you. So available exchanges, and pass here these user exchanges. Perfect. So now we'll be receiving them as a props. Okay, let's on the other side in our exchange model go there, scroll down, and as a props let's specify these available exchanges. So let's write here another prop available exchanges, and this will be type of array, and let's write here required will be true. Okay, perfect. Now we can iterate through the available exchanges. So go back up into template. Here we have them. We are hard coding here options. We can remove one of these options, and simply let's create here v4 loop. So I'll move this on the new line so it's nicely indented like this. I will open the options. I can provide here multiple attributes or directives in this case, and I'll get here v4 directive I will wrap the for loop. So we need to create a variable which will hold the exchange and the array which we are iterating, which is the available exchanges. It's showing issue because whenever you're iterating, you need to provide a key. All right, and on the key, your key will be the exchange. Yeah, in this case, some unique information of the exchange. What's the unique about the exchange is its Slack, of course. So this can be exchange.slack. Okay, and the value which this option will hold. So that's probably your value, and this will be the value of the entire object. So this will be the entire exchange will be value. And what we will display, not the exchange one, of course, but what we want to display will be double curly brackets, and this will be the exchange title. Exchange.title. Okay, so I think we are done here. We can save it. Can get back here. Let's refresh. Let's take a look. Make a deal. And house in nature and mountain bicycle. Yeah, this is working just great. So when I will go as a Bob user, okay, this is a car. I want to make a deal. Sure. What I want to decide, I want to exchange this in the price of 500. So yeah, I can decide for a cash. Let's say I can go 500, or maybe I have some interesting exchange. I can exchange this with. So I will unselect this and I will go with the, yeah, I can maybe exchange this mountain bicycle and so on. Of course, we are still missing to display, for example, price, what we are choosing here of this exchange. We are not displaying. Then if we are in allow difference rate, if we are in this rate or in this we are in this range. All this we need to still handle. That's a lot of work, but we will be handling in the next lecture. Also, one thing what we need to handle is, for example, when I will go to my own exchange. So I'm Bob user and I have this house in nature. That's by Bob user. You can see I shouldn't be able to make a deal on my own exchanges, but this will be much later. We'll fix these issues. But eventually everything will be fixed, no worries. So guys, I will stop it here. Let's continue in the next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have displayed the exchanges we have fetched for the user that's currently logged in. In this lecture, we will select the exchange and we'll display the price under. All right, let's begin. See your code in exchangeable model and let's see where you are displaying this price. So here you have a selection. So here's a select input with the options, and under you have a div which displays your price is, and currently is hard-coded to 1000. Here I would like to display the selected exchange price, because of course on each exchange we also keeping the price. Okay, we are going to do it like this. First we will create here a Vue model on our select. This way you can get a value from your options. Okay, so let's write here Vue model. I'll actually like this Vue model, and provide here some variable in which you would like to store the exchange you are selecting. So I will call it simply selected exchange. Of course, we don't have this variable, so go to your data. All right, here are data, and let's provide here a selected exchange, and by the default we can set it's null. We don't have any selected exchange. Perfect. So this will work like this. So let's take a look in our selection input. We are providing here a Vue model to the selected exchange, and the selected exchange will get binded value, whatever we'll choose as the option value. You can see this value here. So depending on which option we'll click on, the value of the exchange will get into the Vue model selected exchange. So when I will be selecting here, for example, house in the nature, I will select house in nature. This will be selected. The entire object or house in nature will be provided to the selected exchange. I will show it to you later with the debugging. Okay, now let's display this price, because you should have already value of the price. So I can remove this 1000 hard-coded value. I can write here selected exchange.price. And I will wrap this into if statement, because I would like to display it only when we have a selected exchange. So if we have a selected exchange, only then display me your price is, and this will be the price. Okay, we can also put it under each other like this. I can also provide your spend, so it's nicer. Spend like this. All right, let's take a look at this now. I'm really wondering, I actually already see that there was 450, so it was working, make a deal. There is no price. Would you prefer to exchange credit? No, I would like to just select the exchange. Mountain bicycle, your price is 150. House in nature, your price is 450. Perfect. This is working great, but we should also handle the inputs. When I will unselect this, so I will say I would prefer to exchange credit. I also select here yes. Then I would like to remove this price here. I would like to reset the input. And then I would like to just provide the price from here. Okay, this will be pretty straightforward. What we can do, we can utilize watchers. So let's say here about the methods, let's write here watch. All right, and what we would like to watch here. We would like to watch here is price exchange because that's our checkbox. So we'll be watching whenever we are clicking on the checkbox. So we'll be watching the value of is price exchange, like this. I'll be getting here a value of this. I will say if I have a value, so if it's true, we won't like to exchange the price, then I can say here the selected exchange equals to null. Okay, so whenever I will choose the price selections, it just reset me selected exchange to be null. Okay, let's save it. Get back here, let's make a deal. Let's exchange mountain bicycle. Okay, 150. I will just say to go with a credit. Click here, you can see it's unselected, and we can choose here credit. Now I'll unselect this. You can choose here mountain bicycle again or house in nature. Unselect this, and I'm going with the price I have selected here. All right, that's gonna be it, guys. If you want, you can just simply place your debugger so you know which data you are working with. Your selected exchange will be the exchange from the iteration. You will see it. When you will debug, click here. Okay, just select exchange and then unselect it, and you should jump into is price exchange, and you will see the selected exchange is this entire object of your exchange you want to offer as the counter offer. Okay, I think that's clear. We can close it. I will just remove the debugger, and we will continue in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have displayed the price of the selected exchange. In this lecture, we'll extend this functionality and we'll display also the price when we will go with the exchange credit. So we'll display also price under here. Okay, let's begin. Go to your code and you'll create here a new computed property which will be computing the price we are offering. Okay, so just here about the watch, create here computed, and we'll be calling it offered price. Offered price, like this. And offered price will be depending on a couple of factors. We will check if we have a price exchange. So we'll see if the checkbox is selected. So if it's price exchange. All right, then we return from here this selected price. All right. If the selected exchange, all right, if this is selected, if we have a selected exchange, we can return this selected exchange price. Otherwise, if none of them above applies, we'll just simply return from here null. So just write here last one, return null. And this also we can transform into else if you want. You can just write here else if. Okay, like this. And yeah, now we can use the offered price. So let's copy the offered price. All right, and let's display it. Actually, I will be displaying it somewhere else because this will be my selected exchange price for selected exchange. I'll get here so we can see that we can display offered price, and here will be offered price. Okay, let's see if this will work. Let's save it. Back here, and let's take a look. Make a deal. Offered price is nothing yet. Let's select your mountain bicycle. Yeah, 150. House in nature, 450. Selection, nothing selected yet. Go with this value, 100. Unselect disappeared. Go with the mountain bicycle. Perfect. Okay, offered price is still 100 because we are not resetting price as we are untangling this. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to reset, if I want to go now with this. Okay, because you can see we are resetting here anyway the value of offered price, but we are just keeping here in our previous input. Maybe we should also reset the input. Okay, what do you think? Okay, let me take a look at this. Okay, maybe we can reset also this value of the input when we are unselecting it, so it's consistent with the exchanges, because exchange we are resetting when we are untangling this. the exchange is resetted, but the value is staying as it was before. Okay, so let's take a look at this. And let's see it. Okay, so we are watching is price exchange input. If we have a value, then we are setting selected exchange null. Okay, let's write here otherwise. Otherwise, this selected price equal null. Okay, let's see what this will do. Let's save it. Here now we can see if it's consistent. Make a deal. Okay, let's choose your exchange, mountain bike 150, 450. Let's unselect. So let's select the price exchange. Alright, it's appeared. Let's say here 200 is my offer. Offered price is correct. Let's unselect. Yes, this is appeared. Go with the mountain bicycle. Alright, 400. And so yes, it's working. It's working correctly. All right, perfect, guys. Okay, we'll leave it here. We'll continue in the next lecture. We'll be working more on the UI changes. So we still need to handle the offered price. Then this text here, you can see you're offering the exact same amount. This will be dynamic, and also we'll be changing the stylings, a little bit of other inputs. That's gonna be it from this lecture, guys. And let's see you in. Let's continue the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have displayed offered price. In this lecture, we'll be computing the difference of the prices. Okay, let's start and what I mean by the difference of the prices. So as you can see, the Tesla car is for 500, right? And we are offering some other price. So we have a house in nature, which is a 450, for example, or we can choose here some other price. I would like to compute what is the percentage difference of the offer price and the exchange price I would like to exchange with. Okay, so I would like to compute percentage difference. Okay, how can we do it? First, we'll start in small steps. I want to display the offered price actually as my price here. Okay, it doesn't make sense to display two prices. So go to your code and scroll up here into your template. It will be the first fix. We will remove the offered price from here, and we'll just check if we have an offered price. Display me simply the offered price here, like this. Okay, then we will remove the offered price from here. That will be the first improvement. Let's save it. Back here, and it should work exactly the same as before. Okay, make a deal. I'll choose some exchange, and I'll displaying the price. I'll unselect it, no price selected. I'll choose here 200. Your price is 200, 500, and so on. I will write here something, unselect this. It disappeared and it works. Okay. Now the percentage difference. Okay, let's go to a code. All right, let's go to your computed. Everything will be computed to the computed properties. Let's write here a comma, and let's write here percentage difference. Okay, percentage difference. How can we compute percentage difference? First, we need to check if we are offering some price. If we are not offering any price, so if we don't have an offered price, just forget about this, return null. We don't have anything, percentage difference. Then we'll compute the percentage difference. So how can we compute the percentage difference? First, we'll get a price difference. So get a price difference. And the price difference is simply this offered price minus this exchange price. That's it. This will get me the difference of the prices. I can compute percentage difference like this. Then I will get a price difference divided by this exchange price multiplied by 100, and this will get me percentage difference. I can display it also. So copy this, go to your template, and simply display here percentage difference. So percentage difference. All right, and this will be our percentage difference. Okay, so let's see if it's computed correctly. Let's go back to your browser. Make a deal. Percentage difference nothing. House in nature. Percentage difference minus 10%. Okay, so let me write here also percentage sign in the end of this percentage sign here. Okay, so they are offering the price which is minus 10% of the original price, and that's correct because my price is 150. This price is 500, so 10% of the 500 is a 50, and we are offering the 450, so we are offering minus 10% lower price. If I would go with the, let's say I would like to unselect this, I will go with the 500. percentage difference is 0 because we are offering exactly the same price. And when I will go with the 550, I will offer exactly the same price. Okay, if I will go 1,100, you can see it's a 120%. If I will go exactly with the 1,000, it should be 100% higher price because it's twice as high as my Tesla car. I'm offering much more, actually 1,000 here. You can see it's 100% this difference. Okay, so I guess it's compared correctly. Let's unselect this, go with the house nature. Let's go with the mountain bicycle. You can see minus 70%, lower price, and so on. So now this is computed correctly. You can try any numbers. Okay, some numbers look like this. Maybe we should round them. Yeah, no big deal for now. All right, so like this. Maybe you should also select some limit to the value. Of course, you don't want to offer such a prices. Okay, so far it looks good. Okay, so we are computing percentage difference. Let's continue next one, and we'll be improving this text under percentage difference. So you're offering the exact same amount will be computed depending on a percentage difference. Okay, so I hope to see you in the next one, guys. Cheers. Hey guys, in the last lecture we have computed percentage difference of the offered price and the exchange price. In this lecture we'll be working on the text we are displaying down under percentage difference. Alright, let's start, and what I want to do is to create just simply a couple of if statements, and depending on the price I would like to display, let's say when I will offer 550, I would like to display here offered price is 10% higher than the exchange price. When I will display here, for example, 450, I would like to display your offered price is minus 10% or 10% lower than the exchange price. If I will select here 0, I would like to leave here this text. You're offering the exact same amount, for example. Okay, let's do it. Okay, actually pretty easy to implement. So I can get rid of this. I don't need to display it any longer. Okay, let's go to our code down here under percentage difference and create here a new computed property, and we'll call it price difference text. Price difference text. Okay, now I will say if we don't have the percentage difference, if we don't have a percentage difference, okay, so exclamation mark, if we don't have it, let's write here. Let's return here empty string. Okay, so no text at all. Let's say if this percentage difference is equal to 0, we can then display text. Let's return here text, the text we are already displaying up there. You are offering the exact same amount. You are offering the exact same amount. All right, that will be the text we'll be displaying. Okay, and we don't need to hear a semicolon, so a mistake. Okay, if you are annoyed by these squiggly lines, you can just simply, it's complaining because the computed property should always return something, so just write here in the end return null if you want to get rid of these squiggly lines. Okay, so now what will compute here will be percentage difference, but this will be rounding here percentage difference, because in the end you could show that some of the numbers are not rounded. I will show you. I will select here some prices like this. Okay, I'm displaying percentage difference. Okay, never mind. Just around the percentage difference what we are getting here. Okay, so I'll call it, let's write here const, and I'll write here rounded percentage difference diff, and you can round your percentage difference by using function math.round. All right, and you get this percentage difference. All right, and if you would like to display here only, two decimal points, you can just simply multiply it by 100 and divide it by 100. It will be nicely formatted, you will see. Okay, so that's just the mathematics here. Okay, so this will get me rounded percentage difference. Okay, and what I can do with this, I would like to display here if my price is lower or higher as a string. So if my percentage difference here, rounded percentage difference is higher than 0, I would like to get here text higher. If it's less than 0, then I would like to display here lower. I will show you what I mean. I'll write here const difference text, and I will write here this percentage difference. Percentage difference is greater than 0. Okay, question mark. Then display me here text higher. Otherwise, display me here text lower. And here in the end, I will return the final string. Okay, I'll write here template string. Okay, so this backticks, and I'll write here offered price is $sign curly brackets. This will be this rounded percentage difference. So let's say offered price is 10%. Now higher or lower depends on these different texts. Also don't forget here percentage sign. All right, now $sign curly brackets, different text, space, then exchange price. So it looks like this. Okay, I hope it's visible for you. Okay, offered price is the difference of the prices, which is rounded. We rounded it here. Percent sign, difference text, which is the higher or lower, depending if the percentage difference is greater than 0 or lower than 0. Then exchange price. Okay, I can zoom it back in. We can save it and we can display percentage difference. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go up to our text where we are displaying it. So you are offering the exact same amount. Okay, so I'll remove this. I'll write here curly brackets, and I will display here price different text. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's see if it will work. Let's refresh. Make a deal. Let's select here 0. Okay, we are displaying 0. That's interesting. Let's display here 10. Okay, 10 we are displaying. Then display here -10. Offered price is -102% lower than the exchange price. Let's go with the 500. Nothing. Let's go with the 550. 10% higher. Yeah, this is correct. It's computing correctly, you can see. But issue with the 0. Okay, 0 here is not displayed because let's take a look. All right, so here price different text. Here will be an issue because we are checking with exclamation mark. If we don't have a percentage difference, return 0, return empty string. But if we will get here 0, this will be also reacting to the 0 numerical value. So what we need to do here, we need to explicitly check here if the percentage difference is equal to null, then return me empty string. Okay? This should work now, but also I think this will be failing because offered price also can be 0 here, and then we'll be returning null for it. So I will check here explicitly if this offered price is equal to 0. Of course, this could be more elegantly implemented. It's not very nice, but yeah, we can take a look at this later if you would like to refactor this. But this way it should work. Okay, let's save it. Go back to your code and let's take a look. Let's click here, make a deal. Let's choose your price. Nothing displayed. Let's see here 0. And you can see offered price is -100% lower than the exchange price because we are offering the 0. Okay, let's choose here 500. You're offering the exact same amount. Let's choose here 450 -10%. 550 offered price is 10% higher. 1,000 100% higher. 100% higher, yes. Okay, let's disable this. Go with the house in nature. Your price is 450. Offered price is -10%. Mountain bicycle. Your price is 150, and offered price is 70% lower than exchange price. This minus sign we don't need to display. Your offered price is -70%. I don't think we need to percentage minus sign in front of it. What you could do in this case, you could use here math.absolute function like this and wrap it. It will make everything positive values like this if you want to display it positively. Okay, let's see what will happen. Offered price is 100% lower than the exchange price. Okay, let's go with the 500, exact same amount, 450, 10% lower, 550, 10% higher, and so on and so on. Okay, so this seems to work. Perfect, you can test it out and we can see the results. We'll continue with more improvements, guys, in the next lecture. So see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have worked on functionality to display the text when we are choosing the price of the exchange. So when I will choose the price, we'll display the different message, if the price is lower or higher. Let's continue in this and let's do a couple of improvements. Okay, so let's see what will happen when I will go with the 0 price. I will put it 0. You can see offered price is 100% lower than exchange price. That's correct, but when I will remove it, the message is still here. This will not happen when I will click here and unclick this. It's okay, but when I will choose again 0, okay, offered price is 100 lower. When I will remove it, it's still displayed here. So when it's nothing here, it shouldn't be displayed. Why is this happening? Let's go to your code. And this is happening because of this check here, this percentage difference. You will see. Let's console log here. Console log here, this offered price. All right, and this will be empty string when you're not selecting anything. Okay, so when I will go here, make a deal, and I will select here this. You'll see it's null. That's correct. But when I will write a number, for example 10, if we're getting here 10, 1, and now it's empty string. You can see there is no value. It's not null, but it's empty value 0. Okay, but the empty string, there is empty string. You can also debug it and you will see that's empty string. And this check here will not check for the empty string, so it will not return a null when the offered price is empty string. So let's write here the additional condition is offered price is equal to null, or this offered price is equal to empty string, and that's gonna be it. This will fix it. Okay, now you can save it. Back here, now it should be correct, so make a deal. Select here 10, okay, 0, okay, remove, and you can see it's removing the price. Minus 100, 120% lower than exchange price. That's completely fine. Everything is displaying correctly. 500, exact amount, and 550, 10% lower. Okay. So now let's continue with the improvements. I would like to display here different color for this message. Okay. Let's get up here into your classes. And let's see here, deal highlight. I am looking for price different text. Here it is. So here you're displaying your text, price different text. And you can see the classes here is price. That's fine, but we have another. When you will go to your stylings, you will notice that there is a class called price allowed. Okay, so you will have something like this price allowed, which will display the green color, and the price declined, which will display this red color here. So you can remove this part here, and you can try to provide it. So go back to your template, and manually write here price dash allowed. All right, now you will see that this will be green color. Okay, and then you will write here declined. It will be the red color. Now we just need to do it programmatically. Okay, let's do it. So go to your code here, go to the computed properties, and let's write here if the price is allowed. I'll call it is allowed price. So when we are allowing the price. Okay, actually, brackets here is allowed price. Perfect. Do not display the issue, just return null, and you can continue with your code. Okay, so it's not the squiggly line is not here. And what you want to check here is if you have offered price. So let's do it like this. If you don't have any offered price, you're not offering any price for the exchange, just simply return false. So this means the exchange is not allowed, all right? Or the price is not allowed. Okay, because if you're not choosing any price, there is no value, it's null, the is allowed price will be false. Okay? If that's not the case and you are offering some price for the exchange, either you are choosing your own exchange or you are typing into the input the price, then write this. Return true. Okay, but we don't want this to be true in every case. We would like to have here some threshold which we need to pass in order to be this true. But let's leave it this way for now. We will see what I mean by that when we will leave it this way. So for now, if there is no offered price, just return false. So we are not allowing this price. Okay, and otherwise return true. Depending on this, if the price is allowed or not, let's write here percentage different class, which will be simply computing the class depending if the price is allowed. So this will be providing this class here price allowed or price decline depending on this value. So I will show what I mean by that. I will just simply write here return This is allowed price. This is allowed price, question mark. If the price is allowed, we will provide the class allowed. Otherwise, the price will be declined. Okay, so simple as that, guys. Remember, if you not sure what's happening here, just write the debuggers into your code console logs and you will understand it for sure. Here we are just checking if we have an offered price. If we don't have it, just return false. The price is not allowed. Otherwise, return true. And this is just providing the class depending on this value. So if this is allowed price is true, provide return allowed string. Otherwise, return declined string. And now this class here, we can go up to our code. And here where we have price decline, we can do it programmatically. We can write here a colon. Okay, and now let's write here backticks into your string like this, and you can provide here programmatically this part after the price. You can write here dollars and curly brackets and percentage different class that we have created, and now it will be depending if we have chosen the price or not. Okay, let's save it, guys. Let's go back here, make a deal. Okay, you can see by the default it's not allowed, so you're displaying this this red background, so we need to fix this as well. Let's take a look here. So here, okay, let me take here price. Price a percentage different class. I will write here also if statement. Okay, so I'll write here if statement, v-if, and it will display here if the percentage difference is not equal to the null. Okay, so the percentage difference is not equal to null. Okay, then display this div here. Okay, so we have some percentage difference computed, so we have a price, we are computing difference, then display this difference text and provide here class. Okay, this way here, and now by the default we shouldn't display here anything. Okay, now we can choose here exchange, for example this, you can see it's allowed, all right. But basically now we are always returning true because we are always allowing the price because we are not making any, we don't have any threshold what we are checking. Okay, so what we can do in this case, let's introduce here some threshold which we cannot pass in order to price to be valid. So in your data, I'll write here a new variable. I will call it allowed underscore price difference, and I will assign here 20. It will be 20%. Okay, allowed price difference. And now I will get this here. I'll copy this. I will go back to my is allowed price, and I will write here this percentage difference is smaller or equal to the allowed price difference. Okay, remember if the price for a Tesla car is 500, the 20% of a 500 is a 100, so that's a 20%. So then we should allow the price which is the smaller or equal to 600 and larger or equal to the 400. So we are in the range of the 20%. You can see 100 lower or 100 higher. Okay, so here I am checking if the price is lower, then allow the price difference. Okay, and here I will check differently. I will write here AND operator, and I will write the AND under, so it's under each other. And this percentage difference is larger or equal to the minus of this allowed price difference. So I'm checking if the price difference is smaller or equal to the 20% or larger or equal to the minus 20%. So this will check me this range from the minus 20% lower to the 20% higher. Okay, so you can see we are checking this. Here we are checking this minus 20%. That's why this minus sign here. Okay, yeah, we are providing it in the template, so we can save it now. Let's go back to browser. Okay, make a deal. Okay, let's choose here 1. Okay, that's not allowed. Let's choose here 500. You're offering the exact same amount, so this is of course allowed. Let's go with the 550. Offered price is 10% higher. That's correct. Okay, so I can go in a smaller increments. I can go to 500. Let's say 95. Offered price is 90% higher than expected price. That's okay. Still okay. Still okay. 20% higher. When I will go 6.1, the offered price is now higher than exchange price, so this is not allowed. Okay, when I will go other way around, then I will go for a 450 is still allowed. 490 is still allowed, or actually for 410. Offered price is 18% lower than exchange price. I can still go in the range. I should be allowing this until I will go for 100, and now 399, and now offered price is 20.2% lower than exchange price, and now I shouldn't be allowing this to confirm this exchange, to create an opportunity from this price, because we are allowing only 20%, plus minus. What would be also good practice would be disabling this button save changes, because we shouldn't be creating the opportunity from this. Okay, let's do it. And also let's display this 20% dynamically, so we can decide what range we would like to have there. So I will go up here, and this allowed price difference I will copy. I'll go to my template, and I will say allowed difference is not less than double curly brackets, and here will be allowed price difference. So we can go at 30% and so on. So I will decide here 30%. This will be dynamically adjust. Okay, 30%, and I can go even with the higher prices. So I can go 600 is still allowed. I can go even higher. You can see, I can go even 650. Okay, and when I go a bit larger, then it's not allowed. Okay, but let's keep it this 20% for now. You can adjust it to how you want it. Okay, and let's disable modal window. So this is allowed price is saying if we are allowed to submit the form, or the price is allowed, so we can use this value in our exchange modal. Okay, so for example here we can pass the value, and we can disable the buttons. So let's send here props. We'll call it is disabled, and we'll say here the modal should be disabled when there is no allowed price. So if is allowed price is false, we can write it exclamation mark is allowed price. Then this should be disabled. We can go to our normal modal component. So go to your components and modal. Okay, now we are passing here is disabled props. So go to your props, and let's write here is disabled. All right, type will be Boolean, and the required will be, it's not required, but we will write here default value, default. Okay, and this will be false. Okay, so it's not disabled by the default. So when you not provide here required or anything, and you will provide here default, and you will not send any value, is disabled will be false, even without you sending the value here to the props. So it's disabled, and now we can use it in our buttons. So let's take a look on the submit button. So save changes here. We'll write here under the click, we'll write here disabled, and this will be is disabled. Okay, let's take a look at this now. Let's save it. Back here, make a deal. Save changes is allowed for some reason. Okay, let's choose here some price. Save changes is still allowed. Okay, interesting. Maybe I need to refresh. Let me refresh the browser. Make a deal. Ah, now it's working. You can see save changes. I cannot save changes. I will choose here yes. I will go with a 200, not allowed. Okay, we need to go higher. So 500 for Tesla should be allowed. Save changes is allowed. Okay, can we go higher? We can go. We definitely can go until 59. Still allowed. Allowed. Going higher than 20%. Disabled. I cannot save the changes. And the same thing other way around. 401 is allowed. Not allowed. 399 is not allowed, and I cannot save the changes. Okay, guys. So remember, everything what we are doing here is just playing with the values, creating a little bit of abstractions, combining values together, and returning different results depending on these values. If you're not sure how everything is computed, place a debugger into your code, place a console into your code, or ask me in a Q&A section. Maybe you have some ideas how we can improve this. Just let me know. That's going to be it from this lecture, and let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last few lectures, we have been working on the user experience improvements in Exchange Deal modal. Let's continue this lecture, and let's do improvements in our Exchange detail page. Okay, let's begin. And what I would like to improve is that if I will log in as Philip user, for example, and I will go to the exchange that belongs to me, I shouldn't display here make a deal. Okay, currently I'm logged in as the Bob user, I guess. So profile, yeah, I'm currently logged in as the Bob user. So let's see example of the Bob user. So when the Bob user will visit some of his own exchanges, so mountain bicycle, you will see that we are still displaying make a deal. Of course, we are not checking for this, and this shouldn't be displayed at all, or maybe we should display the other button. For example, you are the exchange owner. So let's handle this case of what we need for this. Go to your code, go to your exchange deal view, and the first thing is we need to check if we are getting user ID at all here, exchange user. That's the owner of the exchange. Remember, this exchange user here is the owner of exchange. All right, and this user here, or the user we are keeping in the store, is the currently logged in user. Okay, so what we need to do to determine what is, if the currently logged in user is the exchange user, we just simply need to compare them, right? We need to compare the exchange owner and currently logged in user, and that's gonna be it. Okay, so let's first check if we are getting at all here this user ID of the exchange user. Write your debugger, go to your browser, refresh. Let's see what we'll get here. Okay, I have some debuggers in the lines here. Never mind, just skip this. Exchange user. Okay, for some reason I cannot debug this. I don't see here anything. Okay, I see here undefined. We don't have any user yet, or why? Okay, let me take a look at this. Exchange, yeah, we are getting exchange. User, yeah, okay, you can see when you will open it, you don't have any ID of the user on the user. So that's the first issue. We cannot compare IDs when we don't have an exchange user ID. Let's fix this case first. Go to your exchange module. I will close all of these other folders here and go to your modules and the exchange module and go to the get exchange by slug. As you can see here, to the exchange user, you're assigning the user snapshot data. This will not get you ID. If you want to get ID, you need to ask for a user snapshot ID. You can do it like this: exchange.user.id equal user snapshot.id. And this way you should get ID as well. So now when you will save it, you will go back to the detail page, leave here debugger, just refresh. Let's skip these lines. Let's end it up here. Go here. Let's write here this exchange. Now, when you go to the user, you should have here ID. Okay. Now, what we need to do, we just need to simply compare these two users. Exchange user and the user, and we will determine if the user is exchange owner. But I will do it more complicated because I would like to show you one feature of the getters. We learned before that we can call the getters. They're just like a computed properties, but they are not the functions. But they can behave also as the functions. So for example, go to your store of the user here, and I will show you how you can recreate a getter which will be behaving like a function. So let's name this getter is exchange owner. Is exchange owner. You will normally get here state. That's everything is normal here, but you will return the function from this getter. Just normally return function, and this function will be your custom function. You can specify what you would like to get here. What you would like to get here will be the exchange currently exchange owner ID. Okay, so this will be the exchange the user ID of the exchange owner. Exchange exchange user ID. And now I can compare my state user, what I'm keeping in the module, which is my currently logged in user. Let me write this first and I will explain. Okay, so let's return from here. I'll do like this for a multi-line line check. Okay, so let's first check if we have a state data. So if we have a currently logged in user at all, if we have it, okay, let's continue. If we have exchange user ID, let's continue, and then compare them. So compare state data ID and exchange user ID. Okay. I will explain it in a second. Just let's leave it this way. Go to your exchange detail page, and here let's write a new computed property. Call it is exchange owner is exchange owner, and just simply return here getter. Return this $store getters, call your getter, so users or user singular slash is exchange owner, and now you can call it. Okay, so after square brackets I can call it, and I can pass here my value. So for example, I can pass here exchange user ID. So this exchange user.id. And as I will pass it here, I will call the getter, this will be executed, and this will execute my getter here. As the state, I will get my state of my module, and as the exchange user ID, I will get the exchange user ID I am passing from the exchange detail page, so this one here. So now I can compare them, so I can check. Okay, so if I have a state data, so I'm currently logged in. Okay, if this is true, so I'm currently logged in, then continue, all right. If we have exchange user ID, so I'm passing here some exchange user ID. Okay, let's continue to the next one. Okay, and if the currently logged in user ID, this currently logged in user ID is matching the exchange owner ID, okay, then the user has to be exchange owner. Okay, so like this. Okay, let's save it and let's see if this will work. Let's go to exchange detail.view. Scroll up to your template and let's display it somewhere. Let's say under title here, under this H1, I'll write here double curly brackets and I will write here exchange or is exchange owner or exchange, like, well, actually not like this. This will be variable place. Let's write here exchange owner column, and here in the curly brackets, I'll write is exchange owner question mark. I'll write here is dash owner, otherwise column not dash owner. Okay, so we should see here is owner if we are owners of the exchange. So let's save it. Go back here, and you'll see here is owner. So my currently logged in user is owner. Okay, I can go back to home. I can go to the Tesla car, and in Tesla car, it will say I am not owner because that's a Philip exchange. When I will go, for example, to exchanging laptop, I should be Bob user. No, that's also Philip, not owner. You can see what other I have here. House in nature. I think that's mine. So Bob user is owner of this exchange. So I display correctly. Other way around, when I will log out, and I'm not logged in as any user. You can see exchange owner. We are not owners, of course. The user that is not logged in cannot be owner of anything. Not owner. When I will log in as a Philip user, so Philip gmail.com test, and I will visit any exchange which is mine by Philip. You can see is owner. When I will visit the Bob one, house in nature, I am not owner. And you can verify it, guys. You can go back to your code. You can go back here to the getter. You can write your debugger. Also, you can write a debugger into exchange detail into your getter, and you will see what you are getting here. Okay, to debuggers, let's save it, open a console, refresh, and simply verify that you need to maybe refresh twice. Something happened with my server. Okay, let me skip over this. Okay, exchange owner. You can see I'm calling my getter. User is exchange owner. I'm passing here exchange user ID. You can just write in the console. This is my currently, this is the exchange owner ID. Okay, BB, 6, key, K, SE, and so on. When I will go the next line, I will get into my getter, and you can see in my getter, I'm receiving the state, which is my currently logged in user. This is my currently logged in user. This is my Philip user with this ID, VXJO, and so on. And here, exchange user ID is the ID I have passed from outside, and this is this ID, and I can compare. Okay, if I have a state data, I have data. I have an ID of the exchange user, I have it. Then I can compare them, and I can determine if I am exchange owner. Perfect, this is working. I will show you just one more improvement. What you can improve here, of course, remove the debugger here. Go to your user module, remove the debugger here. You can write it with the arrow functions. You can rewrite the entire thing like this. You can write here, send here arrow function like this. You can remove the function here. These curly brackets, these brackets, these brackets, these brackets, these brackets. Arrow here. Return, bracket here. Okay, let me see if I will not screw it up. Okay, this should be wrapped in the, if it is multi-line, this should be wrapped into the brackets like this. Okay, and now it should be almost correct. Are we there yet? Okay. Okay, what is missing here? Exchange user ID. This bracket we don't need. Okay, move it to the left side like this. And you can write it this way. This is exactly the same expression as you had it in with the functions, but this is with the arrow functions, because in the arrow functions you don't need to write the returns. The value is returned implicitly. Okay, so that's exactly the same thing as we had it before, but now simplified the expression. When you see arrow functions and the two parameters in the function, you know that is a function that returns a function. This means you need to call the getter and provide a value to the getter. Let's verify it, guys. Go back to here, and currently I'm logged in as a Philip user. I'm not owner of the Bob exchange. I can go to my Tesla car, for example, and I will be owner. Here is owner, yes, and I will log out. I'm not owner anywhere. I'm not owner of Tesla. I'm not owner of house. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it. I hope that you will find this feature useful. We can continue with the improvements, and we can also do something with the buttons here. So see you in the next one. In the previous lecture, we have determined if currently logged in user is exchange owner. In this lecture, we'll continue with this functionality, and we will disable the button when the user is not a owner. Okay, let's begin. Let's see our code in exchange detail. Here we are saying if the user is exchange owner. We have made this check in the previous lecture. I would like to additionally check here if a user can create exchange. Because currently we can see it doesn't really matter if I'm logged in or I'm not logged in. I can always make a deal. That's not good, because I can go to logout. I'm not logged in now. I can make a deal, and I can make it definitely, but I'm not logged in. So that should be also one of the conditions here. Okay, get back to the exchange detail. And here we'll make additional checks. First, we'll check if the user is authenticated. Of course, we can use here composition API because already we have here user. So with the composition, we could get here also is authenticated, but I will do it separately. I'll just get here is out computed property. All right, and I will return here state. Okay, so normally to the getters we have if a user is authenticated, right? So return this $store getters and user is authenticated. So user/user is authenticated. User/is authenticated is authenticated. Please verify it in your user module. So go to your user module. Do we have a getter? Yeah, for sure we have is authenticated. Okay, now under exchange owner, let's write this. I'll write here can create exchange. I'll be asking her question and I'll be returning the value can create exchange if only the user is authenticated and is not the exchange owner. So return if the user is authenticated and this is exchange owner. This is exchange owner is equal to false. So other way you can write it, just exclamation mark in front of it, and it's the same expression. Okay, in these conditions we can create exchange if we are authenticated and we are not an exchange owner. Okay, let's copy this can create exchange computed property. Go to your template and find here exchange deal model. For now, I will solve it like this. In exchange deal model, I will write here if, and I will display this model only when we can create exchange. So let's say it like this. Go to your browser and you can see I cannot create an exchange when I am not an owner. Also, this we can remove. Okay, we have it up in our template exchange owner. Just simply get rid of it. Just like this. Perfect. Let's save it. Back to browser, and now it's okay. Okay, let's log in. Let's log in as a Philip user or any user you have. All right, let's log in, sign in, and let's see it. So let's go to the Tesla car, which I should be owner of, and you can see I cannot create an exchange on my own car, and that's actually correct, right? Okay, that's the same thing. Will be the ski pass. I'm not the owner of the ski pass. I'm not the owner of a scooter, and no, actually, I am owner of a scooter, and I am owner of a ski pass. I am not a owner of a house in the nature. That's a Bob user, and you can see I can make a deal on the Bob's house. So that's fine. I can go to the teaching programming. I am owner of it, so that's fine. And the mountain bicycle, that's a Bob is owner, so I should be able to make a deal. Yeah, working just great. Perfect. Okay, so this is working. We can continue in the next lecture. See you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have made improvement with a button. We are displaying make a deal only when the user is not an exchange owner. Let's continue in this lecture and let's provide here some additional user experience improvements. Okay, so what I would like to implement here is a button for not authenticated users. So when I will log out, I should see here, for example, you are not authenticated. In order to make an exchange, you need to log in or something like this. And also, when I'm exchange owner, maybe I would like to display here, you cannot make a deal because you are exchange owner. Okay, so just a small improvement. That will be very quick. Go to your code. And let's find here our modal. So exchange detail, let's find here our exchange modal. This is completely fine. We can continue under this. And we'll display here now link. This will be link to our login page. Okay, so this means this will be for not authenticated users. So please write here out the link. Okay, we'll close it. And it will be, let's write here login to make an offer. Login to make an offer. This will be like displayed for not logged in users. Okay, and write it like this, and let's write here VIF, and we will display it only if we are not authenticated. So if it's not authenticated, VIF is equal to false, basically. Navigation will go to /login. All right, so 2 will be /login. Okay, and the class to style it nicely will be button styling. So it's right here button. That's a Bulma styling is dash full VIF. All right, is dash large, so it's consistent with our other buttons. Is dash success, so it will be green button, and is dash outlined. Okay, let's save it, and you should be able to see it when you will log out. And I'm not currently logged out, and I can see here login to make an offer. Okay, so I will log in. I can log in. Okay, at gmail.com, test, sign in. And this will be not longer there. I can only make a deal because that's not my exchange. Perfect. Okay, what else? What else? We will continue when we are exchange owner. So that will be the other case. I can create here a new button. Okay, so let's write here button down here. And this button will say you are exchange owner or yours exchange, exchange, or you are owner, up to you guys. Okay, so just a simply button. Let's write here if, and we'll be checking here if we are exchange owner. So is exchange owner, then display is yours exchange. Okay, and we'll write it disabled. Okay, so we cannot click at this button. And the class here will be very similar to what we have here. So we'll copy this class from down. I will paste it into the class here. There will be just a different color. It will be not a success, but is a danger. Okay, it can stay outlined. We'll see how it will look. Okay, so let's save it. Go back to your browser. That's not my exchange. So I need to go to my skip pass, let's say, and it should say that I am exchange owner. Okay, and you can see yours exchange, and yeah, we cannot click at this. So that's pretty good. I can go to, let's say, host nature, make a deal, perfect. I will go back to my exchange, skip pass in apps. I will log out, and here's a login to make an offer. Perfect, so everything is working great, and that's gonna be it from user experience improvements. Let's continue in the next lecture. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Hey guys, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have made user experience improvements in our Exchange detail page. In this lecture, we'll start working on the functionality to create an opportunity. Let's begin. Let's log in to some user. Let's say I log into Philip user, philip@gmail.com, test, and I would like to make an exchange with a Bob user. So I will log in. I will go down here, and here house in nature. Okay, that's something I would like to exchange, and I'll make a deal. Okay, so make a deal. I'll provide all information right in the inputs, and I would like to save this exchange. So I would like to send this exchange to Bob. I told you before, I don't want to call it exchange. This will be actually opportunity, because I will just use some of data from the exchange I'm providing here, and then Bob exchange informations, and I would like to create from this opportunity. So I would like to combine this. Oops, there is a tool for push brush tool. Oops, not this. Okay, so some of the data here, some of the data I will input here, and I would like to create opportunity. And opportunity will contain the user that's sending the opportunity. So in this case, it will be Philip user, and also what Philip is exchanging. So it will be the exchange I will choose here, and what the Philip wants to exchange to. So this will be the house, and so on. But you will see that I will provide these information, and we will console log them out. This will be opportunity. Let's create this. Okay. Back to our code, we'll go to exchange deal model. So let's open our components. Exchange deal model. We have a couple of stuff here, quite a lot. And we'll create here, actually we should have here a method already now. Let's search here for methods to create opportunity. Okay, so instead of alerting here anything for now, let's create here const opportunity, and we'll create here object which will create this opportunity. Title of opportunity will be the exchange title that we want to exchange with. Okay, so this exchange title. Of course, we can create also maybe title for opportunity. We can create additional input that will be maybe some text or some description text that Philip will write to Bob user that, yeah, I want to exchange with you this and this, and so on. For now, we'll use the exchange title itself. Of course, it's customizable, so you can improve it later if you want, and you can use a different type of data for a title of opportunity. Okay, so now I will write here from what we want to exchange and to what we want to exchange. So from user, I will write here from user ID. So this is the user that want to exchange something. That's my Philip user. That's a user that's currently logged in. We don't have this information here, as you see. We can either send it, or we can get here computed property. Yeah, let's create here computed property called user. All right, and let's get here currently logged in user. So return this $store $store state user data. Okay, so I'm just getting the data of the user from the store, so I can use it down here. So from user ID will be my user ID. So this user ID. Okay, so that's from user ID. Okay, and from exchange. So what is our exchange we are offering? We don't know, because that we can also offer the price, or we can offer also exchange, but so we don't know it. I write here null for now. So from user ID is the user that's making an exchange. From exchange is what we are offering. We don't know it yet, if it is price or other exchange. Okay. Now we'll go to exchange. So what we want to exchange. So to exchange will be this exchange ID. So this exchange ID, this will be an exchange we want to exchange. Okay. And then what we are missing here, to user, right? So to a user ID, and this will be this exchange user, right? So this exchange user and ID. Okay, so what we are missing, I think, just a price. Okay, so get here price, and this will also cannot determine, so this will be a null for now. Okay, so how to determine if we want to exchange price or we would like to exchange. All right. Yeah, we have it here is price exchange. Remember. Okay, so if price exchange is true, then we are offering the price. We are offering the money for exchange. If this is false, this means we are offering some exchange we have. So simple as right here is an if statement. And we'll say here, if this is price exchange, then opportunity price will be, this selected price. This can be maybe string on some cases, so we will verify it. Maybe we'll be need to transform it to numbers, but for now it's fine. Otherwise, this opportunity.from exchange will be this selected exchange.id, and that should get me all of the data. Maybe I will be missing some data, so let's verify. Let's console log here opportunity, and let's see what we are going to create. I will write here debugger, and let's see. Okay, so let's refresh here. I'm currently logged in as a Philip user. I will make a deal and I will choose here. I would like to exchange my exchange. I would like to exchange my new Tesla car because I don't think I can exchange something else. I can only choose Tesla car. Okay, so I will now open my console and I will save here changes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's see what opportunity we are creating. So title for this opportunity, what we want to exchange. We want to have, Philip wants to have a house in the nature. That's a title of the opportunity. The from user ID, okay, so that's me as a sender, that's sending the opportunity. It's my ID of the user, VXJO. I will verify it. Give me a second. I will go to the Firestore. Okay, so here I am, users, and that was this VXJO, and you can see Philip user. Okay, so that's a from user ID, and that's correct. VXJO, perfect. From exchange, we don't determine yet. To exchange, okay, so to exchange. All right, this will be the exchange you would like to exchange. That will be this house. All right, so this will be the ID, and we don't have it. Very important. You can see we don't have this ID, so we have a small issue still in our code. No worries about this. I will resolve it in a second. Okay, but this should be the ID house in the nature. So this will be some of these IDs here for a house in the nature. Okay, so that's the from exchange to exchange ID to user ID. Maybe we should call it from exchange ID rather than from exchange. Maybe also to exchange ID. Maybe that will be even this more descriptive. Okay, so to exchange ID we don't have. To user ID. To user ID is a user exchange user, which is this user here, BB6. Okay, so BB6 user, let's go to users. That's this one here. That's a Bob user. Correct. Perfect. Okay, so it's a Bob user and the price is null. We don't know yet. Okay, so here I will get, and now we will determine, is it price exchange? False. Then we are offering the exchange, so we'll continue here, and this will be selected exchange ID, and you can see we don't have also the selected exchange ID. So the only thing we are missing in opportunity, as you can see here, are our exchanges. So to exchange ID and the from exchange ID, that's correct, and the price will stay null because we are offering the exchanges and not the prices in this case. Okay, as we will leave it here, we'll fix the exchanges IDs issue in the next lecture. Maybe what we can do before we will finish, just rename this rather to exchange ID and from exchange ID. So it's more descriptive this way, and here will be from exchange ID assignment. So it's this way. Please verify, debug it, and console log it out. The IDs should be undefined for now. Okay, that's gonna be it. Let's continue in the next lecture, guys. Cheers. In the previous lecture, we have started preparing opportunity. We have started gathering the data for the opportunity. In this lecture, we'll finish it up. Okay, let's begin. As we noticed in the previous lecture, we are missing the IDs for the exchanges. So to exchange ID is not recognized, and also from exchange ID is not recognized. So for this, we need to go to the two spots, to two modules. We need to go to our user module first. And in a get user profile, we are getting here all of the exchanges. As you can see here, we are mapping them through, but we are getting only the data of the exchanges. We are not extracting the ID of the exchange. So if you would like to extract ID, I will show you the simple way how you can do it. You can write a new line like this. Simply, you can wrap it in the normal brackets. You will wrap this in the curly brackets, like this, in the curly brackets, and it will destructurize your data. Okay, and then you will access here ID property, all right, and it will pass here doc.id. So this will basically destructurize the data of the document. This will get your new object. Basically, we are getting the new object, which will have all the properties of a document data, which are properties of our exchange. Plus, additionally, we are getting here ID, which is a document ID. And that's what we basically need. Okay, let's save it. That's for the exchange on the profile of the user. But we need to go to another spot, and it will be modules of the exchange. It will be exchange we are fetching in a get exchange by Slack. That's the exchange as a Philip user. When I will go as a Philip user, I will go here. I would like to create an opportunity to the house in the nature. So this is the exchange we are now fetching the data for. And a similar thing will be here. You can see we are getting here exchange, but we are not extracting the ID. So I will go just a simple way. I will just write here exchange.id, and I will pass here simply this. I will access here ID, and that's it. Okay, and now I should have all the data I need. So please make sure you have a debugger still in a create opportunity. Let's save this. Go to your browsers, and yeah, just refreshing the case. Click here, make a deal. And yes, I would like to exchange, not a price, but I would like to exchange product, new Tesla car. I will open here this and save changes. And let's take a look at this. I will just skip over. I will skip over this. It's an exchange ID. Okay, so it should have ID now. And now let's see this opportunity. So we can verify it, of course. So from exchange ID. Okay, so what I'm exchanging, this ID, I will verify it, copy it. Okay, so from exchange, that will be the exchange of the user that's logged in, wants to creating the opportunity. So that should be the Tesla car. Yeah, that's a Philip's Tesla car is offering for the house. So that's a Tesla car. Okay, so that's a from exchange ID. From user ID, so that's should be Philip itself. Philip himself, I should say. All right. Okay, actually Philip user. Yes, it's a Philip user. Amazing. Let's take a look. Price is null because we have offered our exchange. Okay, so price is correct. House is nature. Yeah, that's a called opportunity house in nature for a Bob user. And to exchange ID, so we would like to exchange to. That should be house in nature. So when I'll go exchanges, I should see here house in nature. Yes, it's correct, house in nature. And what else? To user ID, that should be Bob user. So let's copy this, and that should be Bob user. So users here, and that's Bob. Okay, so this is working. We can console log out all of the information. So there's just an issue from the Firestore API. No worries about that. Okay, so let's keep it here. I'll continue the next lecture, and we'll create a new module in the Vuex for opportunity. So we can actually create an opportunity after that. It will be pretty straightforward, you will see. So see you on the next one, guys. Cheers. Hello, welcome back here. In the last lecture, we have gathered all of the opportunity data. In this lecture, we'll dispatch them in the action to opportunity module. Let's begin, and first of all, we need to create opportunity module. We don't have such a module, so go to your files here, find here store modules, and create a new file called opportunity in .js. What we'll do here, all the same things. There's an export default empty object. Then we will define the namespace to be true. And the actions, curly brackets, will be, let's call it create opportunity. Why not? Create opportunity. Where we don't need to do anything yet. So as my context, I'll just write here a placeholder for an underscore. And the data we'll be passing here will be our opportunity to create opportunity, or data, or call it whatever you want. Okay, so create opportunity. We can console log it here. Yeah, let's console log it so we'll see that it's going until here. Semicolon, go to your main module, index.js, and get here this opportunity module. So import opportunity from modules opportunity. Great, and provide it here. Good. Okay, we have opportunity here. Now we should be able to dispatch it. So go to your exchangeable model, and into the console log, let's write here this $store dispatch page, and this page opportunity module / create opportunity, and we'll be passing here object of a data where we'll pass opportunity. Perfect. So what are missing here? I would like to also close modal when this will happen. Remember, when you want to close modal, just simply what we're doing, we are passing create opportunity on modal submit to our exchange modal, and exchange modal is executing this create opportunity function, and it's executing it with a value, which is a function to close a modal. Okay, so remember, when you're passing the function to the modal, you are getting back on success function back here. So I can get here on success, and I just simply pass it here like this on success to my dispatch. Okay, so on success, let's pass it to your dispatch. Go to your create opportunity module. All right, and get on success here. On success, and simply just call it after you will console log out opportunity, so we are sure that we are closing modal and we display the opportunity. Now let's save it. I'll try it out. So go make a deal. I will offer my Tesla car, so not this, but a Tesla car, and I will save the changes, and nothing's happening. Okay, on success is not a function. All right, so what are we sending there? Something wrong on success, maybe just a misspelled issue. Let's take a look. Okay, let's get back. And I'm pretty sure I just misspelled on success or something on success. Go to exchange deal modal, take a look. Oh yeah, it's misspelled. Should be just 2 C's here on success and on success here. Okay, so I fix it here. Just a small issue. Let's save it now. It should work. So now go back. I just refresh in a case and make a deal. We are exchanging new Tesla car. Save it, and yeah, it's closed. And I should see here console log from exchange ID, from user ID, price, title to exchange ID to user ID. Let's try to make an exchange with the cash. All right, so here was a Tesla car. I'll offer here cash. Let's say 300. Of course, we cannot 300, so let's go with the 480. Save changes, close modal, and we would be emitting this. And that's correct, because you can see from exchange ID, now me as a Philip user didn't offer any exchange, but I'm rather offering the price of $480 for this house in the nature. Okay, yeah, it's working great. Then we can verify the data, all are good, and we can continue this in the next lecture, and we can actually create an opportunity in our Firestore database. So hope to see you in the next lecture. In the last lecture, we have worked on our opportunity module. We have transformed the IDs into the references. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and we'll change the structure of our data in our exchange deal model, and also we'll be doing some changes in a module. Let's begin. Let's open exchange deal model.vue, and simply I will not write here any if statement. Okay, there will be no if statement. I will just get a selected price. I will assign it to the price here. Okay. And the selected exchange ID also to the field from exchange ID. All right, so from exchange ID, let's paste it here. This field can be potentially undefined. So if you're accessing the ID or property on undefined, it will throw the error. In case to not throw it, just write a save operator in front of the property, so question mark in front of it. And this if statement we don't need this way. And we'll change the structure, or actually just a name. We'll not think about this as an opportunity, just simply as a data, and this data will be sending to our create opportunity. Okay, in our opportunity.js, we will receive this data. We need to call it now data, and we'll create here a new variable. I'll create here a new object called opportunity, where I'll be creating the new object from data, where I will assign all of the references and so on. First, I will just to know what data I'm sending, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it somewhere above so I know which data I'm working with. Just comment it out. Okay, so this is data we are sending to the parameter of the function. And yeah, let's work on this. So we will create a new object where we have a title, and this title will be data.title, right? Nothing changed here. Now we'll assign a date. Okay, so this is a create at, so created at, and this will be the time step. So time step here, and a time step I can remove from here. Perfect. Comma. Now to exchange, or let's start the to user and from user. Okay, so to user, we will call it to user, not to user ID. And this will be this document reference. So let's get a reference, paste it here. This will be document that our database users collection. And this will be their data we are receiving here, and to user ID. So this field I am accessing to user ID. Okay, and this should be normal comma. Okay, now to user, now from user. This we can simply copy. We'll get here from user. This will be document to their users. This will be data from user ID. From user ID, perfect. Okay, now we have to exchange. So to exchange, and this will be document we can copy from here. Okay, this is good. And from exchange we need to do with the if statement. So yeah, so far we all good. We can remove the properties here. We already have on the opportunity. And now we can check with the if statement. Okay, if we have a data from exchange ID, then I will assign to the opportunity from exchange the document of the exchange's opportunity from exchange ID. Yeah, that's correct. Otherwise, I must have a price. So else opportunity price equal data.price. It's the data that we are sending here, the price we are sending here. That's our selected price. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So now we can uncomment this line, and now we can verify if you have all the fields. Okay, so let's go one by one. Title is from a data title, that's correct. Date, we have a new date. Create add, that's fine. To user is from data to user ID. From user is from a data from user ID. To exchange is from opportunity. Okay, that should be data. Data to exchange ID. And now the check here, if the data from exchange ID, then opportunity from exchange will be the document of the to reference to our database exchanges, and the data from exchange ID. This should be data, and opportunity price and data price. Okay, now everything should be correct. So let's save this. Let's go back to our browsers. Let's refresh just in case, and let's try to create an opportunity. So make a deal. Okay, let's exchange here our Tesla car. Let's save changes. Okay, and let's take a look at this. Okay, create add is a time step title we have, perfect. From user we have, that's our ID of the user. All right, you can verify it later. From exchange we have a ID. All right, to exchange we have here ID, perfect. To user we have a ID. There is no price because the price is not needed. We are exchanging the exchange to exchange. Okay, and I think we have all of the fields, right? Now let's try to create an exchange without price. So make with price, make deal. Let's select your price. Let's say 520. Save changes, and let's take a look at the second object. And now we have here price, but we don't have it from exchange. So everything is working great. Let's continue and let's create this opportunity in the Firestore. Okay, so I'm back to our code, and we will simply we need to get here these functions. But what I had here before: add document, all right, and a collection. Now instead of a console logging here anything, we'll write here await. We need to have an async function for this. So let's write here async create opportunity, and let's write here await, add document, add doc, and let's write here collection. All right, we'll locate here the database and the opportunities, because there opportunities plural, because there we want to add our new opportunity. Okay, and a comma after this bracket, and let's write here opportunity. Okay, and we can also dispatch. We can dispatch here also modal toast. Okay, so let's write here dispatch, and you know how to display the toast message. So dispatch simply here our toast/success, and let's write here opportunity was sent. All right, and let's write here root true, because it's a different module, root true. Okay, so that's how we will create the opportunity. Let's take a look at it. I will create two opportunities, one for the price, one for the exchange. Okay, let's save it. Back here, I'll refresh. and I will create 2 opportunities. Okay, make a deal, new Tesla car, save exchange. Okay, it was created, perfect, no issues. Make a deal, and this will be for the price of 520. Save exchanges. Perfect, opportunity was sent. And now I will go very quickly to the Firestore. I will fast forward this. Okay, I'm getting to my database, and here you can see you have a new field, opportunity, new collection, opportunities, and you have here 2 opportunities. Perfect. And yeah, now it's a verification time. So we have created 2 opportunities. Let's start with this bottom one, from exchange to exchange. Create at, yes, it's a 14 February. Yes, that's the time is correct. From exchange, so let's verify that from exchange here. I will copy this ID. Okay, and yeah, we can go here. I can open here a new tab actually. I will go to open here a new tab. And in a new tab, I will open exchanges. Okay, so exchanges here. And we'll locate this from exchange. So I'll copy from exchange ID here. Okay, so this opportunity was created from exchange new Tesla car. Okay, so I offered new Tesla car. Okay, so that's from exchange. As a Philip user, I offered Tesla car from exchange. Okay, so from exchange, from user, that should be my Philip user. So I'll copy this ID. I'll go back here, I'll go to users, and this should be a Philip user. Yes, that's a Philip user, perfect. Okay, so now the title, house in nature, yes, that's what we would like to get for our exchange. Okay, so we are exchanging from exchange to the house in the nature. So let's verify that to exchange. So to exchange, I will copy the ID. Okay, I'll go back here, I will go to exchanges. To exchange Barcelona, Spain, very nice and modern house in nature. Yes, that's the correct ID. Okay, and the last one to user. Okay, so to user, I'll copy it here. This should be pop user. So back here, and users should be pop user here. Yes. Okay, so you can see we offer Tesla card as a Philip user from exchange from user to the exchange of a house in nature to exchange user pop user. Okay, we have all of this information. Now we can verify the top one. This should be with the price. So again, the same thing from user. I think I already see that it's matching. This should be my Philip user, of course. So this should be my Philip user. Again, because I was creating with the same user. So Philip offered the price of 520 for the house in the nature, and the to exchange will be the house in the nature, of course. So to exchange will be house in nature, correct? And now the to user, which should be pop user, and I can see all the IDs. I recognize these IDs. This is definitely my pop user. I'll go here, paste it here, and this will be my pop user. Okay, so everything is working. We have successfully created a couple of opportunities for Bob. Now it's up to the Bob to decline opportunity or accept the opportunity, but this will be resolving in the next lectures. So guys, I hope to see you there. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have worked on our opportunity module. We have transformed the IDs into the references. In this actually will continue with this, and it will change the structure of our data in our XChange model, and also we'll be doing some changes in a module. Let's begin. Let's open XChange model.view, and simply I will not write here any if statement. Okay, there will be no if statement. I will just get a selected price. I will assign it to the price here. Okay. And the selected exchange ID also to the field from exchange ID. All right, so from exchange ID, let's paste it here. This field can be potentially undefined. So if you're accessing the ID or property on undefined, it will throw the error. In case to not throw it, just write a save operator in front of the property, so question mark in front of it. And this if statement we don't need this way. And we'll change the structure, or actually just a name. We'll not think about this as an opportunity, just simply as a data, and this data will be sending to our create opportunity. Okay, in our opportunity.js, we will receive this data. We need to call it now data, and we'll create here a new variable. I'll create here a new object called opportunity, where I'll be creating the new object from data, where I will assign all of the references and so on. First, I will just to know what data I'm sending, I'll just copy this and I'll paste it somewhere above so I know which data I'm working with. Just comment it out. Okay, so this is data we are sending to the parameter of the function. And yeah, let's work on this. So we will create a new object where we have a title, and this title will be data.title, right? Nothing changed here. Now we'll assign a date. Okay, so this is a create at. So created at, and this will be the time step. So time step here, and a time step I can remove from here. Perfect. Comma. Now to exchange, or let's start the to user and from user. Okay, so to user, we will call it to user, not to user ID, and this will be this document reference. So let's get a reference, paste it here. This will be document that our database users collection. And this will be their data we're receiving here, and to user ID. So this field I am accessing to user ID. Okay, and this should be normal comma. Okay, now to user, now from user. This we can simply copy. We'll get here from user. This will be document to their users. This will be data from user ID. From user ID. Perfect. Okay, now we have to exchange. So to exchange, and this will be document we can copy from here. Okay, this is good. And from exchange we need to do with the if statement. So yeah, so far we all good. We can remove the properties here. We already have on the opportunity. And now we can check with the if statement. Okay, if we have a data from exchange ID, then I will assign to the opportunity from exchange the document of the exchange's opportunity from exchange ID. Yeah, that's correct. Otherwise, I must have a price. So else opportunity price equal data.price. It's the data that we are sending here, the price we are sending here. That's our selected price. And yeah, that's gonna be it. So now we can uncomment this line, and now we can verify if you have all the fields. Okay, so let's go one by one. Title is from a data title, that's correct. Date, we have a new date. Create at, that's fine. To user is from data to user ID. From user is from a data from user ID. To exchange is from opportunity. Okay, that should be data. Data to exchange ID. And now the check here, if the data from exchange ID, then opportunity from exchange will be the document of the to reference to our database exchanges, and the data from exchange ID. This should be data, and opportunity price and data price. Okay, now everything should be correct. So let's save this. Let's go back to our browsers. Let's refresh just in case, and let's try to create an opportunity. So make a deal. Okay, let's exchange here our Tesla car. Let's save changes. Okay, and let's take a look at this. Okay, create at is a time step title we have, perfect. From user we have, that's our ID of the user. All right, you can verify it later. From exchange we have a ID. All right, to exchange we have here ID, perfect. To user we have a ID. There is no price because the price is not needed. We are exchanging the exchange to exchange. Okay, and I think we have all of the fields, right? Now let's try to create an exchange without price. So make with price, make deal. Let's select your price. Let's say 520. Save changes, and let's take a look at the second object. And now we have here price, but we don't have it from exchange. So everything is working great. Let's continue and let's create this opportunity in the Firestore. Okay, so I'm back to our code, and we will simply we need to get here these functions, but what I had here before, add document, all right, and a collection. Now instead of a console logging here anything, we'll write here await. We need to have an async function for this, so let's write here async create opportunity, and let's write here await, add document, add doc, and let's write here collection. All right, we'll locate here our database and the opportunities, because there opportunities plural, because there we want to add our new opportunity. Okay, and a comma after this bracket, and let's write here opportunity. Okay, and we can also dispatch. We can dispatch here also modal toast. Okay, so let's write here dispatch, and you know how to display the toast message. So dispatch simply here our toast / success, and let's write here opportunity was sent. All right, and let's write here root true because it's a different module, root true. Okay, so that's how we will create the opportunity. Let's take a look at it. I will create 2 opportunities, one for the price, one for the exchange. Okay, let's save it. Back here, I'll refresh and I will create 2 opportunities. Okay, make a deal. New Tesla car, save exchange. Okay, it was created, perfect, no issues. Make a deal, and this will be for the price of 520. Save exchanges. Perfect, opportunity was sent. And now I will go very quickly to the Firestore. I will fast forward this. Okay, I'm getting to my database, and here you can see you have a new field, opportunity, new collection opportunities, and you have here 2 opportunities. Perfect. And yeah, now it's a verification time. So we have created 2 opportunities. Let's start with this bottom one, from exchange to exchange. Create at, yes, it's a 14 February. Yes, that's the time is correct. From exchange, so let's verify that from exchange here. I will copy this ID. Okay, and yeah, we can go here. I can open here a new tab actually. I will go to open here a new tab. And in a new tab, I will open exchanges. Okay, so exchanges here. And we'll locate this from exchange. So I'll copy from exchange ID here. Okay, so this opportunity was created from exchange new Tesla car. Okay, so I offered new Tesla car. Okay, so that's from exchange. As a Philip user, I offered Tesla car from exchange. Okay, so from exchange, from user, that should be my Philip user. So I'll copy this ID. I'll go back here, I'll go to users, and this should be a Philip user. Yes, that's a Philip user, perfect. Okay, so now the title, house in nature, yes, that's what we would like to get for our exchange. Okay, so we are exchanging from exchange to the house in the nature. So let's verify that to exchange. So to exchange, I will copy the ID. Okay, I'll go back here, I will go to exchanges. To exchange Barcelona, Spain, very nice and modern house in nature. Yes, that's the correct ID. Okay, and the last one to user. Okay, so to user, I'll copy it here. This should be pop user. So back here, and users should be pop user here. Yes. Okay, so you can see we offer Tesla card as a Philip user from exchange from user to the exchange of a house in nature to exchange user pop user. Okay, we have all of this information. Now we can verify the top one. This should be with the price. So again, the same thing from user. I think I already see that it's matching. This should be my Philip user, of course. So this should be my Philip user. Again, because I was creating with the same user. So Philip offered the price of 520 for the house in the nature, and the to exchange will be the house in the nature, of course. So to exchange will be house in nature, correct? And now the to user, which should be pop user, and I can see all the IDs. I recognize these IDs. This is definitely my pop user. I will go here, paste it here, and this will be my pop user. Okay, so everything is working. We have successfully created a couple of opportunities for Bob. Now it's up to the Bob to decline opportunity or accept the opportunity, but this will be resolving in the next lectures. So guys, I hope to see you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have successfully created 2 opportunities for Bob user. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll display them in our profile page. Okay, let's begin. Go to profile. And first of all, we should log in as a Bob user because we have sent opportunities to the Bob user. So Bob user should display them here, or actually we should just fetch them. We will be not displaying them just yet, but we just want to fetch them. So log out. I will log in as a Bob user. Do I remember this email? Actually, bob@gmail. bob@gmail.com and the test, sign in. Oh, at least we can see the issue. That's not my email. Okay, I will just check the Bob user here, authentication. we're logging as a Bob user, which should be test@gmail.com. Okay, we are just calling it test, I think. Okay, so let me go back here. This will be test. Okay, profile at my Bob user. Perfect. Okay, so Bob user should display here opportunities that was sent to him from Philip user. Remember, we have sent opportunities from Philip to Bob. Philip to Bob. So Bob is a recipient of the opportunity. Remember, in the opportunity, we have an object where we have a to-user, right? To-user. And in this case, Philip created 2 opportunities to the user, which is Bob. So we need to fetch these opportunities where the to-user is a Bob ID. Okay. So let's do it. Go to your code. And here in our opportunity.js, I will create here a new function. It will be function to get opportunities. It will be async one. Get opportunities. Okay. For now, actually, let's get here straight away. We will get here from a context object. We'll need a dispatch and a root state. Why I need root state? Because I would like to get information about currently logged in user. So root state and dispatch. Okay. First, I'll extract my user ID from my root state, because root state can access every module, and on user module we have a data. So I will do this simply: const ID, and I'll access here root state, our user module. On user module we have a state of a data, and on data we have a user ID. We can simplify it. I can just simply destructurize ID, and I can remove this ID part here. Oops, that's the same thing. I will check here. If I don't have an ID for some reason, then I want to dispatch here error. So dispatch here toast/error, and display here error user is not logged in. Okay, comma, curly brackets, and the root will be true here because it's a root module where we are dispatching here. So we are just getting our user data, our ID from the root state, and we will be fetching opportunities where the to-user will be the same as the currently logged in user. And we made these checks to verify if we are logged in, because if we are not, we shouldn't be fetching get opportunities. Okay, remember, with the root state, you're accessing your root module. A root state, on a root state, we have a user module, which is our user module here. And on the user, we have a data, right? That's our currently logged in user. Okay, so just this, and now. So here under, I am pretty sure that I have a logged in user, so I can create opportunity query, which will fetch me all the opportunities for this logged in user. So I'll write here const opportunity query, and it will construct here query. So first we need to import here query from Firestore. We need where condition, and we need the get docs, like this. Query where and get docs. Okay, so we are going to construct a query. It will be like this: query, like this. Okay, and in a query now, access the collection of your opportunities. So collection of all of your opportunities in the database, so DB, and here opportunities, like this. And query will say the condition where, that's the second parameter, second value we are passing here, where to user, okay, to user is equal to the document. Actually, we don't need to do document because this will be the reference itself. So this will be to user. Actually, yeah, we need to create here a reference because our ID is this pure ID. We don't have any reference here. So we need to create a reference from it because our to user is saved as the reference on opportunity. So we need to write here document and here DB of our users, and here we'll pass ID. And that's our opportunity query. Okay, is it clear? So we are creating the query in which you would like to extract the opportunities, so all of the opportunities in the collection of the opportunities where to user is our currently logged in user. So we are getting our ID of the user and we are transforming it into the reference because remember, on the opportunity we are keeping to user as the reference. Okay, so they need to transform it into the reference, and you can transform it to the reference when you will write your document. Okay, that's our opportunity query. Now we can execute it and we can get our data. So let's write here const opportunities snapshot like this, and you will write here await get docs. All right, and you will pass your opportunity query. This will get you a snapshot of your data, and on which you can access the data function, which you can call. It will get you data, and you can also access it, your ID on it. So we'll write here const opportunities equal now opportunity snapshot dot documents dot map will map to the document, and we'll return here straight away. So I'll write here normal brackets, curly brackets, and I will return from here document.data. So let's structure document.data, and I will also get here ID, which will be document.id. Oops, I hope it's clear here. Okay, so like this I will return from here. So let me take a look. Yeah, it looks good. So remember, on a snapshot, you have always documents. You need to iterate through them, and on document, you need to access the data function. You need to call it to get all of the properties of the opportunity, and also optionally, if you want also have ID, you will just simply extract it from a document ID. And that's basically it. Now we just can console log out these opportunities, so we are sure that we are getting them. And yeah, we just need to dispatch now action to get opportunities. Okay, I hope these steps are really clear here. We have already done them before, so if something is not clear here, feel free to ask. Okay, now in our exchange, we actually will go now to the profile page. So let's find our pages. We'll go to the profile.view, and simply from here, we will execute this, we'll dispatch this action. So go down to your code. We will use here under the watch, we will create here created lifecycle function, which is called before this will be mounted, and we will dispatch here. So let's write here this $store.dispatch, and we'll be dispatching here our opportunities / we are calling it get opportunities like this, and that's gonna be it. Let's save it. Back to browser, see your code, refresh here, and when you will, okay, I'll uncomment this, and you should see here in the console your opportunities, and that's the opportunities we have received. That's the opportunities for our Bob user. You can see from user, ID, price, title, to exchange, to user, and the other one will be also we have a to exchange, from user to user. There is no price because it is exchange for exchange. So we have all of the data we need. Perfect. And now the same when I will log out from here and I will log in as my Philip user. Philip user doesn't have any opportunities because the Philip user only sends 2 opportunities. So when I go to the profile, we should be empty array here. Okay, let's refresh here. You will see that's the empty array. Perfect. So this is working as well. Okay, so we are getting these opportunities. You are asking maybe why we have here these fields, received opportunities and send opportunities. We also want to display the opportunities we have sent as the Philip user. So in this case, as a Philip, I didn't receive any opportunities, but I definitely sent 2 opportunities to the pop user. So we also need to fetch the sent opportunities, and this will be very similar to received opportunities, but we'll handle it later. So guys, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and let's continue in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have fetched opportunities which we have received. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll store them to the state. Okay, let's see our code in our opportunity.js module. As you can see, currently we are just console logging out opportunities, but what we want to do really, we would like to store them to the state of our opportunity module. So under the namespace, let's create a state like this, and let's return here object where I'll be storing our state. Okay, in this case, we'll have 2 opportunities. We have opportunities which we will receive, which we'll call simply opportunities, and by the default will be empty array. And then we'll have opportunities which we have sent. This will be sent opportunities. Okay, like this. Okay, let's write here square brackets for empty array. Now we would like to store these opportunities. This is received opportunities, what we are receiving here. So we would like to store them just simply to opportunities. Of course, you can call it also received opportunities if you want. It's up to you, completely up to you. We'll get here commit, because we need to commit this to the state. Okay, let's get here commit, and let's write here commit. We can call this commit mutation set opportunities, and we'll be storing our opportunities. And now we need to decide if we will be storing this received opportunities or sent opportunities, because we have two opportunities in the state. So I will transform this data a little bit differently. I'll just simply send here object, but I will define here my resource will be this will be the basically name of the field opportunities. Opportunities will be opportunities. I will explain in the second what I'm doing here. Okay. Let's get here set opportunities mutation name, and let's go to down. Here after this bracket, let's write here comma, and let's write here mutations. Okay, and let's write here set opportunities. When you will receive a state, and the second one will be resource and your opportunities. And I'll just simply get here state square brackets resource, and let's assign here opportunities. Okay. So what is happening here? Our function to retrieve also sent opportunities will be very similar to received opportunities. So we can reuse this mutation. Simply here, I'm calling mutations to the opportunities, and I'm passing here one object. Then we have a resource field, which is the name of my state field, in which I would like to assign these opportunities. In this case, just simply opportunities, because that's how I'm calling it here. If I would call this received opportunities, like this, I would call it like this, then I would send here received opportunities. Okay? But simple, let's revert it to the opportunities as you had them before. I will debug this code for you, so let's write a debugger, and let's write also one debugger into the mutation, so you see it. Let's save it, go to your browsers, and as a Philip user, so I will log out to the Bob user, because Bob have some opportunities. Okay, let's sign in. Let's go to the profile page. Let's inspect and let's refresh. We have some issue with the avatar. Don't worry, we'll be also taking a look at this later. Okay, so let's refresh and let's see. Okay, so set opportunities. You will see we are setting here opportunities, where the resource I'm naming opportunities, and opportunities is my area of my opportunities data. I'll go to the mutation. So the opportunities when a state is my state, you know what this is. And the resource is the opportunity string, what we have sent before, and opportunities array. So now I know that to the state at the field of the resource which is the opportunities, I should store opportunities. Okay, so that's what's happening. So simply state, this will be stored as a state opportunities. It will be opportunities in this case. Okay, but this value we are getting dynamically. If this would be sent opportunities, so this resource would be sent opportunities, then we would send here a state sent opportunities equal opportunities. Okay, so I think pretty clear now. Okay, so now we are storing this. Or you can remove the debugger from a mutation, and also you can remove the debugger from up here from the action, and we can retrieve these opportunities also in our page. Okay, so go to your profile.view, and let's get here computed properties. Computed, all right, comma here, and let's write here opportunities, and let's get it from a state. So return this $sign store state opportunity module, and let's get here opportunities. And we can also map state here later. Don't worry. Okay, opportunities, and here we have them. Okay, and what we can do, for example, you can see in our profile, we displaying here received. We can, for example, write here received to. Okay, that's what we can do. Okay, so let's get back here. let's see that we are displaying received. So let's scroll out, scroll up here, here are received, and then next to the received, we can write right there two or opportunities, space, double curly brackets, and let's provide here opportunities dot length. Okay, length of our array. Let's say if this will work. Okay, let's save it. Click here, and you can see opportunities, opportunities 2. Okay, it's going from a 0 to 2 because we are waiting until it's fetched, and then we'll display opportunities 2, or you can maybe display the other way around, like this. All right, let's save it. 2 opportunities. Okay, it's up to you. Now I will log out. I will log in as a Philip user, and the Philip user should have only 1 opportunity. So let's log in, go to the profile page, and you should save here not 1 opportunity, but the 0 opportunities because we didn't send any, we didn't receive any opportunities. Okay, so in the next lecture we can handle send opportunities because Philip should have 2 send opportunities, Bob should have 0 send opportunities, and Bob should have other way around, 2 received opportunities and 0 sent, right? So I know, kind of confusing, but more you think about this, it will become. Okay, guys, so that's gonna be it, and let's continue with the next lecture. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the last one, we have fetched the received opportunities, and we have also displayed them in our profile page. Before we'll move into the send opportunities, I would like to display our card, opportunity card in our UI with the details of our received opportunity. Okay, let's start. First, let's log in as a Bob user if you are already not logged in as a Bob or any user that already received opportunities. So when you will go to your profile page, you will see here some opportunities. Now, go to your code and let's navigate to our opportunity module, and let's write here debugger. All right, oops, completely misspelled. Let's write here debugger, let's save it. And let's refresh here so you will see what we are getting. Okay. So opportunities we are receiving looks like this. Really not much data to display in our UI. You can see all this data are these reference types. From these reference types we have IDs, but there are no data to found and nothing to display a part of an ID. So we need to extract from these references the actual data we can display also in our UI, because you don't want to display this structure what you have currently here. Yeah, we are keeping here price and also title, but we don't know what exchange we are exchanging with and so on. So we need to transform these fields into the actual data structures. Okay, let's save it. Get back to your code and simply we'll create here a new function. We'll call it extract data from opportunity. Okay, so up here, above this entire module, I will create it separate of the module, but here const, I will call it extract data from opportunity, like this. Okay. Here I will receive my opportunity data, opportunity data, and I will mark it as an async function. I'll call this function down here instead of our data, so I'll call it data, extract data from opportunity, and here I'll pass document.data. Okay, so extract data from opportunity. Okay, here we will also receive opportunity and we will return the opportunity. But in the process, we will change some of the fields. We will fetch here some data. So first we'll check, because not every exchange is created from some exchange or some opportunity has some exchange, because some of the opportunity is offering the price. So we'll check if the opportunity has a from exchange field. Then let's extract the data from exchange. Okay, so let's write here const from exchange document, and you can get a document like this. You'll write here await get a document. All right, make sure it's also imported up here in a Firebase Firestore. Okay, get a document, and you will just simply write your opportunity from exchange field, because it's a reference to the document itself. So this way you can get the actual document on which you have your from exchange data. You need to call the data function as always and ID. So basically I can just call here now opportunity from exchange, and I can assign here, a new object where I will write here, I will structurize all the data from exchange document dot data, and ID will be from exchange document.id. Okay, that's the thing what we need to do. You can copy these 2 lines because it will be very similar from 2 exchanges down here. Let's write here to exchange document. Here will be opportunity to exchange. Here will be opportunity to exchange. And here will be to exchange doc data and to exchange doc ID. And that will give you your to exchange. Now it will be a good idea to also see from what user it was created. So let's write here const from user doc. I can copy this line already. And it will be opportunity from user. All right, I will access here. I can copy these lines here. It will be opportunity from user, and we will extract data from it and also the ID from user. Okay, so just verify the field names. Now everything should be correct. We are just getting our references and we are extracting from these references data. Okay, we can save it. You can take a look at this code. There is really nothing more. Just get the reference, get it from the reference document and call the function data, and additionally to access also the ID. Okay, now let's save it. We should still have debugger in our get opportunities, so we can go back to browser and take a look at the data we will receive. So let's refresh. Okay, let's click here and opportunities. Okay, we have only IDs. All right, so that's the issue. We don't have here all of our opportunities data. You can see when I open this that there is only ID and we are missing all the opportunities data. So our map function here on our documents, it doesn't like that we are extracting the data like this. Let's do a tiny refactor. Instead of destructurizing here, just simply remove this curly bracket and normal bracket in the front, and also let's remove the curly bracket and normal bracket in the end. We'll call here only extract data from opportunity, and we'll pass here the document data, and also I'll pass here my document ID like this function. Okay, like this. Okay, so extract data from opportunity, I'll be passing the data and the ID of the document itself. Okay, that's gonna be it. And I will return the new data from here. And in extract data from opportunity now up here, we are receiving our opportunity and also its ID. All right, and ID, and I will assign to the opportunity also in the end, opportunity ID here. Okay, so this will be doing everything for us. We just pass the opportunity. Here we'll extract the data, what we need, and we'll return the opportunity from this function. Okay, so that small refactor should already provide some results. So make sure the debugger is still down here. The function is written like this. It's much easier also to read this way. Go back to your browser, let's refresh, and let's see what we'll get now. Okay, let's take a look at the opportunities, and now you see that's actually good. We are seeing here promise, and they are pending. So anytime you will use the map function, and instead of the map function, you are trying to use async functionality. So for example, your extract data from opportunity is await. All right, you can see it's an async function, and you're using here awaits in extract data from opportunity, and you are calling this function from inside of the map function. All of your items in the resulting array will be marked as a pending ones. So if you would like to extract the data from all of these pending array items, you just need to simply wrap all of this function, all this array, into the promise.all function. You'll just write here promise.all like this. You will wrap the entire functionality, normal bracket in the start, normal bracket in the end like this, and you will write await in front of it like this. And this will get you all of the data back to the opportunities. Okay, so let's get back. Let's refresh, and now you should have here all of the opportunities, and you can see we have here we have 2 opportunities, and the data already solved. So from exchange to exchange, you can see to exchange in this case is to exchange is our house, right? Very nice modern house. All the informations are here. Then the Philip user is offering for this house 520. The name of this opportunity is house in nature. From user should be our Philip user. So you can see from user is our Philip user. All the informations about this user are here. Okay, and then two exchanges I told about this. The price is here. So the other exchange, the other opportunity should have the from exchange because it doesn't offer a price. So from exchange, I should have a Tesla car here, new Tesla car, and all the informations about this, and you can verify it, and it should be correct. So this way you can extract the data from your references. Very, very straightforward. We can close this, we can remove the debugger, we have all of the data what we need, and now we can display them in our UI. So guys, that's gonna be it, and see you in the next lecture. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the last lecture, we have extracted data from opportunity. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll display opportunity in our UI. Okay, as you can see here, we have here a very simple card which can be replaced by actual opportunity we have received. So let's start to work on this. Let's go to profile.view, and the card you see is this template down here. Okay, so when you will go to profile and into your main template, go here, you have here a template with a div column, and that's your card. This is your card that you're displaying. Currently, if is hard-coded to be true. You want to provide your actual condition. You want to display here this card only when you have received opportunities. So let's write your if statement. Let's write here if we have opportunities and opportunities length is greater than 0, only then we can display these cards. Remember, we are keeping here opportunities in the computed properties. Okay, so that's our opportunities from a state. Okay, and now we can just provide here data. We can write here a v4 loop, and then we can provide actually data. So on this v4 loop, we'll go on this div here. Okay, so here, just about the class, let's write here v-4, and this will be iteration of the opportunity. So opportunity, singular, in opportunities, and let's provide here a key, which where key will be your opportunity ID. And your key will be opportunity ID. Perfect. Okay, now I'll continue with our card. So here is the image. This image can be our opportunity from Exchange, but remember, some opportunities, they don't have from Exchange because they are exchanging from the price. So in this case, the card image, I'll write here just for now, if, and we'll check if our opportunity has this field, singular opportunity, from Exchange has this field, so from Exchange. Okay, if we have it from opportunity, if we have an opportunity from Exchange, then display here this SRC. So look at here SRC, and this will be our opportunity from Exchange in image. Opportunity from Exchange image, like this. Okay, we can continue with this offer of 1,000. We don't need to display it. I will just remove this paragraph. Okay, like this, and down here, you can see here a request. So what is the request? A request will just simply will be opportunity title. Okay, so let's write here opportunity.title will be the request. Okay, about that, we'll display what we are offering. Okay, so for this Bob user, what's the offer for the user? So what's the price if we have it, and what's the, for example, what's the exchange if the exchange is provided. So let's do it like this. I will copy this this paragraph. Okay, I'll paste it above. Okay, and yeah, this will be maybe a little bit more complicated to write. Let's write it on the new line, this, and the paragraph on the new line here. And it will be not a request, but offer. This will be offer for Bob user. In this paragraph, let's write here if, and we will check here first if the opportunity has an exchange. So if the opportunity was created from some exchange, so opportunity from exchange, then the offer is exchange. So we can display here opportunity from exchange .title. If the opportunity is not exchange, let's copy this paragraph. Let's paste it under. Let's remove this if. Let's write here else. Okay, it's not from exchange. It must be price for sure. So then display here opportunity. Let's remove the from exchange title and display here opportunity price and $sign in the end, like this. Okay, guys, so far like this, and you can find this code in the resources of this lecture if it's hard to follow the instructions what I'm saying. Then we have here also something called pending, and that's the status of opportunity, because every opportunity that will be created will have a status. As you remember, if you remember, we are creating the opportunity, but we are not assigning any status to it. Okay, this will handle later. Remember, when we will create the opportunity will be pending. When the user will accept the opportunity, will be accepted. It can be accepted, or it can be also declined. By the default, when it's created, it will be pending. Okay, so just this. So we'll keep it pending, hard-coded. We'll replace it soon. And here we have a content. All right, so this will be some description. So for example, this can be from exchange description. Okay, so we can write here if statement. We can write it here on the, actually we can write on the paragraph here. So we will write here if, again, we will be checking if we have an exchange. So we'll write here opportunity from exchange. So if the user is offering us the exchange, and then let's write here from exchange description. So we'll write a double curly brackets, opportunity from exchange dot description. Remember, on each exchange we are keeping the description. Let's write here paragraph, another one. This will be paragraph for else statement. We'll write here v else. Okay, and this will be just some hard-coded text. So in this case, the user is offering the price. So let's write user wants to exchange your item for money. All right. And yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it from this entire display. So let's save it, go back to browser, refresh, and yeah, you already see there your opportunities. So you can see the Bob user has two opportunities. One is offering the actual money, 520, and it's requesting the Bob's house in nature. So that's what we are requesting as a Philip user. It's pending status. And you can see here description, user want to exchange your item for money. You can actually replace the user with the actual username. We can keep it this way for now. And the other opportunity for Bob user is offer. For Bob user is a new Tesla car. And the request is house is nature, again, the same. Okay, somebody wants to also house in nature. And here is the description of the basically Philip exchange, which is I will exchange my Tesla car for something nice. And yeah, that's good beginning. And we continue with this in the next lecture. We need to change the status, which should be pretty straightforward. So guys, that's gonna be it, and I hope to see you in the next lecture. See you there. And hello, welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have displayed opportunities in our UI. We are displaying so far only received opportunities. In this lecture, we'll continue with a tiny improvement. We are still missing the opportunity status. Okay, so let's begin. Go to your Firestore. Open your Firestore database, and here you have opportunities. So far we have only two opportunities, so I can add here a new field. It's not that much work. So let's add here let's click here add field, and on the opportunity let's add here a status. Status will be string and will be pending by default. Pending. Okay, so your status of the opportunity is pending. The same down here on the other opportunity, add here field. And let's write here status will be pending. Add. And now we can get it dynamically. Go to your code. Go to your profile.view and let's write here opportunity.status. And now you should get it dynamically. So when I will go save it like this, back here to your application, refresh, and it should be pending. And you will see the difference because it will be with the lowercase. Okay, so this is working, but the problem will be with every new opportunity we will create. We are not assigning the status, so we don't want to go every time to our database and to add it manually, of course. So go to back to your code, and in our opportunity module, where we have a function to create opportunity, let's go to the create. We will simply just write here a new field. That's it. We'll write here just a status and will be pending by the default. And that's the only change we need to do. You can try it out. go to your browser and just create a new opportunity for Bob. So let's log in as a Philip. Or we can create with a Bob user. We can create it with a Bob user for a Philip opportunity. That's also idea. Okay, yeah, let's do it. So as a Bob user, I have a house, okay, and I have a mountain bicycle. The mountain bicycle has a value of 150. Okay, so let's say I would like to have a scooter exchange. Okay, we are not in the range of 20% in this case. We can exchange a cash here, skip pass. Here, skip pass we can exchange, perfect. You can also offer the cash for the exchange. So make a deal. I would like to offering the product skip pass. If Philip is offering this, I am offering mountain bicycle. Yeah, that's can be done. Save changes. Opportunity was sent. Perfect. I can verify my database. I have already new opportunity here. Let's take a look. Here is ski pass in Alps and it's pending, as you can see. So all good. So now when I will log out from here and I will log in as a Philip user, I should have a new opportunity for the ski pass. Philip, gmail.com, test, sign in. Let's go to the profile. We have an opportunity here and yeah, it's a ski pass in Alps. So actually it's requesting our ski pass in Alps. Yeah, so offering, we have offered to mountain bicycle and the request is ski pass in Alps. Great. Yeah, this is working and the pending state is here, so all is good. All right, perfect. So this is working fine. In the next lecture, we'll continue with more improvements. See you there. In the last lecture, we have added status to our opportunities. In this lecture, we'll work on the send opportunities. So far, we are fetching received ones, so let's take a look on the send ones. Back to our code, and that should be pretty simple because we already have the functionality to get opportunities. So I'll do it for now, just like this. I will copy the entire functionality of get opportunities. I will paste it under like this, and I will call it get send opportunities. Get send opportunities. There will be some differences. We still want to access all of the opportunities in a collection, but the condition here will be not the where. So we are not targeting the receiver, but we are targeting the sender. So this will be not a to user, but this will be from user, because I would like to get all of the opportunities that I have sent. That the from user is my currently logged in user. Okay, opportunity snapshot will stay, Otis will stay, no issue here. And the commit here will be, this is okay. And the resource will be send opportunities. So this will be simply send opportunities like this. And that's the only change. Okay, so let's save it now. Go to your profile.vue. And as we are fetching our data in the create that, we can also dispatch here opportunity get send opportunities. That's it. Now in our computer, we'll do the same thing. We'll get here send opportunities. And here we'll extract send opportunities like this. And now we have your opportunities and also sent ones. To verify it that we are fetching them and we have them, we can just simply copy send opportunities field. We can go up to our code, up, and here is send. You can see we are not displaying here any number of them. So let's write here double curly brackets, send opportunities dot length. That's it. Save it, back to browser. And you can see Philip user sent 2 opportunities. Philip user received 1, this one here, that offers a mountain bicycle. And the sent ones are 2. I have sent 2 opportunities to Bob. So in a Bob, we should be other way around. In the Bob should have a 2 received and 1 sent. So let's take a look. Log out, log in. Let's go to the test at gmail.com. Test, sign in. All right. As you can see, when I'm clicking on the profile and I'm changing accounts, I'm displaying here all the data. We should also clean them before. So far, we don't need to do anything with this. We will handle it later. But yeah, as you can see, the data are correct because we have received 2 opportunities from Philip user. Okay. And we have sent 1 opportunity to Philip user. So all good here, guys. We can continue in the next lecture and we'll be working on the display of the sent opportunities because so far by the default displaying only received ones. For this, I see you in the next one. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have worked on the functionality to fetch send opportunities. So now we have here received opportunities and also the send ones. In this lecture, we'll continue to work on this functionality and we'll toggle between the received opportunities and the sent opportunities because currently we are displaying only the received ones. Let's begin, and what we need to do is you see also when I'm hovering over this text here, the cursor is changing, so this is saying something that it should be clickable. So when I will click here on the received, I should display received opportunities, and I will click here on send opportunities, I should display the send opportunities. How can we do it? Go back to your code, okay, and we'll go to our profile.vue, and we will go to our script, and in a script we will specify here data. Okay, so under the components, we'll specify here data. Okay, data will return here object, and we'll specify here a new data, which will be the option on which we are clicking on. So we can call it opportunity option or selected opportunities, selected opportunities. Okay, so we can call it selected opportunities, and by the default, let's assign here, they'll be the received ones. Okay, so selected opportunities, they are received ones. And now we just need to provide a couple of if statements, and we need to, when we are clicking on this text here, we can change the selected opportunities. Okay, so first let's change them. Go up to your template and let's find these buttons where we are holding this text. So here you have a div for received opportunities, you have a div for the sent opportunities. On this div, on the received opportunities, let's write here click, and let's write here selected opportunities, and let's assign here the received. Okay, single quotations and received. Similar thing with our sent opportunities, just write here click, and the selected opportunities, let's write here the sent ones, sent. Okay, the selected opportunities are received, selected opportunities are sent here. Okay, now let's write here a couple of if statements. So here, okay, so we are displaying here this div with a template where we are displaying all the received opportunities, right? So display this div only when the selection option is selected opportunities. So let's write here if display it only if the select opportunities are equal to received. Okay, we don't have, I think, the other div for the other template. You can see we are displaying only this one. So for now, just go under this div. So find the ending tag, which should be here under the template. Here, exactly. Let's write here div. Just for now, oops, this should be open and a close. And let's write here send opportunities. And on this div, opportunities, and on this div, let's write here if, and let's do here this other check. So if the selected opportunities are equal to send, and that's the thing. We're just keeping the state of the selected opportunities. On the click, we are changing it to the sent or received, and we are checking on the div if the option is sent or received. Now when you will save this, go back to your browser and you can click here send. You can see there are sent opportunities here. When I'll go to receive, there are received opportunities, and I can toggle between them, and that's gonna be it. In the next lecture, I'll continue and we'll display the sent opportunities. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have created a functionality to toggle between the received opportunities and the send opportunities. Let's continue this lecture and display the send opportunities. All right, back to our code. And for a simplicity, what I will do, there'll be a lot of copying, but we'll copy this entire structure we already have for the received opportunities, because this will be basically almost the same. So this entire div, what we have up here, okay, there'll be a lot of copying. Let's copy this entire div. Okay, hope we will find the start of this. Here it is. This is the start of the div. And here is the end of the div. Okay, let's copy this. And let's paste it instead of this div what we have created in the previous lecture. Okay, and that will be my received opportunities. I will write here also comment received opportunities, so it's easier to find. Actually, it should be send ones, send opportunities. So let's either check if the selected opportunities is equal to send. All right, if we have a send opportunities and the send opportunities length is greater than 0, okay, in a template. And here we can leave opportunity. In opportunities, we actually need to change this for a send opportunities, and I will call it not the opportunity, but let's call it send opportunity. And now everywhere I need to change the opportunity for send opportunity. So I'll just copy send opportunity, and as the key provide send opportunity ID. Continue with the send opportunity from exchange. Let's write the send opportunity from exchange image. All right, offer will be here. Send opportunity from exchange. If we have it, we will display here send opportunity from exchange title. Otherwise, we'll display send opportunity price. Here will be a request. We will display send opportunity title. Actually, in this case, I'll write the request and the offer the other way around. I will just copy this line paragraph. I will copy it. I will remove it, and I will paste it above this paragraph here. So first we'll display the request and then offer. Okay, let's continue. Here will be send opportunity status. Here we'll check again if we have a send opportunity from exchange. In this case, we'll write here send opportunity from exchange description, and other ways it should be the deal for the price. So I'll just write here just a price exchange like this. Okay, and that should be it. Let's save it. Let's get back here. Let's just refresh in the case. I am currently on my Philip user, so I have received one opportunity. Okay, for the bicycle, and I sent 2 opportunities. So I'll go to the send one, and you can see here Philip is requesting house in nature, and it's offering 520. And also Philip is requesting house in nature, but with I'm offering new Tesla car. So that's what we are offering for the Tesla car. Maybe I should write here what we are requesting, what we want. We have a house in nature, right? So maybe that will be something I should already display here instead of my exchange. So get back to your code, and let's scroll up in a send opportunities. And here we are displaying the image. Let's write here send opportunity. We have a to exchange, which we have to exchange. Display here send opportunity to exchange image, the other image, okay? Let's save it now, and yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Okay, second. Okay, so as a Philip user, I have received one opportunity. The offer for me is the mountain bicycle. That's what Bob is offering to me, and it's requesting from me ski pass in Alps. Okay, and the send opportunities that Philip user made to Bob, they are both requesting house in nature. One of the Philip opportunities is offering 520 as the money, and other Philip's offer is a new Tesla car. And here we have just a description, price exchange, and here I will exchange my Tesla car for something nice. Okay, perfect. So that's works. We are displaying the opportunities. Let's continue in the next lecture. Cheers. And hi there, welcome back here, guys. In the last lecture, we have displayed send opportunities. In this lecture, we'll continue with styling improvements. Okay, let's begin. And the first styling improvement will be to display this underline when we are on a specific option. Okay, so when I'm on received opportunities, I would like to keep this underline here. The same when I'm on send opportunities, I would like to see what is the selected. How can we do it? Let's go to our code. Let's scroll up into your options when you have these divs here. And I will show you what will happen when you will add to the class. For example, this received here. Let's add here to the class is-active like this. When you will add is active, you can see this underline will stay here. So now we just need to conditionally check if the selected option is received once and then provide this class. And you can do it simply like this. I will remove this is active. I will write here class directive, so class like this. And here I'll provide the curly brackets, and I will write here provide me is-active class only when the selected opportunities are equal to received ones. Okay, so that will be conditioned to our class here to add is active class only when the selected opportunities are equal to the received ones. Okay, so let's save it now. Let's take a look if this will work. Let's refresh. Okay, you can see by the default we are on the received ones, so we are displaying here. Okay. Also, we need to do the same thing for the send ones. So just simply copy this class from here, and let's provide it up here and down here on the send opportunities, and let's check here if the selected opportunity is equal to the sent ones. Okay, and now it will work. So we'll go to received, stays here, send stays here. Okay, and now we know on which opportunity we are on. The other improvement will be to display also. Actually, let's log out for this. Let's go log out and log in as a Bob user. All right, I would like to see the money exchange. So I will go to the profile. Here, the money exchange. I don't like it that it's so empty that we are not displaying any image. So I'll display here some default image for the money exchange, and this will be this image here. You can find your custom image on Unsplash, something related to the money. And you can find this link also in the resources of this lecture if you want to just copy it from here. Okay, let's go back to your code, and let's find here when we are making the exchanges for the money. So let's search here for opportunities template. And here we have an opportunity from exchange image. We are checking if the opportunity we have an opportunity from exchange. Let's copy this div. Let's paste it under. And let's write here VLs. Okay, so if we are not making the opportunity from exchange, this means this will be price exchange, right? In that case, let's display here this image I just showed you now. Okay, so VLs, and here will be opportunity. Actually, I'll remove this entire part. This will be just a normal SRC, and this will be the hard-coded information from here, this image here. So you can copy it, or you can find your custom ones on Unsplash and just paste it here, and that's it. Okay, and now let's save it. Back here, and let's take a look. Okay, you can see it's playing here this as the exchange for the money. So you can see the someone is offering 520, requesting our house in nature. Okay, and user wants to exchange your item for money, and then we have another offer for this Tesla car, and the request is again in house in nature, and we have sent one. We are requesting ski pass in Pulse, and we are offering our mountain bicycle. Okay, the other thing here I would like to change here will be this color of the status here of the opportunity. So currently it's a black color. We'll display here different colors depending on the status. So for example, if it will be accepted, we'll be displaying the green color. If it will be declined, we'll display here a red color, and so on. And I will show you how you can provide it dynamically again. But first, let's search for it. What it's okay, still with the avatar. Don't worry, I will take a look at this soon. Okay, let's take a look on. Let's click here on the span. So just click here a cursor, hover over the span. Okay, and it's called tag. Tag is dark subtitle. Okay, let's go back to our code. Okay, and let's see what will happen. Let's write here is-dark. Okay, so for example, here is a tag. Let's write here is-success. Okay. Let's take a look here. You can see when is-success is applied, the color is green. Let's see what will happen when we'll provide here is-danger. Is-danger. This will be a red one. And is-warning. Is-warning will be the orange one, and by orange one I would like to display when we are pending. So now let's provide it dynamically. I will remove it from here, and on this span I will write here a column directive class. Okay, and in this case I will provide here object but an array, because I will provide here different classes depending on the different options. So every array will be the one object like this, and we'll check here. Provide here is success class only when the sent opportunity, or actually opportunity in this case, if the opportunity status is equal to accepted, like this. All right, and I have here some issue. There should be single quotes. Is success here, and opportunity status is equal to accepted, like this. Now let's copy it, write a comma after this, and paste it 2 more times. Provide me here is danger class if the opportunity status is is equal to declined, and let's provide me here a class is forwarding if the opportunity status is equal to pending, which should be by default. If you will take a look to your database, all of our opportunities should be pending. But later I'll be changing them to the activated, accepted ones and the declined ones, and this will change also the color of them here. Okay, now we can save it. We can copy this entire class, and we need to go also to our send opportunities. So go to your send opportunities. Send opportunities. Let's find here this span. Here it is. I just simply paste it here. This will be this pretty same. Just instead of the opportunity, let's provide here send opportunity status, send opportunity status, and send opportunity status here. Now let's save it and let's verify. So let's refresh. Everything should be orange because everything should be in the pending status. So whenever we go to the send, also the orange one. And everything is working. Perfect. All is good. Now we can focus on the check a deal. So to accept the opportunity or to decline the opportunity. So for this, guys, I will see you in the next lecture. Cheers. In the previous one, we have worked on the styling improvements. In this lecture, we'll work on the modal window to display more information about the opportunity. Okay, let's begin. You can see here under each opportunity, we have a check deal button. And when we'll click check a deal, we should display here the detailed information about the opportunity. This will be not the case for a send opportunity. So from here, we will remove it. But before we'll take a look at this, I noticed one couple of small improvements we can still do. For example, this custom button can be called update profile, of course. And also when you're on a profile page, and notice what will happen when you will log out. When I will log out, I'll display here this issue, okay, on the properties of null for the user. So as we are getting logged out, the user becomes null, and we are, for a brief of a second, trying to display the null data. For this issue, go to your code, and this will be very simple fix. Whenever you have a user, you can also write the if statements, if, or you can simply write the save operators in front of the user. User avatar, user username, user info. In the case of a profile model, you can write a if only when we have a user. All right. And also you should have your user credit or something like this. User credit. Yeah, down here. Also write here question save operator. Now this should be fine. We'll verify it in a second. And also the update model. So this is the user profile model, right? So go to profile model component. So go to your components, profile model.view. And somewhere here we should have a custom button. Just call it update profile. Okay, that's will be the only things we will fix here. Okay, let's save it and let's log in. Okay, let's log in as the test user, as a Bob. Let's go to the profile page. Here's update profile. And now I'll go here, I'll clear out everything and I'll try to log out now. Okay, you can see there are no issues. Okay, that's just some call to the Firestore that failed, but we don't need to care about it. Everything works on our side. Okay, now let's back. We need to log in back because we want to do improvements in our login page, on our profile page. And we would like to display here this modal window when we click on the check deal. For this, you need to open the resources of this lecture. So stop the video, open the resources of this lecture. I will find here opportunity deal model. You will scroll down and you will scroll to the opportunity deal model.view. Okay. You can copy everything, so you can view file. And I can copy everything from this file. So just simply I can select everything, or you can just click here row and it will copy like this, everything. And you will go back to your code. And I'll close everything here. And in our components, I will create here a new file and I will call it opportunity deal model. Opportunity deal model.view. I'll paste everything here. Okay, so everything is pasted here. I already have some information here. You can see I'm displaying here opportunities information. I will explain it to you in a second. And now in opportunity deal model, let's go. Well, also, one thing before we'll continue, verify this import here. Verify that you are importing the app model from the correct folder. So actually, we are calling it the exchange model. Yeah, I made some mistakes here. So please, this should be your generic exchange modal. So please call it exchange modal and import it from the modal in the same folder modal. Okay, like this. Provide exchange modal here. Okay, let's scroll on top of the file and let's use this here as the exchange modal. Exchange modal. Okay. And here also ending tag, exchange modal, exchange modal. Okay, so that will be the only improvements. Exchange modal here from components and here in a template exchange modal. And that's of course our exchange modal, the model we have defined here. This is modal here. Okay, now when we have an opportunity deal modal done, we'll take a look at this later. We'll go to our profile page. So let's go to our pages, profile.vue. Let's import here opportunity deal modal. So go down into your imports. And here, I'll write here import opportunity deal modal from components opportunity deal modal. I don't need to write a Vue extension. Also here. Okay, so opportunity deal modal, let's provide it here. Perfect, and now we need to use it in our template. So let's search here where we are displaying check deal. And this check deal, we have two of them because one is for sent opportunities, the other one is for received opportunities. So for sent opportunities here in the footer, I'll just simply remove. That's for sent opportunities, and the check deal up here, this one is for received ones. So I'll remove the entire button. And I will provide here our opportunity deal modal. So opportunity deal modal like this. And maybe you notice as the prop we are accepting here opportunity. So please provide your opportunity as a prop. So let's write here opportunity. And this will be your opportunity you're iterating here. Okay, because you have access to the opportunity. Okay, and that should be it. Let's save it. If this will work, let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. All right, and we are displaying here a view a deal. When you will open it, you will see the informations what we are dealing with. Okay, now we can take a look one line after another. What's happening here? In the opportunity deal model, we are passing the opportunity. Currently, the opportunity what we are iterating. Okay, so we are passing there this first in the price exchange. We'll have a price exchange opportunity. We'll be passing in Tesla car. We'll be passing the opportunity of the Tesla car. Okay, this opportunity is get passed as a prop to our exchange deal model. Exchange deal model here, and you can see what's happening. We're just simply displaying all of the information. So from which user was this made? So opportunity from user username we will display from which exchange it was. So opportunity from exchange. We'll display opportunity from exchange image, from exchange title, description, and basically all the informations we are keeping in our Firestore database, right? We are displaying all the informations about the opportunities, from which user, the price, to which exchange we are creating this opportunity, to which user this opportunity goes, and all these informations are displayed here in this modal. So you can say here, user Philip has an amazing offer for you. This is that image of what Philip is offers. New Tesla car. I will exchange my Tesla car for something nice. Price 500. For yours, house in nature. Very nice and modern house. And now we can save the changes and we can accept the opportunity. Of course, it shouldn't be save changes, but rather saying like accept opportunity, but on this we can work later. Okay, I'll click cancel, it will be canceled. And similarly here on the price exchange, user Philip has an amazing offer for you. Philip wants to exchange price 520 for yours, house in nature, price 420, very nice and modern house. And I cannot save changes yet, but I can cancel it. And the send opportunities, they just tracking whatever I sent to Philip user as a Bob. So I don't need to see here details because I know what I'm exchanging for what. Okay, and we can log out. We can log in as a Philip users. Now we can verify it also on other side. Okay, and we'll go to the profile page. We will verify here. We have a mountain bicycle. So user Bob. User has an amazing offer for you. Bicycle, mountain bicycle price 150 for yours. Ski pass in Alps. Ski pass for the weekend in Alps for 150, and I can accept or decline. All right, guys, so that's gonna be it. If you have any doubts at this stage, you don't understand something here, just please check the code here. There is nothing new here, just really displaying all the information about the opportunity. If you are concerned about the stylings, what you are seeing here, just inspect this and click the deal and go one by one and see what styling I'm applying, what styles are here, what paddings, what font sizes, what font weights I'm applying, and toggle with them. I'll just click at them and just untoggle, toggle, and just see how they're applied. What's the structure of the HTML elements and so on if you are concerned by this. Okay, I will leave it here. We'll continue in the next lecture. We'll work on the functionality to accept and decline the opportunity. So see you in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have created opportunity deal modal component. In this lecture, we'll do here improvements to display the buttons to accept the opportunity or to decline the opportunity. Okay, let's start. Go to your code into modal.view, and as you can see currently in the footer, we are displaying only save changes. I would like to pass here the custom buttons to control the save process. So in this case, I need to have here a button to accept the opportunity or decline the opportunity. So from inside of our opportunity deal model, we'll pass here the buttons into as a template, okay, next to the activator, to our exchange model. Okay, we will be using slots. So simply write here template, closing tag template, and create here custom template that will be sending to the slot, and we'll name it, let's name it footer button. So hash symbol and footer buttons. Okay, and here I'll define my buttons I would like to display. So button 1. Okay, close it. Let's provide here, we'll provide here some class. So class will be button that is dash success, and that's basically it. We'll display here text will be accept opportunity. Okay, so just simply write here accept opportunity. Okay, or accept deal. Yeah, that's better. Accept deal. I'll copy this button. I will paste it under, and I'll call it decline deal. All right. Actually, they are very short. I don't know why I'm writing in the multiple lines. This can be one liner here. Accept deal, and also this can be one liner. All right, and decline deal here. Perfect. Now let's get here to two functions to accept and to decline a deal. We'll go to our methods. We don't have any methods, so let's create here under props methods, just two methods to accept and decline. So over here accept opportunity and decline opportunity. And just for now, I'll just write here alert to alert this. Alert accepting opportunity and declining, or just simply accepting, and in the case of decline will be declining. Okay, now let's go up to our buttons. We'll write here clicks. Okay, now it will be good to have it multi-line. All right, and let's write here click, and here will be accept opportunity. So accept opportunity, and the other one will be decline opportunity. Okay, now we can save. We can go back to browser. Of course, you will not see any changes because you are not passing these buttons. You need to define the slot in your model. So go back. Go to your model.view, and here about this button where you have a save changes, you will specify here a slot in which you want to render this footer button. So first I'll write here template like this, and first I will verify if I have this slot. Okay, so on this template I will write here if, and I will verify if I have a $sign slots and I'm passing footer buttons, then render me this template here Otherwise, go with a button. So on the button here, I will write a else. Okay, so we are passing footer buttons. Then we don't need any button to save changes because we are passing them from outside, from, in this case, opportunity deal model. Okay, so now to the template. This can be also one-liner, right? It's not that long. Okay. Okay, in the template here, we'll be passing it now. We'll define here a slot. It can be self-closed, and we'll specify here the name of the slot. And this will be our footer buttons. So footer buttons here. Okay, we already learned it before. We are passing here our footer buttons. Therefore, we need to have a slot for our footer buttons. It will be rendered out here. But before we are checking if we are passing them, because if we are not passing them, display me here this default save changes. Now when you will save, you can see here displaying accept deal and decline deal. But the both were green, so that's not very good. I would like to have a decline deal to red color in the red color, so let's do it. That should be pretty straightforward. Back to our opportunity deal model. Just simply display here different class. In the case of the red color is danger, is-danger. Okay, now we can save. Back here you can see it's a red color. Now we can decide cancel modal or simply accept, accepting, or decline, declining. So in the next lecture we'll continue with the functionality to accept and decline. See you there. In the last lecture, we have passed buttons into our modal component to accept the deal and to decline the deal. In this lecture, we'll create actions in our module to test it out. Okay, let's start. And instead of alerting here accept opportunity and decline opportunity, I would like to dispatch here action. So first I'll dispatch them and then we'll create them. So let's write here this $store.dispatch. Now we need to make a name for the method or for action. This will be, of course, opportunity module. So opportunity module / and we'll call this action accept. Accept opportunity. It's kind of a long name, so I'll separate it into the multiple lines like this. So it's easier for you to read. And the same one will have, or similar one will have also for decline. It will be decline opportunity. And you can remove the alerts. You can remove the alerts from both of them. Okay, what data will be passing into this? Let's write here comma. We'll be passing here object as the second value. We'll be passing our opportunity data, which will be opportunity. Back here will be opportunity. And the data will be this opportunity, and the same here. And the same here will be as well here object as well, and opportunity as this opportunity. Also remember we need to pass here a function to close the model after this will be successfully done. So this will be called onSuccess. All right, and we can just arrow function to console log close model. And also here. As you can see, I don't have a functionality here to basically to close model because I'm not calling these functions from inside of our model. I don't have access to them. When I will go to model, you can see I have here slots, but I don't have access to these functions, so I cannot pass them function to close model. I can do it through the submit model, all right, when I'm passing onSuccess to close, but I'm passing this function only to my button to save changes, but I don't have this functionality here on our slot of footer buttons. So if I would want to close here model really, I would have to get a reference to our model, right? As I told you, to get simply a reference of the exchange model and access here references and call the functions through the reference. Maybe we'll do it later, but for now, there's a console log out here, close model. That's gonna be it. Now we'll go to our opportunity module. So open here your store folder, modules, opportunity module. And we'll create here these two functions. So yeah, can be up here, why not? Let's write here async, which will be accept opportunity, comma, and the same thing. Or actually, let's start with the accept, and then we'll copy these changes to our also to decline. So in the opportunity for now, there's a placeholder underscore for the context. We don't need to get here context, and we'll get here opportunity, and onSuccess, right? So onSuccess. Perfect. In this case, I'll just console log here, console log, I'll write here accepting, column, comma, opportunity, like this. Okay, and I will call here on success. Okay, I'll copy this same function, same action, I will paste it under, I will call it decline opportunity. Decline opportunity, and here will be declining opportunity. I just want to verify if the data are getting passed here and the on success functions are executed. That's the main point of this. So now let's save it and try it out. Go back here, go to your exchange and try to accept one and decline one. So we'll go here accepting, click here accept, and you can see here accepting, closing modal, and now we are accepting the opportunity here. Okay, skip as in helps, pending, ID we have from user to use, from exchange to user, we have everything. When I will click here decline, all right, okay, decline also says accepting, so you can see we have some issue. Let's go back. Okay, here we are saying declining, decline opportunity, go to your opportunity deal model. Decline opportunity is closed here, called here, so we can go up here. And here, on click, I should call decline opportunity. Okay, that's why we are starting so simply, so we can verify that everything is called correctly. So now let's try decline, declining, and here is the opportunity. Okay, accept, accepting. Perfect. Okay, let's continue with this in the next one. Cheers. In the last lecture, we have prepared functionality to accept a deal and to decline the deal in our opportunity module. In this lecture, we'll continue with just a tiny improvement, and that will be to close the modals as we are clicking accept and decline. Okay, let's get back, and you know already how to do it. So simply in our opportunity deal model, we'll get a reference to our exchange model, and through the exchange model, we will call the functions to close and to close the model. Okay, to get a reference to our component, we just need to write here ref. Okay, ref attribute, and you will provide here the name for this reference, and we can call it exchange model. Simple as that. Okay, now we can go down here to our code, and I will create here computed properties, so I will have easier access to our model component. I will just simply write here model, and I will return the model component to the refs. So this $sign refs dot exchange model. I will access it by the name, right? So exchange model. Now I have here access to model, and on success, I'll just simply pass here model dot close. Actually, this model dot close, and the same thing here on success. This model close. Remember, in your model.view have these functions, right? So you have here close and open, so you can call it through your reference. Okay, so you can access here this model, which is just returning the reference of the exchange model, and you can you can call this. Okay, but it'll be nicer to have also wrapper function around, so you're not passing the direct reference, but I'm calling it like this. But I think in the end, it doesn't really matter here. So yeah, let's leave it this way. Okay, now let's save. Back here, let's view deal. Let's click here accept. Okay, model has been closed. You can see view deal, decline, and model has been closed. And that's the entire functionality I wanted to implement in this lecture. So guys, that's it, and I hope to see you in the next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome back in a new lecture. In the last lecture, we have provided close functionality to our exchange deal model. In this lecture, we'll continue with this, and we'll do just a very small improvement. Okay, let's start. Let's see our model. Now we can close and we can accept and decline a deal to close the model. But there is one thing I don't like. You can see here in every model we are displaying update data here in a header. Same applies for our profile model, and all of our models we are displaying this hard-coded information update data. So let's change it. It will be very simple. Go to your model.view, and you can see we are displaying everywhere this header here, which is update data, and I would like to change it. So the best way to change it is just simply send here props, right? So down here, let's specify here props. We can call it, let's say, header text, yeah. Header text, and we'll specify here type, which will be string, and also default data in order that no props are specified. The default data will be confirmation window, so confirmation window. Now let's copy header text, go up here and let's provide it to our, not button, but to our header here. So double curly brackets. Let's write your header text. So now everywhere will be confirmation window because we are not passing yet this prop anywhere. And you will save it, you will see confirmation window should be here. Let me refresh. When you found confirmation window, we are displaying everywhere. Confirmation window. So now we can customize it. Okay, so go to your exchange deal model or opportunity deal model actually. Okay, and let's go up here to our template. Here we have exchange model and we can pass here now prop, right? So let's pass here prop. Specify here header text. And actually when you don't want to provide here any actual value from the variable, just write here header text and you can provide here straight away the string value. So in this case, what type of a header text you would like to provide here? So let's write here opportunity like this. Okay, so now everywhere should be opportunity. You can see opportunity, but that's not good enough. I like to customize it. I will show you how I want to customize it. Let's go to your compute here. Compute properties. Let's write here comma. And let's write it header text. Header text. I will do it conditionally here. Okay, so I will return here value depending if the opportunity is from exchange or from price. Okay, so if we are exchanging the money or we are exchanging the exchange. So we'll check here. If this opportunity is from exchange, this means we want to choose another exchange to exchange this one. Then provide here a value, like a question mark like this. Question mark. What are your backticks? And let's say here is an offer for a dollars and curly brackets, and let's write here this opportunity from exchange.type. So either a product or a service. All right, let's write here column, and here is an offer for credits. Here is an offer for credits. Okay, so now depending on the opportunity, if there is exchange offered, then we'll display the exchange type. All right, and otherwise we'll just display that here is an offer for credit. So let's copy the header text, go up here, and provide the header text here. So in the end column here, and let's provide here header text, and that's it. Okay, let's save it. Back here, I will refresh it in case. I'm currently at my Philip user. Here is a deal. Here is an offer for a product. I would like to see also offer for a money. So let's go log out and let's log in as a Bob user. So test@gmail.com, test, sign in. Let's see profile. Here are this one here. So here is an offer for credits. Okay, so now we are customizing this model up here. Perfect. Here is an offer for a product, and here is an offer. Here is an offer for credits. Okay, you can customize it as you want, of course. Okay, so let's continue in the next lecture, and we'll do we'll implement more features. See you there. Cheers. Hello, welcome back. In the last lecture, we have worked on tiny improvement to change the header text in the modal window. In this lecture, we'll continue with the functionality to accept or decline the exchange. Okay, let's start, and that will be very straightforward. What we need to do in order to change the opportunity status, because in the end we want to change the opportunity status whenever we will click on one of these buttons. When I will click on an accept deal, I would like to make opportunity as accepted, and when I will click decline deal, I would like to make opportunity as declined. Okay, so before that, I will go to the Firestore. I will open it in a second. Okay, so I'm getting in the database. Let's see here, opportunities. We have 3 of them, and you can see all of them are pending. So we just don't need to change the status, and that's gonna be it. Okay. So let's start in our model, in our module of opportunity. So go to your opportunity module. I think it's here, right? Yes. Okay, so here we have accept opportunity and decline opportunity. These two functions will be very similar. What we want to do here is get a reference to the opportunity in a database, and then we want to update the opportunity. For this, we need a couple of functions. Actually, we need one from here. We need update document. I'll just write it on the same line, update doc. Here it is, update doc. Okay, now back to our accept opportunity, and here we'll get a reference to the opportunity. You can do it like this, const opportunity, right here, OPP and a ref for opportunity reference. Let's get here document, access your database. All right, provide a collection, not a collection, but actually opportunities. All right, and now the ID under which you have these opportunities. So this will be opportunity you're getting here, .id. Okay, and that's your reference. You can do the same thing in a decline opportunity. And you can remove the console log. Okay, so this should get the reference, and now we just need to update it. So let's write here await to synchronize it. Let's write here update document. You will provide your reference to your document. Okay, that will be your reference here. Document opportunity reference. And then you provide the data you want to change. In this case, you want to just choose a status, and you want to change the status to accepted. And that's it. Now we can do the same thing down here, but here will be the opposite state. This will be declined. Okay, and now we have functionality. They should work. So please save it. Go back here, and we will just simply accept one opportunity and one we will decline. Okay, so let's here for a cache. I'll go here. I will decline this one. Okay, declined. I will go to this one and I will accept this. No errors. So all good. We can go to our Firestore and you will see this one is already accepted. Housing nature. And for cache here somewhere should be declined. Here for price 520 is already declined. And the status should also change here when I will refresh. Yes, you see I need to refresh in order to present these changes now. Of course, we'll change it later. Also, this button here, view ideal, should be something else. Also, this will work later. We shouldn't be able to accept and decline when we already accepted. Yeah, but so far it's working great. Let's continue with more improvements in the next one. Cheers.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In the last lecture, we have successfully changed the status of an opportunity. In this lecture, we'll continue with this and we'll present the changes in real time. Okay, let's begin. Since we already have functionality for this to update the document, it will be very simple to do changes in real time. Because we know what opportunity we are changing. We have here opportunity ID, and we know what status we are changing. So simply, we just need to access our opportunities in a state. This array. We need to locate the opportunity by ID. We need to find the right opportunity and change the status to accepted or to declined. Okay, so for this, I will create a new mutation under here, under the set opportunities, and I will change it. I will call it change opportunity status. Change opportunity status, simple as that. All right, so I will get here state. That's the first always state here, and the second value will be what we need to know in order to change the opportunity status. We need to know ID, and we need to know the status we are changing. Okay, so up here in our accept and decline, let's find it. Under update doc, let's call here commit. We need to first get it from the context. Let's get here, please commit, and also commit down here. Perfect. Since we have here commit, let's call it commit, and let's write here change opportunity status, and let's pass here now ID, which is our opportunity ID. Let's pass here status, status, which is accepted. No, here dot, yeah, it's correct, like this. Okay, I will copy this line, and then simply the other line will apply the same, but the status will here be declined. Okay, now back down here, to locate the opportunity, we need to find its index. You can use the find index function. You can just write here const index, and search here for in the state, in the opportunities. Let's use your function find index. Alright, we'll call it, you will get here opportunity, like each iteration, and so simply opportunity ID has to match with the ID we are passing here. If it's matching, we can just access state opportunities on the specific index, and which can change its status to status we are getting here, and that's the entire science. Okay, so it should be straightforward, right, guys? So when you have an array, I'll show you. We have an array of data. I will mark each data with the ID only. So ID, let's say ID 4, ID 4, ID 2, ID 1, I will call this array, let's say const my data. All right, my data has this array. If I would like to search here for some specific, I would like to get here some item with a specific ID, I would write here this my data, find index. Here I would provide a callback function. Okay, it could be normal arrow function. Normal arrow function, normal arrow function. You can see by default it returns -1 because you're not providing any condition. Here basically, but what you want to do here, you will get here the currently iterated item. You can call it simply item, and you will say here, I'll say here just simply if item.id is equal to 2, then return return true. Otherwise, return false. Okay, and you can see I have found this item is at the index of 1. You can see item with the ID of 2 is at the index of 1 here. This item here on the index of 1. If I search here for some other item, let me see, number with the ID of 4, it's at the index of 0. Correct. Item with the ID of 4 is on the index of 0. If I will search here for ID 1, it's at the index of 2. So you can see this function, you just simply provide your callback function. In the function here, the parameter will be each item from an array. So in each iteration, you will get here items. So first iteration, this item, second, this one, third one, this one, right? This object, and just write here comparison. You will write here some conditions. So in this case, item you're currently iterating, the ID of this item is 1, then return true. You can see the first item has the ID 4, so in this case, you will return false, and you will not return the item. And you will go through the whole array until you will find the ID of 1, and you will return the current index in the array of this item. And that's the entire functionality, guys. But I've wrote it here much simplified. You can see I am not just writing a simple arrow function when I'm comparing the ID, and this comparison itself will return true or false. So if the IDs are matching, that it will return true, and I will find my index of the item in the array. Okay, and this should already work, but we don't have any opportunities in the pending. So go to your database and simply just go here, click, and let's change them. Pending here, update this. Go here, and let's write here pending here. All right, and refresh here, and now it should be pending back again. Okay, pending. Let's change it. View a deal, accept deal, and it's accepted. View a deal, decline deal, and it's declined. Okay, you can see in real time, no big deal. It's back here and accepted and declined. Perfect. Okay, so in the next lecture will continue. We need to still do some improvements. Okay, so see you in the next lecture. In the last lecture, we have worked on the UI improvements. We are changing the status of the opportunity in the real time. Let's continue with this in this lecture, and let's handle our modals here. Okay, let's begin. And what I want to do here is simply change the modal for the other modal in the case the opportunity is declined or accepted. It will be some sort of the result modal where I will display the results of the exchange. Okay, actually I have prepared the code already for you. You can stop the video, and in the resources you will find a link here. Okay, go ahead. You can go to the resources, open the link of my commit. What you need to do, you just need to simply copy this entire model. As you can see here, it's called opportunity result model. Just view file, and copy everything from this file. Okay, go back to your code, go to your components, and create here opportunity result model. So new file, opportunity result model, like this, .view. Now we will paste everything here, and that's your model. We just need to do one tiny improvement here. I'm calling it app model. I will call it exchange model up here. Probably you already have these changes there, so we don't need to do it even, if I remember right. Okay, so exchange model, and here I will import exchange model and components exchange model. Okay, and that's our model where we'll display the results of the status of the exchanges. Okay, so let's save it. Let's go to your profile.view, and now simply conditionally we need to determine if the opportunity status is pending, then display the opportunity deal model, otherwise display opportunity result model. go down to your script, and first we need to import it, of course. So here, let's write here import opportunity result model from components from opportunity result model. You will provide it and you will paste it here. Okay, amazing. Now let's see where it's displaying our models. So let's search for it here in the footer. You can see opportunity deal model. Now we'll do it conditionally. I'll write here v-if, and we'll check here if the opportunity status is equal to pending. Single quotes here and pending. If it's pending, okay, we should be able to accept it. Otherwise, let's write here opportunity result model. Otherwise, we'll display this one. So on this one, let's write here else. And also pass here opportunity because we need to display some informations. Opportunity here. And that's it. So now when your model will be accepted or declined, you will display opportunity result model. Save it. Go back to your code and you should see here details now. There is no accept deal or anything, just details. Click here details. And that's just simply details. So you can see opportunity results text and here exchange from 520, should be dollars, exchange to yours, house in nature. Okay, can I also click here, there is a link. I can click here house in nature and it will be navigated to house in nature. Okay, so that's this. And then you have accepted the deal with the user John, call John on phone here. This information I'm hard coding right now. The same thing will happen here when I will go to the details. You can see here is also John here. So when you will take a look on your result model, there is nothing new here, guys. There is just really we are displaying just an opportunity information from which exchange we made the opportunity, what was the opportunity price, and all these informations we are displaying here. And down here is this hard-coded information of the John. So you can see you have accepted deal with the user John. All right, call John on phone, and here is a hard-coded phone number and so on. So this we need to provide here dynamically. We need to get here actual user informations and we need to provide it. Okay, but yeah, so far nothing new really. Okay, so you can see here nothing, just opportunity information. That's what we are displaying. That's what the data we are working with. Also, I forgot to remove here on click here of accept opportunity to call John. That shouldn't be accept opportunity, of course. So you can get rid of it. No big deal here. It will not cause any issues. So inspect the code here of your opportunity as I told you before. Just go here and inspect line by line and see what data we are getting. Compare the data from Firestore, and that's more for the self work, really for the homework, because there is nothing really new to explain. Okay, so these exchanges we are displaying in this case. If we are exchanging the exchange for exchange, we will display the both links to both exchanges. Otherwise, there will be just only price displayed. Okay, so that's gonna be it from this lecture. Our functionality is getting into the shape. Yeah, actually, I have one more thing, guys. I will change the status of one opportunity to the let's say declined to pending. So go to your Firestore, change it to the pending. I'd like to show you how it will change also in real time here. I'll refresh here, it should be pending now. I'll view a deal, I will accept this, or I should decline it. Let me take a look, I'll decline this. I'll decline deal, and you can see it's changed in real time, and we can see here details, and I click here details, and display here in details. Okay, and yeah, that's it from this lecture. See you on the next one. Cheers. And hello, welcome here. In the last lecture, we have implemented opportunity result model to display the details of the transaction. Let's continue with this in this lecture, and let's change here these hard-coded informations about the user for actual data. Okay, let's begin. And the first thing we need to change is to provide the entire profile for each user, because we will be displaying the username and also phone. So click here update profile and provide here some details. So info about user. I am a Bob user. I like to exchange. All right, I don't really know. Address. What address? Let's provide some address. Some imaginary 21. Country. Let's write here Spain. And here phone will be some phone number 111-222-233-444. This will be Bob. Save changes. Okay, let's take a look at the profile. We have all the information here. Perfect. Now let's log out. Let's log in as Philip user. All right, so log in. Let's go as a Philip. Philip@gmail.com, test, sign in. All right, let's go to profile, update profile. Okay, Philip already has a lot of information here, so I'll change the address because now they are same. I'll call it made up street. I don't know, 20. Save changes. Okay, so now we have about data, right? So we have all the informations we need, and we can pass them to our opportunity model. So go to your code. In opportunity result model, we need to display here the username and here phone. Yeah, that's it. So here in the username, as you see this name John, you will just replace it with the actual value. Okay, so here curly brackets and opportunity from user.username. Okay, and I'll copy this to display this name also here, opportunity from username, and here will be from number. So we can actually go on the new line because it's hard to read. So this div here on the new line like this, and here the phone number will be username from user and phone, right? Okay, let's save it. I need to verify it. So go back here. I will just refresh in case. Okay, so Philip need to accept the opportunity or decline. So this bicycle, I will say, okay, it seems like a good deal to me. Accept deal. Let's see details, and we can see here opportunity results. We exchanged it from mountain bicycle to our ski pass in Alps, and we have accepted the deal with user pop user. Call pop user on phone 11223344, and that's all the information. So you can see our exchange applications getting shape. We can do basically now everything. We can create exchanges. We can also exchange them, and we can accept and decline these things. So let's continue in the next lecture. We will be slowly finalizing our main feature, and then we'll take a look on the side features. So I have to see you in the next lecture, guys. Cheers. Hello, welcome back in the new lecture. In the previous one, we have provided user informations into the opportunity result model. In this lecture, we'll continue with something else, but at the same time related to our previous features. So without any further waiting, let's start. And some things we need to get straight before the lecture is that all of your opportunities should be in the pending status. So please verify it. Go to your opportunities in your database and verify that all of your opportunities are pending. If they are not, simply just click on the status and change it to the pending and update. So all of the opportunities pending, all right, and all of the users, when you will take a look at the users we are using, the Philip user and Bob user should have a credit 0, of course. Okay, so all of your users should have a credit 0. That's also very important. Okay, so when these conditions are met, we can continue the lecture. And the thing we'll be working on will be in our detail page. So currently I'm logged in as a Philip user. So if you have a Philip user or some user you are using as a Philip, just log in into the user and let's make an exchange for our house in nature. Okay, so I can make a deal with a Bob user for house in nature. And the thing here will be that I will choose your credit. And I will choose here some credit, 500 for example. I shouldn't allow to make this opportunity because I don't have enough credit. As we checked seconds ago, both of our users, they have a 0 credit, so they shouldn't be allowed to make price exchanges if they don't have enough credit. And in this lecture, I'll be writing the check for this, so we'll be not allowed to continue with the opportunity in the case we don't have this credit for it. Okay, so let's start in our code, in our exchange deal model. So open your components, exchange deal model. And we'll create here a new computed property, all right? So under the user, we'll create a new computed property and we'll call it has not enough credit. Has not enough credit, okay? And the check should be pretty straightforward here, right? So you'll write here if statement. First, you need to check if it's the not price exchange, okay? So if it's not price exchange, if this is not price exchange, okay, then simply return false because I have enough credit. Okay, so if this is not price exchange, but I am exchanging exchange for the another exchange, then return false because in this case we should allow it. But if this is the price exchange, just simply write your statement, return, and let's compare here the user credit with the selected price. So if this user credit is smaller than the selected price, then we shouldn't allow to make an opportunity. Okay, that's very important. If the user has a smaller credit than the price he is selecting, then we shouldn't allow the transaction. Okay, and we'll compute this computed property. We'll go on top of our file, and here we are disabling the modal. We'll write here or operator, and we'll write here has not enough credit. So the modal will stay disabled if the price is not allowed or we don't have enough credit, and that's an entire check. Now we can save it, we can go back to browser, we can refresh just in case, and we can make a deal. So make a deal, select your price, and I will select here 500. It doesn't matter what I will select. You can see the offered price is okay, but we don't have enough credit because we have, of course, 0, and we cannot make exchange for 500 credits if we don't have any credit. So now, it will be a great idea to display here also error message to notify the user what's wrong, why the user cannot proceed. So under this green text here, we'll display here the div element where we'll say that we don't have enough credit, and yeah, okay. So go to your code and let's find here our price difference text. Here is this div, okay, so here's a price difference text. And under this div, let's create a new div. Okay, opening, closing element, and another div inside is okay. I will show you what class we will provide here. So opening, closing div, perfect. Here will be class of the message, okay, and the message is danger. Okay, it should be, I think it's is-danger and is-small, and inside of this div, there will be class of the message message-body, and here should be the message itself. Okay, so if you're looking for these exactly classes, what I'm providing here, just go simply to your browser and let's search here for Bulma messages. Bulma message, and you will find exactly what I just showed you, Bulma message, and you will find the template you need to copy it in order to get this. Okay, so here's a danger. And here is exactly the template message is danger, and here is the message body I'm using, so it will be styled in this red color. Okay, so that's why I know these classes, and I already displaying here, but there is no text. Okay, so display here text for a message body, and the text will be following. You don't have enough credit for this transaction. You don't have enough credit for this transaction. All right, and remaining credit, we will display here also renaming the remaining credit for the user. So remaining credit, colon, and here will be the double curly brackets, and here will display user.credit, and in the end will be $sign like this. Okay, so remaining credit column, and here is a user credit, so we can display it. And also the other thing, this div will be displayed only when we don't have enough credit. So let's write here v if we want to display here if it has not enough credit. That's it. Now when you will save it, you will get back and you will see you're displaying you don't have enough credit for this transaction. You can also refresh to see it by the default. It's not displayed, but when I will select your price and I will select here any price, it will display the message you don't have enough credit for this transaction, remaining credit $0. Okay, so since we are styling also this nice message here in the red color, we should also do the same for the green message here, for the success message in this case, because it's not very nicely styled comparing to this the lower message. That should be pretty simple. Get back here and simply provide here this same class as message. Let's remove the price, not provide here other message, and actually this class is dash success or is dash danger. We will provide here dynamically, so for now it just is small, is dash small. Because is danger is red color and is success in Bulma is green color, we need to provide them through this percentage different class. So if the price is allowed, so the price is okay, we'll provide is success. If the price is not okay, we are under the limit, then provide is danger. Okay, so in this case we need to change the percentage different class itself. So go to the percentage different class, somewhere down here, And simply, if the price is allowed, just return here is dash success. And if the price is not allowed, is dash danger will be returned. Okay, almost there. Not just yet. Let's go up back to our template. And we forgot to provide here one more div. Okay, div here. Okay, and div down here. And this will be class of message body. Message dash body. And also here is providing this class that you don't need the price dash here, just percentage different class, which is provide already the complete class is success or is danger. Okay, that's gonna be it, guys. So let's save it. Let's go back to browser, refresh. Okay, make a deal, price exchange for 100. And you can see we are displaying to two different messages that the offer price is okay, but we don't have enough credit, which is bad. Okay, when I will go under 300, you can see the offer price is not okay, but also we don't have enough credit. I don't like this space between these messages. There is some margin between them. Let's go back. And on the first message, this one here, price different text, let's write here new class, and it will be margin bottom dash 1. This will create just very tiny margin on the bottom of this element. Now it should be fine like this. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's try the following thing, guys. I will go to my Firestore database, go to your Firestore. Let's locate here user. And let's locate here your Philip user or whatever user you are currently logged in, the user that's making the transaction now. That's my Philip user, so I will locate it here. Here is my Philip user, and I will assign some credit to the user. I will assign to this user credit 1000, like this. Now I will update it. Now the user has a 1000 credit. I'll get back here, I will refresh. And I will try to make a deal. So make a deal. Yes, and I will choose here credit 520. And you can see now I am allowed to make a transaction. I am able to make an opportunity. Okay, this will be good. When I will save these changes, this will create opportunity. I'll go to my Firestore database. You will see now I will have only. Oh, okay. That's a big actually, guys, for the next lecture. You can see we are not decreasing the credit when we will make a transaction. So now, when I've had 1000 credit, I can make infinite amount of transactions. I can go again with the 520 and so on. So I'm never decreasing the credit. So that's a good point. So far, we are on a good path. We are checking if we have enough credit, but now when we'll make a transaction, we need to also decrease the credit. So guys, that's gonna be it for the next lecture, and I hope to see you there. Cheers.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.